Your home sees a lot in a day.
Well, here we are, once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space. Just trying to figure it all out. Got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I guess we better get right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts. Otherwise, I might go floating off into that deep, dark void. Well, it is Wednesday. Midweek report. Got a hell of a lot to talk about, but first, some shoutouts. The reference frame, Vicky, Arvin Trevino, 123 in the YouTube chat. Mr. Spock, a close fourth. Amanda the Pivot, also here. Blue Tomato, look bovine, Mr. Spock.
WSCT_gifted 1 subscriptions to the community.
BCat and our Gray Schmegley with the gifted sub. I mean, a gifted membership on YouTube. Several Wolves were the recipient of that. Edward Thornton, also here. Frisla. Pitchforks Dragon. Oh, I'm tired this week, chat. I'm not gonna lie. I'm tired. Last week was long, incredibly long, difficult weekend. America, fuck yeah. Supposedly. You know, for the last, I don't know how long, over a year now, we've been told that we gotta get, get rid of DEI and replace it with the meritocracy. Instead, we replaced it with white supremacists in the streets with guns and badges. Not going great.
Terrence Lee Randolph, March 30th, 1947, December 10th, 2024. Today we remember that freedom is not free. We have to work at it, nurture it, protect it, and even sacrifice for it. May we never forget and always remember our brothers and sisters who have served so that we may enjoy the gift of freedom. So in this moment, we remember and give thanks for their dedication and selfless service to our nation in the cause of our freedom. In this solemn hour, we render them our honor and our gratitude.
Well, this video was apparently shared by the family, one of the family members of the man, the veteran, whom Alex was speaking over here in this video. They released it, I believe, in an attempt to show how much he cared about his patients. And those words, at this time when our Constitution is under threat, our supposed democracy is now fighting fascism on American soil. Great patriots. sometimes have to make sacrifices. And he was a great patriot who made the ultimate sacrifice. It was a sacrifice that didn't need to happen, I would point out. A sacrifice that only occurred because a rogue, unaccountable federal agent gunned him down. Multiple, actually, as it turns out. 2 people, we still do not know who they are. No charges filed. It's very frustrating.
Call an ambulance, please. Call an ambulance. Please. Please, we're all people. I'm not in the way. I'm trying to help. Please call somebody.
So while this guy is dying on the ground, he's still surrounded by federal agents. No, doesn't appear to be any doctors on the scene. They're not calling for an ambulance. This man is calling for them to call for an ambulance. I would point out he does have a phone. He should call an ambulance. But this video, which he used his phone for, clearly illustrates what it is the federal government is concerned about. This guy is drawn. He has a live firearm in his hand. They just got done murdering one person. This guy's still got his fucking gun out. Not calling the police. Not calling the ambulance. Not just telling people on the street to go away.
You have to stay out of the way. Please! Call somebody now! Stay back.
These are not the sort of scenes you're supposed to be seeing in a supposed democracy. Okay, but Alex was dead well before those EMS ever got there. Now, people are trying to remember Alex across the country, especially in Minneapolis. A memorial has shown up, the site where he died.
For more on all of this, we have turned to CBC's Katie Simpson. She is in Minneapolis. She is monitoring the community anger, but also how they are mourning in these sub-zero temperatures. Have a look.
Right now, we are at the spot where Alex Pretti was shot and killed by federal agents. And here you can see, I'll step out of the way, this is where people have gathered to mourn that loss. All throughout this morning, in minus 24 degrees Celsius weather, we have seen people come here. They've placed signs, they've laid flowers, they've lit candles. We've seen people, getting down on their knees, openly weeping, leaving this site with makeup streaked down their face, just devastated and sad that this continues to take place in their city. Earlier today, we were speaking with a couple that had come in from the suburbs. They are deeply distraught by what's happening. They don't know what to do next. Actually, I just want to show you one thing. James, I'm going to get you point over there. Someone right now in this moment is putting a stethoscope right there because, of course, we know Alex Pretti was an ICU nurse, worked at a veterans hospital in Minneapolis. And so again, the people are coming here to pay their respects, to mourn, to grieve as a community. As we have seen, it's very similar to what we saw after Renee Good was shot and killed by ICE agents. But earlier today, we were speaking with a couple that had come in from the suburbs to just get a sense.
Oh. The parallels to Trump's first presidency are certainly evident. The fact that there are 2 memorials in Minneapolis right now. 2 people dead as a result of federal agents. It's clearly an escalation. But just, it is really... I think everybody is still trying... Honestly, I look around at people's faces and stuff. I feel like people are still trying to grasp with what's happened. I think generally speaking, I think people are still struggling with this. And just grasping what has actually happened. Because, really, these are just the 2 most high-profile deaths as it relates to ICE. We're going to get into that a little bit today. Because while Alex Pretti and Renee Good are who we've been talking about all year, in the last year was the deadliest year of ICE enforcement actions on record. And it just culminated in what we've seen here in Minneapolis in the last few weeks.
Of what it is like to witness this take place in their city, in their community.
We should be coming together as a community. No one should just be snatched off the streets. He was protecting a woman, and this should not happen at all.
What I see going on throughout my neighborhood, read online, it's crazy. We're better than this. I'm broke. I don't know what to do.
So that really is the sentiment. We've spoken with a number of people here this morning, and it's a mix of heartbreak, devastation, and then anger. So much anger as they want the ongoing immigration enforcement operations to end in their community.
Katie, let me ask you, as the community is dealing with the emotional side of there's, of course, the investigation. And where do things stand now? What happens next?
You know, a short time ago, we actually saw local investigators who are part of a special investigation team. They are not affiliated with ICE or the federal government. They actually asked people who here are mourning and observing to take a step back, allow them to process the scene. They needed to do it for about 20 minutes. And we saw, you know, people here saying, yes, okay, take a step back, because there's an ongoing fight about who is going to lead this investigation. To say that federal officials have no credibility within this community, at least from people that we've spoken with, the people that have come here today and the people that, you know, we've talked to already, they don't believe what it is the federal officials are saying about this, when people like Kristi Noem, who's the security of the secretary for the Department of Homeland Security, you know, the way she described Alex Pretti, and the way that American officials have described, the federal officials describing what happened in the lead up to this.
You know, we've talked about how things like tariffs or whatever are driving people away. But it's this kind of stuff that is going to cause serious, like mass exodus from the United States, right? You're going to start having like blanket, like, what do you call it? Guidance being like issued by government saying, do not travel to the United States. I don't care if the World Cup is happening there. If you go there, we cannot guarantee your safety. Reporters, maybe, you know, operating in the United States is now not as, you know, like there's just going to be like one thing after the next. People are already disincentivized from coming here as it is. Right? I mean, we're dismantling a lot of the reasons why people were coming to the United States. You know, a lot of research is already looking to go overseas or to Canada or to, you know, not America. It's just these sort of reasons that just adds on to why people are just going to say, you know what? Let's just not go to America. Let's just completely detach ourselves from that country. And that does not end well for America, I would point out. But it's already happening. It really is. And we're going to get into it later on. It's absolutely happening right now. People see what's going on, and they've done the math. For the next 3 years, the United States, Donald Trump is in charge. And even if Democrats win the midterms, it's only going to be more. Things are going to get crazier. Things are going to get crazier, not less crazy. Donald Trump is going to lash out when he gets impeached, which he will if you would think, which he will if Democrats take back the House and the Senate. He will lash out. Not that he's not. I mean, the fact we know Donald Trump, he is an erratic leader. There is no way to know what he is going to do from day to day. And countries are starting to come to terms with that. Even though the United States has been their biggest trade and military partner for many decades. Like Mark Carney said, how did he put it? The facade no longer holds up. It's not quite how I put it. But people are still very upset about all this. Friends and co-workers honoring Alex. Here's CBS Minnesota from Monday.
We are learning more about the man at the center of the story that is capturing attention around the world At this point, most people know Alex Pretti was an ICU nurse at the Veterans Administration Hospital.
Susan Elizabeth Littlefield shows us how the place where he served is now serving him.
I'm writing Hands That Healed, a Soul That Shined.
It's become a place of mourning. Outside, a place that's meant for healing. Nursing was Alex Pretti's job. Friends say it was also his mission.
Was working as a nurse full-time and just loved it.
Today we remember that freedom is not free. We have to work at it, nurture it, protect it.
And his patients loved him. This is a veteran who had just passed away. His son shared this private video in hopes of publicly praising Alex.
In this solemn hour, we render him our honor and our gratitude.
And on this day, that gratitude was granted to him. Instead of a patient, now they grieve a peer. As his life is remembered, memories from early on are surfacing too. Alex grew up in Green Bay, Wisconsin.
We had choir camp every summer out at UW Green Bay, and we would take an annual trip as a choir down to Chicago. So I have a lot of fun memories of him goofing around on the bus on the way down, or just being a friend. I remember Alex being one of those kids who was liked by everybody. He had a spirit and a personality that people gravitated towards and wanted to be around.
And now people around the world are honoring him. With photojournalist Chris Cruz, Susan Elizabeth Littlefield, WCCO News.
Freedom is not free. That much is becoming very, very clear. All right, let's go here. Legal Eagle.
I know all of us have seen the videos of what is basically the execution of Alex Pretti. I've seen it from more angles and more times than I care to repeat. I'm not going to give an in-depth frame-by-frame analysis. You don't need a lawyer to tell you what you can see with your own eyes, which is that it was an inexcusable state-sanctioned murder. There is no excuse. There is no justification. And it is the latest in what is probably a long line. This one happens to have been videotaped, thankfully, by many brave bystanders. As you can tell, I'm not in my studio. I was on a plane yesterday. Oh God, it's cold out here. It's 0 degrees, which is still 10 degrees warmer than it is in Minneapolis right now. But in some sense, I do this for a living. I analyze the.
Anyways, we're not gonna watch this whole thing. I just found it interesting. I don't know if you noticed, there's like multiple jump cuts during this thing. Legal Eagle over here is really struggling. Really struggling. I wasn't the only one crying, apparently. I felt like, I mean, I didn't cut. I just kept going. But hey.
Videos that are out there and think about things from a legal perspective. And, I saw the first video when it came out. It was pretty clear. But, with any video taken from across the street, there's some ambiguity. And, I think the second video came out. In the second video,
it's
you can
somehow
hear
my
that
subiversary again.
Alex Pretti's last words were, "Are you okay?" Which he said to the woman that was next to him, who had been pushed down by the ICE or CBP officer who was acting unhinged, where Alex Pretti just has his phone out and his left arm is free. I think those were his last words, and I think those were his last acts, was trying to help the woman that was pushed down by the man in the green sweatshirt, who I think eventually was the first agent who shot him. And
you know, I'm glad that Legal Eagle got all emotional over here. It was good. It was, I think a lot of people, maybe it gave them the license to be emotional as well. I needed him to, I didn't get the sense that he like, I listened to this whole thing. I still didn't get the sense that he was somehow, like, radicalized by all of this. And that's what I need. That's what I need from Legal Eagle right now. If you've seen the content claim Legal Eagle, you're listening to this right now. If this is that upsetting to you, I need you to get radicalized. I need you to call for ICE to be dismantled, okay? I need you to accept that there are aspects of the law that are not good. That the law is imperfect. That some parts of it need to be torn down. Things like the Patriot Act come to mind. Which, if it were not for that, ICE would not exist. You know, because the fact is Legal, he's living a comfortable life over here. You know, and I feel like he does good work. But I feel like sometimes he continues to defer to these structures that are continuing to hold us in this state of subordination. And honestly, without people like him getting radicalized, right? And we got a problem. We got a problem, right? If the neo-libs continue to stay in power and they don't push for change, we got a problem. Fact is I've been looking at the voting records on Democrats, and they have voted for ICE funding time and time and time again. They are as complicit as Republicans in all this. They voted for the Lack-and-Riley Act. And you know what? Like, honestly, I don't want to hear the words Lack-and-Riley ever again. Fact is, I don't care about that woman. I do not care about her any more than the incredible numbers of people in the United States who are the victims of gun violence in this country every single goddamn year. Most of which are done at the hands of American citizens, okay? And are not the result of the actions of immigrants. And the fact is, you don't hear any of those people complaining about those Americans getting fucking shot when it's another American shooting them. It's only when it's an immigrant. That's the only time it matters. That's the only time. That's why I don't care about Lack-and-Riley. Because she's a goddamn pawn in a political fucking game, and I refuse to play that fucking game. Because it's so hollow and empty. Because those same people who are invoking that woman's name could not give a fuck about the thousands of Americans who are shot dead in this country every goddamn year. But we continue to have a Second Amendment.
MAGA believes in absolutely nothing. They believe in absolutely nothing. These are the people who have been screaming states' rights, don't tread on me, Second Amendment, etc. No large, federal government, no.
Thoughts and prayers.
That's very thoughtful of you, Omega. Thank you for the thoughts and prayers
Police
and the
force
bits.
180 on everything. There is not one issue that the Republican/MAGA party has not done a 180 on. Not one. Put this up, Kylie. Okay, Turnbull tweets the following because they're wound up about a guy who has this rifle in his front yard in Minnesota. Amendments to the Constitution that MAGA no longer believes in. First Amendment, freedom of religion, speech, press, protest, and petition. We all know that they do not think the cabal of liberal wine moms should not be able to tell an ICE officer, go get some lunch, big boy, without her wife getting executed at point blank range. They think that freedom of religion, speech, press, they're not for that. Right to keep and bear arms. Now, all of a sudden, the big Second Amendment, don't tread on me, people are wound up about this guy right here who has his rifle on his property. Fourth Amendment, no unreasonable search and seizures. We've all seen, you can get on Instagram for 2.5 seconds and you can see that. Fifth Amendment, fair process in criminal cases. We know they don't believe in that. Eighth Amendment, no excessive fines or cruel punishment. And the 10th Amendment, powers belong to the states and not the people, which is where I have to say, like a governor like Kevin Stitt of Oklahoma, big Christian, big American, always running on Jesus and souped up patriotism, votes for a pedophile grifter, alleged pedophile grifter, Donald Trump, and acts like he wants states' rights so much, but he sees what's happening up in Minnesota and it's crickets, because these people believe in nothing.
It's true. Whatever the supreme leader, whatever the cult leader says today, that's what I believe. Says the red hat wearing crowd. Tell me what you want, sir. I'll do it. I'll believe it. I don't care what I said or believed yesterday.
Get rid of the Second Amendment.
For more, let's bring in.
All right, I'm skipping this one. I don't fucking need this. Let's go here. To the Ministry of Truth, Caroline Levitt. Look at Caroline. Honestly, we could all just... I've been thinking lately, considering Caroline is pregnant, is for the sake of humanity, the only thing we can do is hope that Caroline has a miscarriage. There's no way this woman should have children. She is a terrible, terrible person.
FBI Director Kash Patel said in a Sunday interview, quote, "You cannot bring a firearm loaded with multiple magazines to any sort of protest." Does the president believe that Second Amendment rights remain in effect even when protesting?
The president supports the Second Amendment rights of law-abiding American citizens. Absolutely. There has been no greater supporter or defender of the right to bear arms than President Donald J. Trump. So while Americans have a constitutional right to bear arms, Americans do not have a constitutional right to impede lawful immigration enforcement operations. And any gun owner knows that when you are carrying a weapon, when you are bearing arms, and you are confronted by law enforcement, you are raising the assumption of risk and the risk of force being used against you. And again, that's unfortunately what.
Oh, so having guns makes it more likely for you to get shot by police, says Caroline.
Do you know what we're here for?
Trump loves the Second Amendment, but guess what? That might be reason for you to get shot. Ministry of Truth. Oh, raid from Pep Talks TV on Twitch.
Omega Star just cheered 100 bits. If she has a daughter, I hope she turns out like Vivian Wilson.
Yes.
I'm gonna haunt you.
Good Lord. That woman should, whatever comes out of that woman's gonna be demon spawn. Okay. Yeah, it's weird though. They're acting like it's all of a sudden Second Amendment doesn't exist. It's like, yeah, we love the Second Amendment unless you're near a police officer, and then I guess
All right, so Marjorie Taylor Greene is having another moment here. She appears to suddenly realize that Trump is a tyrant and MAGA is a cult. So she says, I impeached Biden's Secretary of Homeland Security, Alejandro Mayorkas. Those were my articles of impeachment that passed in the House of Representatives. I unapologetically believe in border security and deporting criminal illegal aliens, and I support law enforcement. However, I also unapologetically support the Second Amendment. Legally carrying a firearm is not the same as brandishing a firearm. I support Americans' First and Fourth Amendment rights. There is nothing wrong with legally, peacefully protesting and videoing. MAGA, consider it like this. We lost our minds when we watched Biden's FBI track down and aggressively carry out home invasions and arrests on peaceful J6ers who walked into the Capitol through open doors. By the way, let me just say, totally bogus fucking analogy. The J6ers were actual criminals, and they fucking, like, assaulted cops and shit. Okay? So this is not analogous, but I'll continue. Imagine if one of our MAGA independent journalists, or even just a MAGA...
Yeah, let's be real. I'm fairly certain like 99.9% of Jan 6ers were not from the Capitol. They weren't just walking. They were just walking around DC and happened upon the Capitol and then just sort of followed a group of people into there, like through a mangled police force. Like, no, they all came from across the country, gathered together with the intention of doing a fucking insurrection at the Capitol. An armed insurrection at the Capitol. This guy was on the goddamn street where he lives, right? Like, this is his city. He's on the street, not doing an insurrection.
Reporter stood in the street outside a J6er's house while Biden's FBI carried out a law enforcement operation, home invasion, and arrest. Then Biden's FBI goes to the MAGA guy videoing it all and shoves a woman with him to the ground and sprays them with bear spray, then throws the MAGA guy to the ground as MAGA guy was trying to help the woman off the ground. Then Biden's FBI beats MAGA guy on the ground, disarms MAGA guy, and then shoots him dead. What would have been our reaction? Both sides need to take off their political blinders. You are all being incited into civil war, yet none of it solves any of the real problems that we all face. And tragically, people are dying. Don't waste your breath, Marjorie Taylor Greene. These sorts of arguments don't work on these people because they're fundamentally incapable of doing the thing where you put the shoe on the other foot. They're fundamentally incapable of, like, trying to apply the golden rule or, like, reverse the situation, right? They don't know how to do that. They have, like, a mental block where they're incapable of doing that. And so by you changing the scenario, what they say is, but yeah, I would be against murdering the MAGA guy, but I'm in favor of murdering the Democrat. That, like, literally, that's how they think. Wait, if it's a Democrat and they get murdered by ICE Gestapo thugs, I support it because I don't like Democrats. But if it's a MAGA guy that's murdered by a Democratic ICE agent, well, then I'm against it because I like MAGA and I don't like Democratic presidents. Like, that's how they think. They're actually that stupid. They're actually that dumb. They don't bother to try to have any sort of consistent standards, consistent logic, this idea of like, hey, we should have equal protection under the law should apply to everybody. No, you have J.D. Vance, who has a fucking law degree. This motherfucker was out there after Renee Nicole Good got murdered and said, they have absolute immunity. The ICE.
Yeah. And as a lawyer, J.D. Vance knows that absolute immunity is not a thing that exists under the U.S. Constitution. That's king shit, right? Like, the king can do no wrong. The king can traipse around the kingdom murdering, raping, and pillaging whomever and whenever, with absolute immunity as he has divine right to do so, given to him by God. That's king shit, is what that is, right? And it's weird that anybody would be into that. If you like, anybody, especially considering the people on the right are the ones who've claimed to be great patriots for so long, to love this country. I bleed red, white, and blue. Those same people are like, actually, monarchy. King George was actually right. That revolution was dumb. Fuck yeah! But that's because a lot of these supposed freedom lovers are just a bunch of white supremacist, anti-American freedom haters, as it turns out.
U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, or ICE, the agency that's been at the heart of Donald Trump's deportation plan, well, they've been on a hiring spree. Like, check out this TV ad they've been running.
Join the mission to protect America with bonuses up to $50,000 and generous benefits. Apply now.
But online, the recruitment campaign uses different language that's familiar to far-right extremists, raising the question, who exactly is ICE trying to recruit? Last summer, the agency was given $8 billion to turbocharge recruitment. The hiring campaign included social media outreach, which caught the attention of experts who study the far right.
I would describe it as oddly very familiar as someone who has been looking at the white nationalist and neo-Nazi movement for nearly a decade now. And it's disturbing to see that coming from a government agency.
In August, ICE posted this image on Instagram and X. Note the tagline, "Which way, American man?" It's a meme often used by right-wing influencers, and which refers to this book, a 700-page anti-Semitic rant popular with neo-Nazis. Another post, this one from October, has the tagline, "America for Americans," a xenophobic slogan used repeatedly by the Ku Klux Klan. Experts don't think these references are a coincidence, because it keeps happening. Hannah Gase has spent years researching right-wing extremism online. She walked us through the coded language she's been seeing in the ICE recruitment posts, like this one, that uses imagery from the video game Halo.
So anti-immigrant groups have described immigrants coming into this country, particularly non-white immigrants, routinely as a flood.
Or this one, posted just after the killing of Renee Good in Minneapolis.
What are we looking at?
So this phrase, "we'll have our home again," right here. That is a lyric from a song released in 2020 by a white nationalist group called the Pine Tree Riots, affiliated with a white nationalist organization in the United States called the Manor Bund. Some organizations like the Proud Boys kind of took up the song as their own. They started singing it at rallies.
And the Proud Boys, a far-right group that's listed as a terrorist entity in Canada, have taken notice. On the messaging app Telegram, one chapter reposted that ad next to a picture of a literal dog whistle, adding the line, "Message received." It's one of several posts from affiliated accounts encouraging members to apply. ICE says it received more than 220,000 applications in its recruitment drive last year. And some are wondering how many of those applicants were responding to the controversial social media posts.
It's
unprecedented for a government account.
You know, I would just like to point something out here real quick. And, you know, the use of Uncle Sam in this way, right? It suggests somehow that you're fighting a war on American soil, right? Because historically, Uncle Sam has been used for military recruitment. Instead, you're going to be deploying right to your own streets, or streets of a bunch of blue cities across America.
Government account that would normally focus on, pretty bland messaging and policy descriptions to be regurgitating white supremacist propaganda.
Heidi Barrick is the co-founder of the Global Project Against Hate and Extremism.
The most dangerous part about it is that this probably is attracting white supremacists and other racial extremists to perhaps join the ranks of ICE. And that is a very toxic, very dangerous situation if it's happening.
ICE has been rushing its new recruits into service, reportedly cutting training time in half. But Barrick says the danger of recruiting with extremist language goes beyond who might get hired.
It's the normalization that I find the most frightening. I thought we had all, not just in the United States, but generally come to the position that white supremacy is a dangerous ideology, that neo-Nazism or the Nazi regime are dangerous and shouldn't be part of mainstream society, polite society, period. But apparently not. The Trump administration doesn't seem to think that. So when the most powerful government maybe in the world is mainstreaming white supremacy, we should all be very, very concerned.
Social media outreach is only one part of the ICE recruitment strategy. The agency is spending millions, according to the Washington Post, on geotagging technology to target ads at specific demographic groups, like people who attend UFC fights or gun shows. ICE also rolled out TV ads aimed at police officers in sanctuary cities, where illegal immigrants can still receive public services.
In sanctuary cities, you're ordered to stand down while dangerous illegals walk free. Join ICE and help us catch the worst of the worst.
David, who do you think ICE is trying to attract with its recruitment strategy? David LePan is a former spokesperson for the Department of Homeland Security, which is responsible for ICE.
It sends a very clear message about who they're trying to attract. And I said, it's people that want to get involved in getting rid of people that have been determined to, or been called enemies, foreigners that are somehow ruining our country.
Fuck this guy and fuck DHS. Dismantle that entire fucking agency. I don't give a fuck what this guy has to say. Go fuck yourself. DHS is nothing but a creation of the Bush administration. It's an edifice of the war on terror, right? And it's now running a whole bunch of shit internally inside of our country. It's been used to run roughshod over all of our rights. It's why things like PRISM and all these other sorts of surveillance apparatuses inside of the United States that circumvent Fourth Amendment constitutional law, mass surveilling the entire country. It's why ICE exists. All these things exist only because of the Patriot Act. And we should just get rid of all of it. None of it's helping us. Just a waste of money. Just a waste of fucking money. Why you don't have health care.
As outrage grows across the United States over the Trump administration's deadly immigration crackdown in Minnesota, we begin today's show looking at the recruiting practices of ICE, that's Immigration and Customs Enforcement. The Washington Post recently reported on an internal strategy document shared among immigration officials that details plans to spend $100 million over a one-year period to recruit gun rights supporters and military enthusiasts through online influencers and geo-targeted ads. The article in the Post is headlined, ICE Plans $100 million Wartime Recruitment Push Targeting Gun Shows Military Fans for Hires. We're joined now from Tampa, Florida, by one of the reporters who broke the story. Drew Harwell is a technology reporter with the Washington Post. Drew, welcome to Democracy Now! Explain exactly what you found, who exactly is being targeted with this massive influx of money.
Yeah, thank you, Amy. This is called a surge hiring marketing strategy document. It goes into extraordinary detail into the methods they want to use to reach more than 14,000 new employees for ICE to basically double the deportation strike force that they have on the street. How they want to reach those people is through social media marketing, real world marketing, right? Billboards and bus stops, kind of the classic traditional styles of advertising, but also through these unusually precise techniques that would include geo-targeting. So they would basically create a fence around gun shows, UFC fights, NASCAR races, military bases, to really try to identify who are these people who would be interested in becoming new soldiers for their fight against immigration.
If you can talk about the language and imagery of these recruitment ads, most of them seem to rely on, to say the least, jingoistic and xenophobic wartime rhetoric and symbolism, where joining ICE is seen as performing a, quote, sacred duty of, quote, defending the homeland and expelling foreign invaders because America needs you. And then there's the overt references to white supremacist messaging less than 2 days after ICE agent Jonathan Ross fatally shot Renee Good in Minneapolis. Multiple social media accounts run by the Department of Homeland Security posted a recruitment ad for ICE captioned, "We'll have our home again," with the image of a man in a cowboy hat riding a horse in a snowy field. The caption referencing the title of a white nationalist song that's popular in neo-Nazi circles. Last year, an ICE recruitment post on Homeland Security's X account showed an image of Uncle Sam at a crossroads with signs pointing to cultural decline, homeland, and invasion. The post was captioned, "Which way, American man?" which echoes the title of a white supremacist neo-Nazi book, Which Way, Western Man, more recently adopted as a popular far-right meme. Can you talk more about these white supremacist messaging in government posts?
Yeah, if there was one slogan that seemed to have some connection to neo-Nazi spaces, it might be a coincidence. But we've seen a pattern of these kinds of songs that were popular among these very far-right circles, messages, even kind of visual styles that you would see in memes that once were kind of 4chan, far-right extremist memes. They're now being trafficked by the government. And so the DHS has defended themselves as saying, you guys are grasping at straws. This is all a coincidence. But I think, there's a pattern there that people are really seeing. And, the broader message and all their advertising is, as you said, they are characterizing this as a war against foreign invaders. They are not subtle about it, right? They're really using militaristic language to frame this as a battle of good versus evil. White, classic, traditional Americans defending the homeland against foreign invaders. And so you've seen in their marketing, it really is, you have a lot of kind of army style messaging where it's big guys with guns on the border, repelling the hordes. Or you have this more classical Americana, almost wartime propaganda from World War I style of advertising, where, you know, it's these kind of classic white Americans who are defending the West, moving out into the frontier, kind of fighting the horde. So this style of marketing is very new, even for ICE. You know, ICE has not really gone to this level of aggressive, you know, jingoistic messaging, but and they're spending a lot of money on it. So you're just seeing it everywhere on social media.
Yeah. And we need investigations into every single ICE agent. The hiring practices that ICE has been, I mean, governmental investigations. At whatever time sensible people are in charge of the investigative apparatus of this country, every single one of these motherfuckers needs to be investigated. And honestly, it's gonna... Fact is, while I am calling for investigations over here, the Trump administration has made it already, to some degree, near impossible for those investigations to yield justice. They have obfuscated the identities. They have encouraged this lawless police force that they've sent into the streets of places like Minneapolis to obfuscate their identities while conducting supposed law enforcement operations. And then, on top of that, have completely done the opposite of what any sensible administration, every single agency has come out, every single fucking spokesperson has come out and said things that have made investigating and trying these fucking people so just worlds harder. Whether it's putting Jonathan Ross on fucking, like, witness protection. I mean, we still don't know the identities of the two who murdered Alex Pretti. And I think it's fairly certain that you've got a whole bunch of white nationalist militia members like the Proud Boys, whomever else, 3%ers, these sorts of people. All throughout ICE and CBP. But those checks are going somewhere. Meanwhile, people are continuing to stand up for the rights of their fellow citizenry and against ICE.
Here's Don Lemon interviewing a man, we just know him as Jack, on the ground out in front of an ICE facility.
What's your name? My name's Jack. We're just trying to help pick up some released detainees. You know, they're left out in the cold, and get them some supplies, get them home, whatever they need. So. Cool, thank you. It was nice to meet you, Doc. Do they come out here? Yeah. When they release them? Yeah, we got, you know, a whole little system. We're kind of got whatever you call these. Do you know when they're going to let them out? We don't know when. Yeah. And they just they just walk out? They just drop them out. I'm looking for somebody with a jail bag, and then we go and help out. Do they even have the like? It's freezing today. What I'm told is they've been taken. No, they don't have the right clothes. So in some ways, ICE should be thanking us, because that's like another type of murder. You know, throw them out in this weather, you don't last very long. So, but basically, I'm told they've been taking IDs if they're brown, and then also phones, no matter what. So we try to get them burner phones, things like that, get them a ride, whatever they need. So what do you think of these tactics? it doesn't feel right, man. I don't. How do you? I don't even want to entertain an argument. You know, it's just like you think about these kind of two-way fetish people. Here's your moment. This isn't small government. I know that. So it's just hard to stomach. That's all.
Thank you for the work you're doing. How many people have you helped so far?
So this is my first day. I just started a new job. I get 2 days off a week, 2:30 to 11 p.m. So when I'm off, I'm going to be here. I just learned of this group that's kind of doing some meaningful stuff and do my part a little bit. You know.
Why get involved?
It's a beautiful city. It's a beautiful country in a lot of ways, and I just don't see us staying that way unless people stand up.
Yeah, it's a cold day. You could be on your couch watching a football game, your feet up.
That's exactly what I'd be doing, to be honest. But it's who else is going to do it? At this point, it's not the police. We need the people.
What's your name again?
Jack.
Jack.
Yes.
Come here, brother.
Yes.
Yeah, but this is the direction that we're headed in right now. Since the police are not taking action, they are eroding trust in the law actively, and in the police. That they supposedly, I thought the right wings, the right wingies peoples, that they loved the police. What happened to all that? Because ICE is making their jobs more difficult and making people not trust them. So if you love the police so much, maybe you should get rid of ICE. You don't have to pick. You're gonna have to pick. You can't have both. It's both or it's one or neither. Okay, that's where it's at right now. Because we're heading towards neither, faster and faster. Like honestly, like this is a constitutional crisis right now. I was saying this earlier to somebody. I was talking about that. It's a constitutional crisis, right? People are losing faith in the police because they're not upholding the laws in their fucking cities. They're a block away, not arresting guys for murder. And if the police don't uphold the law, who is to uphold the law? Who's left? That's the question. And the person I was talking to about this brought up, well, what can a state police officer arrest a federal agent? I mean, the state law is supposed to exist. It's supposed to exist. But since they're not upholding state law, and they're not arresting anybody, and these guys are just roaming free, it certainly, I mean, prove to me that it does. Prove to me that state law does exist by actually doing something about it. That's essentially where things are heading right now. Is that I feel like people like me, I'm like begging for proof that these things actually exist. Like, just show me a real world example of these things existing, and I'll shut up. But it's at this point, federal law doesn't exist so far as it only exists by decree by the president. Congress is just letting him do whatever the fuck he wants. The states are letting him do whatever the fuck he wants. It's a dictatorship. There's just not another word for it at this point. If there's no state laws and no one's going to enforce them, and the federal government is not following its own laws and is just sort of acting off of gut, like, we'll do this today. What is left?
That's what people need to do, man. You're amazing. That's what people do. Oh, this really upsets you. Why?
It's you don't want people to die. You don't want. That's a tough one for me. But it just seems so clear. It's not right. It used to be like, oh, you're going too far with these Nazi references. Now it's like, how do you not make those comparisons? You know, I don't know. I used to try to stay away from that. It escalates things, but it's just a trip looking out here. I don't know how to to take it in, you know, stomach it, the whole deal. So.
Well, you're doing, but you have to be willing to sacrifice something, and you are.
Yes,
so
and your reporting has a lot of meaning too.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you, Don.
Impressive.
Yeah, I mean, those Nazi references aren't, obviously, they're becoming more and more, I think, easier for people to accurately describe ICE as a Gestapo, draw those comparisons.
Also, don't orientalize it. The Klan, the Japanese internment, this is America.
100%. And I mean, slave catchers, they've also been described to, but can we just put this up for a sec? Because this is the reason that I'm not, the reason you say Nazis is because look at how both.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, the aesthetic, sure. He's leaning into the aesthetic of it. But, you know, I wouldn't care if Greg Bovino did all this wearing a fucking tutu. Honestly, at this point, I could give a fuck what these guys are wearing. Aside from, removing the face masks and actually wearing real badges that would identify who is doing what out there to even just the smallest degree. They could wear Big Bird costumes and Cookie Monster. I don't care. I mean, the copyright, sure, that'd probably be a problem. But I mean, just generally speaking, like at this point, like this is the least of my objections to what's going on right now. I'm afraid it's gone much further than that in my mind. They should be in a uniform. Yeah, no, I agree. I guess my point is that, like, the aesthetic of it is really not all that important. I mean, what we need is to be able to identify these motherfuckers.
Federal immigration officers fatally shot a man Saturday in Minneapolis. He was an ICU nurse who worked at a local Veteran Affairs hospital, another controversial killing by U.S. immigration agents, and the second U.S. citizen killed this month. CNN analyzed cell phone footage from multiple angles. Taken together, they appear at odds with the Department of Homeland Security's initial claims about the lead-up to officers firing on Alex Pretti. Around 9 a.m. Central, video captures two people approaching a federal immigration officer in front of an unidentified vehicle. The sound of whistles is blaring in the background. Alex Pretti enters the frame here. He's filming an officer interacting with protesters and waving a car through. 15 seconds later, Pretti yells, "Do not push them into the traffic." In their statement, DHS said that an individual approached officers with, quote, a 9mm semi-automatic handgun. This video seems to show officers approaching Pretti instead of the other way around. We'll see later that Pretti does appear to have had a gun in his waistband, but this video shows he didn't have a gun in his hand, only a phone. Video from this white car shows an up-close angle of a federal immigration officer pushing one protester. Then, 3 seconds later, he pushes Pretti, and then as the camera comes into focus, you see the same federal officer push a third protester with the orange backpack. Pretti raises his hand and turns away, just as the officer sprays him with a chemical irritant. You see Pretti and the other protester trying to help the person with the orange backpack. You can see here an officer pulling Pretti off of this person. 3 more officers join, and then 2 more. Pretti is on the ground under them. One officer in a tan beanie can be seen repeatedly striking Pretti's head with a metal can. You can see an officer in a gray jacket walk into the frame. There isn't a gun in his hand. Seconds later, officers shout. The officer removes a gun from Pretti's belt. The officer steps away from the scene carrying a firearm, seen here in his right hand. Then, gunfire. At least 10 shots ring out. We looked back at the scene from different angles and slowed down the footage. This officer, wearing a black beanie, can be seen drawing his firearm and pointing it in Pretti's direction. We can't see his gun when the first shot is fired, but we can see that this officer fired the second shot. In this angle, you see a second officer also had his gun drawn, and here, he's pointing his weapon at Pretti as we hear gunshots, though it isn't clear if he's the one firing.
What the f***? Did they f***ing kill that guy?
Pretti collapses onto the ground as the officers scatter backwards from around him. The same agent in the black beanie from earlier can be seen firing 5 final shots as Pretti lies there, motionless. Nobody approached his body for 24 seconds. When officers do return to Pretti, they appear to begin searching his body. Video shows that about
Yeah, and just to point out, in case anybody is unaware of this, searching someone's body, not the same thing as applying medical or giving medical attention. These guys are just they're basically a bunch of thugs just rifling through their victims' pockets. Hey, he's got any money in here?
a minute after Pretti collapsed, immigration officers asked for medical support. When CNN asked DHS about the officer removing the gun before the shooting, DHS repeated their earlier statement, quote, "Officers attempted to disarm the suspect, but the armed suspect violently resisted."
Joining me now is Juliet Kayyem, CNN national security analyst and former assistant secretary at DHS. Thank you for being with me, Juliet. And I want to play for you Greg Bovino, the border patrol.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck what this Zionist bitch has to fucking say right now. I hate this chick. I have no idea where she came from. The first time I ever saw her was on the day that there was that attack by the Iranian immigrant in, was it Colorado? She came out to blame like the existence of like Palestinian like pro-Palestinian like protesters and things like that, and that like that's why these things are happening. Like, she can go fuck herself. I don't know what she's an expert in exactly, but I don't need anything from her, as it turns out. Let's go here. Talk about one of the individuals who captured this horrifying moment on video. CBS Minnesota.
This is a live look at a growing vigil tonight in Minneapolis for Alex Pretti, the man shot and killed Saturday morning by Border Patrol. As a sea of candles and flowers fill the spot where he took his last breath, community members are protesting his death. Thanks for joining us tonight.
With emotions high, many questions unanswered, we are learning the latest in the wake of this weekend's events. So far, the National Guard was called into the scene of the shooting overnight and then pulled back as things remain peaceful. The BCA is conducting their own investigation into the shooting after being kept from the scene yesterday. Attorney General Pam Bondi pressed state officials for data and to scrap so-called sanctuary policies to end the federal surge. And a federal judge barred the Department of Homeland Security from destroying any evidence from the shooting.
We're bringing you team coverage tonight from our reporters all across the metro, but we want to begin with new details about what happened after the shooting of Alex Pretti, specifically to the crowd who was there and witnessed what happened.
Our Jonah Kaplan is live tonight, and Jonah, we're learning of several arrests.
Yeah, Erin and Derek, we know from new affidavits filed in federal court that people who were there witnessing the shooting were then arrested and detained immediately after that shooting. And we spoke with one of the witnesses who was detained, and he said to us that he heard agents talk about several USCs, United States citizens, in custody.
These guys, this right here, this whole thing, and I watched the agent shoot him.
This man, who asked us to call him Javier for safety reasons, lives a few blocks from where federal agents shot and killed Alex Pretti.
What the f*** did you just do?
He said he ran to the area after neighbors alerted him to an ongoing raid. It's now been, more than a day, 36 hours.
Yeah.
What are the sights, what are the sounds that you still can't get out of your mind?
The whistles, me screaming in Spanish, where are you? When I got there, I was screaming. I forgot about that.
Who were you screaming for?
The immigrant.
He didn't know who ICE was after, but according to Javier, the who doesn't matter.
I mean, look, bro, I'm a child of immigrants, bro. You know what I'm saying?
What if it was someone with a criminal record?
It doesn't matter, bro. It doesn't matter to me. These people, they're trying to come here and better their life.
What a dumb fucking question. What if it was somebody with a criminal record? Does this guy really, does this fucking idiot over here, this numbskull at WCCO, actually believe that's how we should do the law? If you're a criminal, better not leave your home. If you've ever committed a crime. If you've ever committed a crime, you've done your time, you're back in society, trying to live your life and better yourself. Better not go outside, according to WCCO, because apparently that's justification for getting shot. Think about that for a second. Think about that for a second. Like, if you've ever committed a crime of any kind, and let's not forget, immigration counts as a civil crime. It's like a traffic ticket. So, like, does that all? I mean, like, what if, like, in what situation, like, if you've committed a crime, you get gunned down, says WCCO. This guy. Incredible.
It doesn't matter, bro. It doesn't matter to me. These people, they're trying.
Saying bitch is misogynistic? I say bitch a lot. I feel like, how have you not noticed that? I call a lot of people bitch. It's not out of hate for women. It's out of hate for specific women. Chrissy Nome comes to mind. Caroline Levitt.
A fucking bitch.
I'm here in bed.
In fact, not just a fucking bitch.
bitch.
Their lives.
Yeah.
They were probably forced to do up shit. You understand me?
After the shooting, Javier said agents then came after him.
They're like, get the over here. Get the over here. Like, and I was like, get the off me. I'm not even doing anything. There's not even no crime. I'm a bystander.
Did they tell you why you were being arrested?
For inciting a riot, impeding, and then for assaults on federal agent, and then death threats.
Did you make a death threat?
No, I just said, how would you like if somebody killed you like that? That's up. Why did you do that to him?
You just watched someone be shot and killed by federal agents.
Yeah.
Why not then follow their orders?
Because at that point in time, it's not about me, it's about the cause. My brother in arms just died. Whether I know him or not, he died for the cause.
What is the cause?
Our people being protected. Okay, it's about these people coming here to better their lives.
Ice out!
What's it like inside Whipple? Paint the picture for us.
Cold. Like institutional, like a prison, bro.
How do you find a personal sense of security?
By not being scared of them, bro. I'm not gonna be intimidated by them. My father always told me, never be scared of a person that bleeds as much as you do.
Great patriot. Great patriot, that guy. Someone seems very upset over my use of the word bitch. Fact is I'm equal opportunity. We call a lot of people names around here, and it's probably not gonna stop all of a sudden. I'm not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. Men, women, everybody's getting the heat. I don't care. And just to be clear, if it's not, I feel like I make it perfectly evident. It has nothing to do with people being a man or a woman that I am coming after them, right? Like, I call people names because I think they're shitty. Because I think they're shitty people. And I don't think they give anybody else any more respect than I'm giving them. You know, like seriously, and I'm sick of civility politics in general. Like, it's tiresome. We're living under fascism right now. I don't got time for that. Not gonna lie. I don't got time for civility like bitches right here like this. Christy Gnome. Murderer of puppies. R.I.P.
An
Cricket.
individual approached U.S. Border Patrol officers with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun. The officers attempted to disarm this individual, but the armed suspect reacted violently. Fearing for his life and for the lives of his fellow officers around him, an agent fired defensive shots. Medics were on the scene immediately and attempted to deliver medical aid to the subject, but he was pronounced dead at the scene. Crowd control measures were deployed to bring safety to the public and to law enforcement at the scene. And once again, I want to remind everybody that this situation and this tragedy did not have to happen. This individual showed up to impede a law enforcement operation and assaulted our officers. They responded according to their training and took action to defend the officer's life and those of the public around him. And I don't know of any peaceful protester that shows up with a gun and ammunition rather than a sign.
Oh, God, yeah. Wow. Christy Gnome coming out here to tell everybody, actually, this guy was an armed insurrectionist. He showed up with a gun, a legally acquired and carried gun. Yeah, it's fascinating. It's like the Second Amendment doesn't matter to them all of a sudden. It's very strange.
Pretty one.
It's very, very strange. Oh, Megastar gifting subs over on Twitch. Much appreciated. Yeah, it's very interesting. The lines that have been coming out of this administration in the wake of this murder. Christy Gnome suggesting that the Second Amendment is actually grounds for the police to murder you, or for ICE to murder you, whoever, I guess. And this guy, Todd Blanche, Donald Trump's lawyer, now Deputy AG of the United States.
And joining me now is Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche. Mr. Blanche, welcome back to Meet the Press.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for being here. I do want to start by watching one of those videos of the shooting. And again, I do want to warn our viewers, this is disturbing. Take a look.
Honestly.
To get criminals off the yesterday morning. see protesting happening, and this narrative that what was happening on that yesterday morning, what was protesting interrupted by ICE, is not what we see. I also do not see a single state and local law enforcement officer there to help, and that should be the narrative that we're talking about. Is that what we have is ICE doing isolated operations to get criminals off the street with zero cooperation from the governor, from leadership in Congress, or from the mayor. And so,
okay, for so like the next 10 or so minutes, Todd Blanche stays on this narrative, and he harps on it over and over and over again. That actually, the reason Alex Pretti is dead, according to Todd Blanche, is because local law enforcement is not doing the job of ICE. The local law enforcement isn't using taxpayer dollars to do ICE's job for them. And that they're not doing a good enough job of doing ICE's job for them. And that's the reason why Alex Pretti is dead. Which I found to be an incredible statement for so many reasons. Once again, because they're throwing the cops under the bus. And I'm just wondering when the police are going to be like, that's like kind of fucked. I know so many of them are MAGA, but I mean, you're getting thrown under the bus. I would like to point this out to you. If you're a police officer, you're getting thrown under the bus right now by the Trump administration. They're saying you're not doing ICE's job, and therefore it's your fault that this guy's dead. Think about that. Just think about that for a little bit. Come back to me.
One city, and that's Minneapolis.
But Mr.
It's
Blanche,
not a reflection of ICE, that's a reflection of that city.
You're saying he wasn't protesting peacefully, and yet the video before shows him holding up a cell phone, directing traffic. The video after shows him being pummeled by these law enforcement. Everyone has now seen this video across the country with this man holding up a cell phone. And part of the outrage that people are expressing is that they feel as though the federal government is asking them to believe something that they don't see with their own two eyes. Is that what the administration is asking of the American people, to believe that he was violent, when the video, based on what everyone has seen so far, does not show that?
Well, first of all, I did not say he was violent. I said he was not protesting peacefully. And you just described what every American has seen, which is
I love that. I love that. I didn't say he was violent, says Todd Blanche. I said that he was not peaceful. You see how that works? It's different. It's the same, but it's different. Okay? One is just a simple statement. The other one, it's tricky because it's like, he's not peaceful, otherwise violent, but it's two words. Saying the same, we could say it with one word. Instead, Todd's like, no, Kirsten, I said it with two words. I said two words. It was not peaceful, which is very different from violent, of course. Now, I'm not sure I could quantify the difference between not peaceful and violent. And I honestly wish that she had sort of delved into this a little bit because, words have meaning and she's a journalist, supposedly. But it's just like, that woman broke me. I was like, Todd, what are you talking about? Violent? Not violent, but not... He's not violent, but he's also not peaceful. It's confusing on its face because the words have meanings and they're just sort of flying in the face of one another within this sort of word soup that he's spitting out at us. It's all very strange, if you ask me. It's very strange. I'm sure Todd is aware of that. He's a lawyer, supposedly. Pitchforks, thank you for the gifted memberships over on YouTube. Can anybody explain to me what the difference between violent and not peaceful is? Or what would be in between not peaceful and not violent? Because he's not violent, according to Todd Blanche, but he's also not peaceful. So there's something in between not violent and not peaceful. I just don't know what word that is. I'm struggling to come up with a word for that, whatever that is. I'm struggling. Maybe I'm just dumb. I'm just a big dummy. I don't know. Belligerent and or rowdy. Interesting. I feel like you could be both rowdy and peaceful. Technically. I mean, it depends on what are we talking about here? Are we talking about like physical violence, or are we just talking about just general violence? Because you could like move your body around violently without actually causing violence against someone, right? Like you could be rowdy and rambunctious without actually causing physical harm to someone else. All right, let's talk about journalism real quick. Yeah. Journalism under the fascist state. Start here, CARE 11.
Out there today, we've had several of our reporters that have been in the middle of it, including our own Jana Shortle, who was out there this morning right after it happened. You ran over there very quickly. She's joining us now in studio, actually. And it was quite the scene. You were pepper sprayed. It was volatile at the time. Explain to us what happened.
Yeah, Renee, that was just the beginning. I just came from there. And so if my face is red, that's certainly why. Once that chemical gets on your face and your clothes, it's hard to get it off. But yes, there was just kind of what people would expect, that normal back and forth exchange with just, I would say, 75 to 100 protesters at the time. And I don't even know if I would say protest, just people that were in the community that kind of ran out to the scene. And you could kind of tell and feel this tension. And an example I want to share is that it isn't all one thing. Like, not every protester there was escalating the tensions. And the same can be said for the federal agents that I interacted with. And I can speak from my own experience of being sprayed with a chemical irritant. I was behind the press line, and all of a sudden, a couple of Border Patrol agents decided to move the press line, but nobody really knew why or the crime tape. And so they started to just aggressively say, move back, but nobody knew what was happening. And this is all happening on 4 different sides of the street at the same time. And so we start to move back, but we're like, what are we moving back from? And I'm moving back, walking backwards on the pavement in my boots, and apparently was not fast enough. And so an agent, probably twice my size, pushed me pretty hard. And I said, don't push me on press. I was wearing my press credential, and he did it again, and I said, do not push me on press. I raised my voice, and I'm like, look what's happening. I'm backing up. I'm doing what you say. And at that time, the irritant went almost directly into my left eye. I didn't see where it came from. But it is this chaotic place of like, wait, all the rules are changing. Like, why are we moving backwards? Where are we going? What's happening? I don't know what's going on. There is no control on this scene to know exactly what was happening. I don't even think the protesters knew why they were there, because there was just such a large occupation, and I didn't see any police at that point.
Not gonna lie, I found this to be a very frustrating piece for so many reasons. It's like, on numerous occasions, she like almost gets to like what do you want to call it? Like a state of like understanding of what the fuck we're all living through right now. And then she just like violently just sort of departs from that, like to do these like weird, like like protester blaming like segments and like ice glazing, like it's weird. It's weird. It's like the agents are like they're like totally like one side the agents are great. They're just like, you know, they're just doing their jobs and then they're like causing chaos and it's like so confusing. I don't know what to do. And like the protesters, they don't even know why they're here. It's like, yeah, they do. Are you shitting me? Of course they know why they're there. Like, what the fuck? Like, and by the end of this, hold on, I'm not gonna skip ahead. Honestly, at some point, if I recall correctly, this thing actually like
throughout the morning, state patrol started to show up and create a more established perimeter. But that's when all of these chemical irritants, flashbangs, pepper balls were being like shot in the air. You probably saw one time we were on the air and it kind of hit us at the same time. Normally in situations, you and I, all of us have been doing this probably collectively for 100 years, for as long as we've been in journalism. Normally there's, you know, loudspeakers like, please disperse, we're gonna, and that wasn't happening this time. It seemed like everything was just happening like on a reactionary basis, and that is what concerns me. And what I would say to Police Chief Brian O'Hara's statement of please go home, I think somebody should be down there telling people that. The people that need to be told to please go home and please calm down are on that scene. Right. And someone, I don't know who it is, but somebody that has some calm in their voice, whether it be a leader in a protest movement, someone has to take control of the situation.
Let's remember, this is literally... This was like, this piece was literally from the day that Alex Pretti was dead. And she's like, everybody's just got to go home. Everybody settle the fuck down and go home. And I'm like, dude, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, what, seriously, what are you talking about right now? People are like flipping out. They know why they're there. People in Minnesota, in Minneapolis, have like an entire system set up like for activists like to get like messages up to date on what the fuck is happening. And she's acting like they're a bunch of like stupid idiots, like they don't know why they're there. They're all a bunch of dum-dums who don't know why they're there. Dun, 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 dun. We just need somebody smart to come out and tell the dum-dums, oh, you dum-dums need to go home right now. It's like incredibly like, so she's like chastising people, and it's just like, it pissed me off. Honestly, I can't listen to this whole thing. Yeah, I wanted to, because like at some parts in this, she actually makes like clear what it is these agents are doing, which is causing chaos. But then she just plays it like right like into their hands, like starts like blaming the victims, like the people of Minneapolis, for protesting. And it's like, dude, wake up. Wake up over there at Care 11. I don't know what's wrong. I don't know what's going on with you, but you need to wake up. Do not blame the people. We are in a moment where you need to stop blaming the people. The people are not the problem. The people are the ones getting gunned down in the streets. And they have every right to, and in fact, some say the obligation to speak up. Freedom is not free.
People outside of here need to pay attention because it's coming to a city near you. It heard that there would be a veteran-led protest across the street from the Whipple Federal Building. At some point, a bunch of agents lined up in sort of like a military formation. I was across the street into an entranceway of a parking lot taking photos, and I was tackled by 2 or 3 agents in green to the ground, face down. They started screaming at me, "We got you because we saw you bear spraying your people." And I said, "No, you didn't." They're screaming at me to put my hands behind my back. They set up a tear gas canister very close to me. I could literally barely breathe. Honestly, I didn't know what was going to happen to me. If I pass out and they bring me into that building, how long would I be in there for? Would I ever see my cameras again? And so I decided to throw them. And then I yelled my name out. and I yelled, "I can't breathe," so someone could grab it and save the images, because I felt like what I had photographed there should be seen.
We kind of locked eyes, John and I, and he tossed his camera to me. You know, press supposed to stay neutral, but in that half a second or two, I just thought, I'm going to grab this and then do my best to get some images that covered it. There was an image of an ICE agent trying to grab John's phone out of his hand.
Somewhere about that time, a hand came around and inches away from my eye, sprayed it with bear spray. I literally couldn't see anything. My eyes were just in so much pain. Then they picked me up, handcuffed me, walked me into the building. Once they finally released me, I waited until I got my camera before I was comfortable going to the hospital, because I didn't know who had it. I had multiple wounds on my leg from pepper bullets, chemical burns in my eye. I didn't look at any photos again for several days, actually. I was pretty amazed to see how aggressive some of the photos look. I think it's unlike anything I've seen here before. It's a different type of aggression somehow against people who are using their right to speak. It appears like they can do what they want and there's no repercussion.
Naively, we don't think it should be happening here. You know, it has been and it is, and it seems to be getting to a boiling point.
Just got an alert right now from a rapid response network that maybe there's something nearby. Lots of people are having much worse experiences with the agents than I am, like their dad being torn out of their arms and dragged away, or little kids that are being grabbed. That photo really isn't about me. It's about freedom of the press, for one, people's freedom themselves. How do you fight back against this? It deserves to be seen what's going on around here.
Yeah, and it's like, it's images like this, you know, that like is what I need. Like, I need the press to wake up. Like, this is foreign press. This is The Guardian, right? Doing this story. Meanwhile, you got Carol Evan telling protesters to go back. Look, this is what we're living under. This is the fascist state. Okay, I'm not just using fascism like lightly here. This is actual fascism that we're watching right now. It's on American soil. I know it sounds crazy to everybody, but that's where we're at. We've got the country is covered in internment camps. We have a secret police force running around unaccountable, running roughshod over our rights. Literally trampling on journalists. This guy's getting choked out on the fucking ground right now. Press is getting choked out on the ground right now. And the problem, according to that last woman, is the protesters protesting. It's insane. It's utterly insane. People need to wake up, or it's too late. Federal government doesn't think the Constitution is important. Meanwhile, they're making lists. They're making lists and they're putting you on them.
You might have seen that recently ICE has been freaking out about people filming them. There was this viral video earlier this week of this woman who basically tried to film an ICE agent and was quickly told that we have a nice little database and now you're considered a domestic terrorist. Essentially, all this woman was doing was filming ICE, which is completely legal. And yet they're harassing everybody that tries to film them. So the Department of Homeland Security has ordered immigration officers to gather identifying information about anyone filming them and to send that information to Intel that will do a workup on them, a federal law enforcement official told Ken Klippenstein. Basically, A workup means trying to identify them through social media, running their license plates, running a criminal history check, etc. This directive is part of a sweeping nationwide effort by U.S. immigration to identify anyone trying to film ICE's conduct. This is not just ICE, but any other Department of Homeland Security agencies like Border Patrol as well. The ultimate goal is to create a list of anti-ICE protesters, which the Trump administration believes are part of an organized network of domestic terrorists.
Remember, people, beware of LRADs. There's ways to protect yourselves against LRADs. In fact, there's ways to redirect LRADs. You may not know this. But if you have a slightly concave, flat, reflective surface, like a piece of plexiglass, perhaps, plastic, you can redirect an LRAD at whomever you want, but most easily at the person right behind it.
So one ICE agent in Maine publicly hinted at the effort in an exchange on Friday that was captured on video. I'm going to see if I can play this video.
It's not illegal to record.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what we're doing.
Yeah, why are you taking my information down?
Because we have a nice little database.
Oh, good.
And now you're considered a domestic terrorist. So
We're videotaping you? Are you crazy?
I just want to watch that one more time. Listen again to how smug this ICE agent is.
It's not illegal to record.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what we're doing.
Yeah, why are you taking my information down?
Because we have a nice little database.
Oh, good.
And now you're considered a domestic terrorist. So
We're videotaping you? Are you crazy?
So first of all, I think it's so crazy because these men are allowed to wear these neck gaiters that continually obscure their identities. They're allowed to remain anonymous while people filming them are not allowed to remain anonymous and are, surveilled and scanned and put into these facial recognition databases. This is yet another reason that people should be wearing, this guy's wearing face covering, not a mask, but wear sunglasses. Sunglasses are actually better than masks at hiding your identity. Wear masks. Be careful when you're doing this type of stuff because you don't want to get surveilled. But it's so scary to think that essentially there is this aggressive crackdown. And if you notice in the beginning of that video, he's like, they're talking about like filming, and he says that's exactly what we're doing, because he's also filming. If you watch the video of Renee Good when she's murdered, you'll note, and I have a whole video on this, that actually the ICE agent himself, and this video was later released, making him look terrible, has a camera in his hand. He is actually filming the whole interaction himself. And this is something that ICE is actually encouraged to do. I have a whole video on this that I'm going to pull up in a second, just talking about kind of ICE's media strategy. Here, oops. So if you go to my main channel and you go under, I think it's under my Free Speech Friday series, but so if you go to my main channel, this video, Why ICE is Always Filming, I actually interviewed this journalist, Drew Harwell, my former colleague at the Washington Post, and he talks about ICE's media strategy and why ICE is constantly filming. Because if you note, again, they've always got a phone in their hand. In some cases, they have entire vlogging rigs to film people. So ICE is constantly recording, and the issue is that they want to retain footage that makes themselves look good. So they want to retain footage that makes themselves seem like, they're these brave people cracking down, that they're doing all this good work, that they never do anything wrong, and basically only use it to vindicate their officers. if you film content, they don't have control over that narrative. They don't have control over that footage. They can't deceptively edit that footage effectively to like promote ICE. And so they don't want that. So they do actually want a massive amount of footage recorded. They just only want ICE agents to be able to record and produce that footage. So I just think that that is hilariously, or not even hilariously, bleakly, I guess, like hypocritical at the same time that ICE is saying you're not allowed to film at all. No one's filming more than ICE themselves.
Yeah, more than that. I mean, they're saying that the filming is somehow an act of aggression. Meanwhile, literally, the dude who murdered Renee Good was filming the murder. All right. We're 2 hours into the stream, so I think we're going to take a quick break. All right, hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. Things like super chats, super stickers, memberships, gifted memberships. You got bits and power-ups and subs over on Twitch, Shap and PayPal. If you prefer your money, go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line of Google and or Amazon. But of course, the very best way to get the most base benefits for your earned dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic patron, where for the low price of $3 a month, you get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. All right, everybody, enjoy the break, grab yourself a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right, everybody. The break is over. Time for the second half to begin. All right, everybody. I'm still very stressed out. And being accused of misogyny earlier really upset me. Not gonna lie. Especially in this moment right now. And I feel like people know full well that when I say these things, it's got nothing to do with that. In fact, I have not exclusively called women bitches over the past. I don't know. I'm just offended. Whatever. And move past it because it's really, people are allowed to think whatever they want. All right, let's go here. Now, people were marching over the weekend. I think this was Sunday afternoon. Sunday afternoon, evening. People were marching in Minneapolis, where it was freezing cold. But they were out there nonetheless.
Clergy members at the Basilica of St. Mary honored and prayed for Alex Pretti and his family with a message for those who say federal officials are making him the villain.
Yeah, Jason Rantola joins us live from his memorial in the Whittier neighborhood of Minneapolis. Jason?
Guys, it's a memorial that just keeps growing, but it's not just here. People are paying respects across the country, across the state, and across the world. This woman from Minneapolis is spending a frigid Sunday evening writing a message for a man she never personally knew.
I'm writing hands that healed, a soul that shined.
A man whose life and death in just a short time has made a worldwide impact.
What's happening isn't okay, and this is the way I can do that right now, and hopefully bring a small moment of joy to people who might be coming back tomorrow that did know him.
She's just one of many leaving her mark, part of a growing memorial outside the VA hospital where Alex Pretti worked. Clergy at the Basilica of St. Mary also honored Alex Sunday.
The Archbishop has requested that we remember him and his family tonight in our worship here.
For 10 years, Father Harry Tasto says he worked alongside Alex as a chaplain at the VA hospital. Father Tasto.
And he was known for his kindness and gentleness to the patients.
With a message for federal officials.
So don't please pay any attention to the vilification from our national leaders.
We continue to learn more about Alex Sunday. The University of Minnesota writing on social media, he was a 2011 graduate of the College of Liberal Arts. Quote, as a nurse, he worked in a profession rooted in care, compassion, and service. Clergy invited those at Sunday service to take home a candle in honor of Alex.
We're from Maple Grove,
And my heart has just been heavy.
Katie Bartlett doesn't go to church at the Basilica. She's not even Catholic, but felt the pull to be here.
It spoke to me to come and bring a candle for Alex.
Present not only for Alex, but for the immigrants targeted by the deluge of federal enforcement.
Immigrant students are the most caring, kind, loving, hardworking people on the planet, and I just don't understand how anybody could vilify anyone, to be honest.
And as you may already know, Alex was really involved in the cycling community. I spoke with an employee at a Minneapolis bike shop. They tell me, it's called Angry Catfish, actually. They tell me that they're planning a memorial bike ride for the next coming days, guys.
Many thinking of him and his family. Jason, thank you for capturing that.
All right, let's go here now to a stream. It's happening on the ground there in Minneapolis.
What side you're on?
Importance of mass mobilization and demonstrations such as this one. We're layered the fuck up. So I got a thermal, I got this long sleeve, and then I got another work shirt with insulation in it. And then on top of that, I got a big jacket. And then in the bottoms, I have 2 socks, 1 regular layer of sock, and then 1 thermal sock, or like a wool sock. I got the Rick Owens boots on. And in the bottom, I have 2 different layers, like 1 layer of thermal, 1 other additional like skin layer, and then the pants. So we have hand warmers too. And I got double gloves. I got double gloves if necessary. I know I'm a little cop coded, and we got security with us too. And from what I understand, the security's car looks like, I mean, it's like, these are like, former military guys that are running security for us. But they're woke. But they're woke as hell. And it's really funny because like, they have like stickers on their cars that says security, not ICE. So that people don't waste time chasing them around. Just one more layer, bro. You know when people say like, oh, it's winter, we can really start dressing? No, there's a level of winter where you can really start dressing. And then there's a level of winter where you can't dress like that. We're at the level of winter. Bro, look at this. You can swap it. Okay, I can swap it. We're at the level of winter where you can't really start dressing because it's like, I mean, we still got that shit on. Like, we still got that shit on. Make no mistake, right? Like, always, we stay getting that shit on. Boom, Boom,
Bro, from the frost was just set and brought tanks. This is a raid. Keltis how this going down today.
Do you understand that reference?
No, I'm assuming it's a Warcraft thing, right?
Yeah. He raises the Lich King. All right, chat. Do it. Oh, my eyes are burning.
I forgot there's mad ups off the ground.
Yes, sir.
Another thing to have to worry about is the slippery ground here. Okay, this doesn't feel too bad.
Not yet. No.
Not yet. But I can, like, all the exposed parts of my body, I can feel.
Yeah, my fingers I can already feel getting cold.
Hold on.
Minnesota! Make some noise!
Yeah. That is a...
All right, we're gonna get moving in a few minutes here, but I need everybody to listen up. And just know that to stay safe today, listen to your marshals, the people in the highway.
I need to button myself. Hold on.
You good? You need bracing?
Okay, chat. The thing is, I can't monitor chat.
I will monitor chat. Don't worry.
6 marshals over here. 6.
It's very well organized. All the people with high visibility vests are actually protest marshals.
They're trying to make sure that the crowd is situated in an orderly fashion. They're trying to make sure traffic can pass through. Dude, I watch so much of your Twitch. Hell yeah, man. What's up? It's a little chilly. It's t-shirt weather. That's what I keep telling myself. Hopefully I'll... Now I know why I should have brought pocket warmers. I have some. Let me get one. Yeah. Because the gloves ain't doing shit.
You want them for inside your gloves?
Or do I put it inside the gloves? Yeah.
I would like to point this out. I don't know who taught Hassan how to layer, but he did a terrible job. He's wearing a lot of layers, but the wrong, and he's not doing it right. Like, it's not about amount of layers; it's about what layers you got. And he's got an open jacket right now. It is an ineffective layer. An open canvas jacket is not. You see how this lady right here? She gets it. She gets it. North Face. She's got the down coat, right? And it's got protection. I assume it's zipped up because she's not an idiot. Hassan, however, over here, Cali boy, has no idea what to do in the cold.
My fingertips are not. If you notice, like, a lot of people's faces, they're literally, they got like frost on their face because from the condensation from the breath. All right, we got. Yeah.
Not for ICE and deportation.
Hassan has muscles, he'll be fine. You say that right now, Violet. But in 2 seconds, Hassan's about to start complaining like a little bitch, okay? In like literally 2 seconds, this man is about to start crying about how cold he is. So just hold on to that. Oh, tough Hassan's gonna be fine. Prepare yourselves.
Schools and education. Not for ICE and deportations. ICE out! ICE out! ICE out! ICE out! ICE out! Minnesota, y'all know who you are. You better show them who you are. Stand up. Shout out. ICE out. Chinga la migra. Chinga la migra. Fuck ICE. Fuck ICE. Minnesota nice, but Minnesota. Fuck ICE. Fuck ICE. Fuck ICE. Fuck ICE. Chinga la migra. Chinga la migra. ICE out. 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 Get down! Minneapolis is a union town! Get down! Minneapolis is a union town! Get down! Minneapolis is a union town! Get up! Get down! Minneapolis is a union town! That's right! Yes! One more reminder for everybody who hasn't heard it yet. It's a reminder. Please stay behind the banners, behind the bleach rail. This is for your safety so that we can keep track of everybody and make sure that we have a great fucking
This isn't gonna work. My fingers are frozen. So what do we do with the fingers?
I have other gloves.
What?
I have a second pair of gloves.
What do you do with your fingers, he says.
Because my fingertips are numb.
Yeah, here.
Well, hold on. Are your fingertips all
What did I
right?
tell you just now?
Oh, you got the heated ones.
What did I tell you just now? 30 seconds later, Hassan's like, my fingertips are numb. I can't feel my fingies. Oh, my God.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
The daughter and granddaughter of proud trade unionists and the mother of future trade unionists.
My boogers are frozen, officially. My boogers are freezing inside of my nose. I'll be honest, I have not experienced cold like this before in my whole life. I'm a boy from Los Angeles. This is crazy.
All Minnesotans, my brothers, sisters, and siblings in the labor movement, and all of you in the streets. My name is Bethany Winkles, and I am the Secretary-Treasurer of the Minnesota AFL-CIO. Our state federation of more than 1,000 local unions who represent over 300,000 working people in every corner of our state. I'm a union member, a wife, a mother, and a fierce defender of this great state and our democracy.
Wow.
All right. Right now, we are all standing on the backs of giants.
Thank
we are all having generations.
Oh, you dropped the warmer.
It's okay. Us right here in
You need to.
to show the world what we are.
I need. Look at this. I'm gonna need you to hold the camera so I can put my pinkies in something because they are frozen.
Where are you gonna put your pinkies, Hassan? I gotta put my pinkies in something? What does that even mean? Where's he? He's gonna remove them and put them in something warmer?
I don't know what to do about my pinkies. What do I do?
Just keep them moving.
Just keep them moving and hold these?
Just keep kind of making fists, making that blood flow.
Bro, it is. God damn.
I can't operate a camera like this.
I know.
I love how everybody here is wearing something sensible, and Hassan is wearing an open World War II era coat. Like, well, why is Hassan wearing this open Soviet World War II era coat instead of like a sensible jacket? It's not like he can't have. It's clearly new too. I'd point out. Like I look at this jacket. I'm like, this is not. This is the first time Hassan has worn this jacket. He could have with all of his Twitch money. He could have bought something sensible. Instead, he bought this. I feel like he did it for the memes. Am I the only person who feel like Hassan did it for the memes and now he's like regretting this decision because he realizes that Minnesota cold is actually like life-threateningly cold.
I can't operate a camera like this.
It's like when memeing goes wrong, right? Sometimes memeing does in fact go wrong, and I feel like this is an example of that.
I know. Are your hands warm now?
Yeah, they're getting warm.
That's good.
Hand warmers?
No, we got some.
We got some,
Thank
but.
you.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
We got extra ones we can give to people.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Oh, no, that's enough. Thank you.
We are unstoppable. ICE out of our state, stronger unions, safer communities, and reclaiming the power that makes our state so special. So here we are to say, stop using immigration enforcement as a weapon against working families. Invest in our communities, not rage. Demand justice, not intimidation. Love our people and reject fear. Every Minnesotan and every person watching and across the nation today should focus on a renewed sense of pride, burning with solidarity, because we will end this occupation.
He showed it on stream. It cost $50. That's the problem. That's the first problem. Jesus Christ, Hassan. Multi-millionaire Twitch streamer buys $50 coat to go out in negative 30-degree weather.
Wait, even with the leather, they're like slightly getting warmer. So what are you supposed to do? If they just freeze, they freeze? Yeah. Yep. They're hurting.
Yeah, wait till your coat goes.
Be okay. Bro, the people out here are a different breed. The people out here are a different breed, brother. When I tell you, this is bone chilling. Hello? I mean it. It's crazy.
That's right. Hassan bought a $50 coat and shitty gloves and went out into one of the coldest, one of the coldest states during the coldest storm of the year. Just go walking around. That's right. He thought it through. He thought this through. I don't know why everybody's criticizing him. He clearly had a concept of a plan and he just executed it.
What side am I on? I'm a socialist. I'm a socialist. Do I look like an op?
Yeah, kind of.
Oh. I got the red star on my...
I'm not trying to do that.
No, it's all good. Look. See this?
Yeah. That's what I was kind of asking. I wasn't sure.
I feel you. Thank you. We got a fit appreciator.
All right, I'm gonna skip ahead. I'm skipping ahead.
I would rather get no scope by a federal agent with a rubber bullet from a federal building than endure what the Minnesotans endure on a daily basis out here. Wow. I'm telling you, I've tasted tear gas around in many different continents at this point.
Take that over there.
Oh my god.
Yup, 100%. Not even a question. My eyelashes are frozen.
Yeah, I love how the Cali boys show up and like actually just being in the state of Minnesota is repressive. Actually, just physically existing. Look at the look on Hassan's face right now. Why did I come here? Just being physically in the state of Minnesota is more repressive than ICE. These Southern California boys have it too easy down there. Whoa, what did I just do?
Toe's getting a little toasty, but we're good.
Is this the song?
Yeah, we're good.
Hey man, a lot of fans don't like respect. Glad you're here to answer.
No, I'm thugging it out. We're good.
You got some warmers in your boots?
No, I do not. And that was a mistake. That was a mistake.
Do you have extras?
I have warmers. Yeah, I got warmers. Thank you, though.
Alright.
Why are you not a fan? What happened?
What?
Huh? Why are you not a fan?
I can't watch Twitch for like 10 hours at a time. I don't watch Twitch streamers.
No, I get that.
I don't watch
I thought you were like a hater.
No, bro, I don't care. that shit.
Yeah.
The moment I see 3, I'm just like, that's not for me.
No, I feel that. It's not for everybody.
Eco-socialist, welcome to the Galactic Stream Nation. Taking the plunge. All right, I'm going to skip ahead to when Hassan retreats. 45 minutes in, Hassan, big man Hassan retreats. Retreats for warmer pastures.
Excuse me, sorry.
What's going on? Hey.
I need somewhere I can like set this down for a second.
Yeah.
And put more warmers on me.
I'm gonna take my shoes off and put the warmers in the boots too.
Yeah.
They're so cold, bro.
Yeah.
Cause like my toes.
This guy has got some serious booger icicles going over here. Look at that thing. My God. It's been 40 minutes. He looks like he just got defrosted from an ice from a massive
Now getting to that
iceberg or
point.
something.
My toes are now officially getting to that point where it's like it's not super painful yet, but it's getting there. Not like
Jimmy's
I
John's.
complained 45 of the 50 minutes that we've been walking.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I think the camera's on you. I really can't tell.
Bro, don't worry about it. We're about to be inside soon, right? So
inside. I forgot what that was like.
You
being
forgot
inside.
what that felt like, right?
Is it gonna be warm?
It'll be warm. It'll be warm as yeah. This is no joke, man.
Have you heard of the Incan mummy?
I mean, I feel like I know what you're talking about. Like when you get mummified when you die.
No, there's this like.
Oh, a guy that was perfectly preserved?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh yeah, that's how I am right now.
Is it a 40 inches? Yeah, on some like mountaintop, there's like 3 mummies from like 1,000 years ago that were found completely preserved in ice. It was crazy.
Oh my God.
I just learned about them.
It's so dramatic.
All right, let's not show this part.
Okay.
You want us in?
I'm good on that.
It's frozen.
Frozen? Wow. Wow.
Okay. Wow, this is civilization,
I
bro.
will never take
the
indoors for granted again.
Yeah. Oh, what's up? Hi.
That's not my partner.
Hi.
That's not some Piper. Are you going out there?
Oh, we were out there. We just got in.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we're live streaming right now.
Oh, are you really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Here, take a screenshot.
Oh, thank you. Oh shit.
Nice to
Are
meet
you
you.
going back out there?
Outside to the cold?
Oh no, into the crowd.
Oh, into the crowd? Maybe.
I like how he talks about it.
Eventually.
Eventually? Okay,
Yeah.
then we'll find you.
Back into the cold. She's like, no, the crowd. They're both saying the same thing, but there's a different. What do you call it? What do you call it? There's a different focus, I guess you might say. Hassan. Back into the cold? She's like, no, not the cold, the crowd. He's like, they're in the same place. He's like, that's the same place, don't you see? Don't you see the cold and the crowd are in the same place?
Yeah, we're just covering the events today. The general
Sir, let me
stuff.
call you. No, I'm fine. Oh, you're covering the event. Is it live right now?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we're live streaming.
Oh, nice. Well,
Yeah.
thank you for coming out.
Of course.
Yeah, my name is Amina.
Amina?
I'm a union organizer.
Hell yeah.
Yes, and I've seen
all your stuff, and it's been really great. And going to China and all that fun stuff.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, that was the opposite on the.
That's the camera.
What? What? It's cold.
It's like
so
frozen.
cold.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Everything is so cold. I was going to say, yeah, China, a lot of fun stuff. This is somewhat in the opposite sense.
Yes.
I do love, you know, expressions of solidarity. I can't even talk.
Yes.
I feel like my tongue is frozen.
I was thinking they would leave here because of this weather and
That's what I.
and the fight that we've given them. You know, but
They should.
They're
It doesn't make any sense.
yeah, I
Is
think
this
they're not gonna
Antifa
admit
HQ?
when
Yes.
they do leave.
Yeah. It's like no one wants you here.
No.
You're racist.
Yes,
All you're doing is being a bad person.
it's true. Maybe
And it's not even worth the conditions.
I'm gonna ask someone to take a photo of us.
We should
Is
use
that
this.
okay?
Yeah. We should. I can take it for you.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I got you.
And then I'll let you Twitch or stream.
Like, look, this is my dog. This is her right now. One of our friends. Having a great time. Look at this.
Why aren't we getting this weather over here?
I don't know.
All right, take the picture.
Global warming can't come soon enough, I guess. No, I'm just kidding.
All right, ready?
Hold on, let me check.
Okay.
Ready? 3, 2, 1.
We're still here though. We made it.
Bro,
Did a part of you die?
I don't know how we made it.
That was.
Hassan is acting like he was just in a war after walking 40 minutes in Minnesota weather. Something about that vibe is hilarious to me. Oh, God. I feel like it's partly because we all look at Hassan. I think many of us look at Hassan and say, tough guy, you know. He's like, whatever, 6'4", big dude, works out all the time. And then he faces just a little bit of Minnesota winter adversity, and he just crumbles. He just like, oh my God, I can't do this. We can't do this. Send us back to California, please. They hung out there for quite a while. He did like an interview with people, with a couple people. I think a couple of different people, but most importantly, Keith Ellison, AG of Minnesota. I'm gonna skip ahead to that. Now, Keith Ellison is right now filing, or has filed, as of Monday, a lawsuit on behalf of the people of the state of Minnesota against ICE and the Trump administration.
Okay, I have to pee, but also it's like weird predicament because like Keith Ellison's standing right there, and I don't know when he's gonna come over to talk. So I don't know. Where is he? He's right there. He's in the beam.
Yeah, I think you hold it, King.
Yeah, I have to hold it.
How you doing, man?
Hey, what's going on? Nice to see you. Nice to meet you.
All right now. Thanks for having me over.
All right, everybody. We got Keith Ellison in the building, Attorney General.
Hey, everybody.
Legend. A legend. I've been a fan for a minute now. I'm excited to be here, even though the conditions, the circumstances are not so great.
Yeah.
Even though I think Minnesotans are making the most out of it.
Well, we had literally, I bet you we had at least, I don't know what the numbers are, but as many as I've ever seen, even when the weather's nice.
Yeah.
Packed out there, standing up for their neighbors, demanding, ICE out, right?
Yeah.
And various other things. I'll just tell you, we filed a lawsuit against Kristi Noem about a week ago. We'll be in court on Monday morning, and 9 a.m., Federal District Court in Minnesota, basically arguing that this Operation Metro Surge is unconstitutional, violates the Administrative Procedures Act, and these ICE, this dramatic escalation has just done tremendous damage to our state. So we're fighting them back. But I will tell you this, and I tell people this all the time. of course we're going to sue them and fight them in court.
Yeah.
But the people are how we win. And that is the thing. That's why I'm here. That's why I marched. That's why my wife joined me in the march. How you doing, honey? And, you know, and that's what it's all about.
Yeah. No, absolutely. I think the way I see it is that Minnesota is just the testing ground.
You're so right.
And the fact that the people are pushing back, the fact that there's so much community organizing around Ice Watch, like making sure that they're monitoring you know, people's activity out here, Ice Age's activity out here, documenting all the misconduct.
Right.
And also on top of that, protesting.
Yep.
I think anything that gums up the works, it's not just like the legal side of things, it's not just, you know, people like yourself,
sure.
But it's also obviously the community itself, engaging in community defense. That totally. Is what is going to make it much more difficult for Trump to do this in Minnesota, and that's also going to cause them to think twice before doing it elsewhere.
Anywhere. Well, let me tell you, so do you mind, with your permission, hey honey, can you come here with the frog hat on? So this is my wife right here. She's wearing the frog hat.
Okay.
So let me just tell you. So this is Monica Hurtado. This is love of my life. How you doing, son? So she is wearing the frog hat. We got that from Portland, Oregon.
Oh wow.
So Portland is like teaching us a little bit how to push back.
Yeah.
So this is all cumulative. You get Portland, what they've done, LA, and because it's everywhere. This is their plan for everywhere. But I just thought I'd show off the latest fashion from Portland, Oregon to Minnesota. We're working together. Thank you, hon.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks for that.
Yeah. No, of course.
Yeah.
It is so cold.
It's teeth rattling cold out there.
2026 Frog Chic. Brought to you by Mrs. Ellison.
This morning I was in Los Angeles, and it's 70 degrees right now in LA. So I just swung 100 degrees in the opposite direction.
My goodness, yeah, it's crazy.
I walked out of the plane this morning. The first breath that I took, it like shocked me to my core. Like I started coughing. I was like, "What is going on?" It's like it's bone chilly.
It's bone chilly.
I don't know how you guys do it.
Well, you know, right around March, we all say, "I don't know if I can put up with this," and then the weather breaks. And then we forget all about how bad it was, and then we do it all over again next year.
Yeah, I don't understand it. I feel like this type of temperature is like supposed to happen in like Mars. You know what I mean? Like not. Like I genuinely before I looked it up, because we were coming over and they were like, oh, you got to buy like a lot of gear, and I was like, no, I'll just put on like 2 layers, I'll be fine. No, you definitely need more. But I didn't even realize that temperatures go down that much. I did not realize that at all. But the reason why I'm talking about that also is because, like, the fact that there's still tens of thousands of people on the
streets. I quote unquote, I didn't know temperatures go down that much, says Hassan. Well, he's not a scientist. I know that much. Oh my God. I didn't know temperature. Honestly, I gotta hear him say that one more time, because it's just that ridiculous. Hassan. Say that one more time.
I didn't even realize that temperatures go down that much. I did not realize that at all. But the reason why I'm talking about that also is because, like, the fact that there's still tens of thousands of people on the streets in spite of this weather.
Right.
And we were marching, and we saw grandmas, grandpas, we saw teachers, clergy, some kids.
A lot of teenagers.
Yeah, kids all the way, all age ranges, incredibly diverse crowd, just Minnesotans, all different walks of life. It's very obvious that, you know, this is one of the many tools that we have at our disposal as the American population, but this is also something that the administration has to respond to and has to back away from.
Well, let me just say this about the diversity issue. It's, as you know, but I just want to share this, Trump is trying to tell us who are born here that the newcomers are a problem.
Yeah.
They're trying to tell all of us straight or even gay people, straight or gay, that the trans people, they're scary and are a problem.
Yeah.
They're trying to tell us, they're saying DEI taking opportunity away from white men. You know, they're trying to say that women are getting too many opportunities. They have too many rights. They're messing everything up. They're literally trying to tell the people from the rural community that the urban people don't like them, and they're telling the suburban people that neither the urban or the rural like them. So what's my point? What's your point about the diversity? It absolutely is critical to our success, because what Trump wants to do is divide us all.
Yeah.
And if you can divide, you can conquer. And if you can conquer, the billionaires just get more billions for them and nobody else.
Okay. All right, we're gonna move on from Hassan. He was out there sacrificing his body heat out there with the people. Doing it up Minnesota style. You still think he could have warmed himself up with a bit of skipping on spot and slapping hands. But these are techniques that somebody who's dealt with the cold before would use. Right? Like Hassan, I feel like Hassan's just genuinely never been in the cold or something. Like after his reaction to that, I'm like, I don't think Hassan's ever been cold. I don't think he knows what being cold is. And he's never like had to deal with it on an extended period of time. So I don't think he had any solutions on the spot. He was like, he was learning as he went. All right, let's go here now. Democracy now. More on efforts happening in Minneapolis.
We're going to end with the tens of thousands of people who braved the bitter cold Friday, demanding ICE out of Minnesota. Democracy Now!'s John Hamilton was there.
ICE out! ICE out! ICE out! ICE out! It was 10 degrees below zero Fahrenheit when a crowd numbering in the tens of thousands marched through downtown Minneapolis Friday afternoon, calling on ICE to get out of Minnesota. It was the largest single day of action so far in the ongoing standoff between local community and the Trump administration, since ICE, Border Patrol, and other federal agents, now numbering around 3,000, descended on Minnesota for Operation Metro Surge several weeks ago, bringing chaos, fear, and violence.
My name is Jenna Sherrick. I'm a local Minnesotan who grew up here my whole life. What's going around is not okay, and we all need to be here to make a difference and say it's not okay. When cruelty becomes reality, compassion becomes radical. Sarah Shea. I'm a Minnesotan, and I'm here to support our immigrant neighbors and our friends and families and people who are not deserving what's going on right now. It's outrageous. We're frustrated. We're angry. We're everything, and we should all be out here supporting our neighbors and getting ICE out of our city. ICE out, and we protect us, because right now that is all us. It's all community. We are the only ones out here doing it for each other.
Standing back and not doing anything doesn't help with, the situation. Everybody's scared, so we need to speak out.
The day of action was organized by clergy and labor leaders under the banner ICE Out, a day of truth and freedom. The Minnesota AFL-CIO, representing over 1,000 unions across the state, endorsed the march, as well as many others. John Royce is an English teacher with the Minnesota Federation of Educators.
And we are here to shut it all down. All of us teachers, from Minneapolis to St. Paul, from all the way up from Duluth down to Rochester, we are all here in the middle of Minneapolis to shut it all down for our students and their families and ICE out of our communities. Every teacher has so many stories right now, but last week I had a student who joined online during class, and in the middle of my lesson, I teach English, the student messaged me and said, ICE is outside of my house right now. What do I do? And I stopped class right away. All the students heard what happened. And, thank God his neighbors were out there outside of his house and they chased ICE out of their neighborhood. Those agents had been circling his house all morning. And, you know, I think it's really telling of our community, of our neighborhoods, how we've organized, and how we are out there defending one another, including my student, who, thank God, he's safe. You know, the fear is so tangible. The fear is so tangible. This is our last option. We need to shut it all down. And so I am calling on every educator in this state, in this country, just shut it down with Minneapolis, with St. Paul. You need to shut it all down with us, because if we do not shut it down right now, your city is next. And we do not want that to happen. We want to protect our students. We want our students back in schools. And the way we are going to get it is by shutting it down.
Yeah. And you know who can shut it down more than anybody right now? I mean, sure, the people together can shut things down with general strikes and things like that, but you know who can shut it down? And it wouldn't force people out onto the streets to protest or to not go to work. The Congress, in fact, are the people who could shut it down. You could shut it down and say we're not going to fund the government unless we get fucking law and order back in this country. Now, later that same night, actually, no, this is a different night, actually. Now I take it back. I forgot. I meant to put this one earlier. Democracy Now! Wasn't doing weekend coverage, so they were covering that protest from earlier. This is from after the protest. And the night Hassan was there. There was a protest going on outside the Hilton Garden Inn, or whatever it's called, the hotel, where ICE has been staying. So you watch this video. Status Quo's just here covering the situation.
Oh, I got it. Come on, get up. I'm getting it.
What the fuck is wrong with you, asshole?
Just go. Go.
I can't breathe.
Okay, cover your face. Come on. Okay, go.
You could help build the only independent news outlet, always on the ground with the people for...
Okay, going back.
Yep.
Nicoletti News.
Here's a question I have for everybody. What do you figure? I don't know if you noticed this. You look in this man's... hands. You notice he's like covered in blood? Like, what was this guy doing up there? They just came out of their hotel room. Why is this guy covered in blood? What the hell were they doing up there?
Tito! Oh, I got it. Come on, get up. I'm dead.
What the fuck is wrong with you,
Just go.
Just randomly assaulted a reporter. Wow.
Go. We go. Don't. Get out of there. No. I got you. Come here. What? Come here, go this way. This way. Okay, go. Come on.
I can't breathe.
I got you. Go on. Come here. This way.
I can't breathe.
Okay, cover your face. Come on. This way. Come on, I got you. You have to get out. Come on. We have to get out of here. Come here, we have to keep going. Come on, we have to keep going. I know. Come here, we're almost safe. Come on. You gotta get over here.
Have you guys called 911 when these people started destroying this hotel?
This... I mean, to me... These are reporters, right? These are two journalists who, I mean, from my watching of this, this is like watching footage in Ukraine. Why does it seem like journalists are running around through a fucking war zone in Minneapolis? Like, why are they being assaulted? And like, it is insane, the level of chaos that these guys have brought to this city and to other places that they've gone. I mean, Minneapolis, I would say, has been the most chaos filled, I guess, but really, also, it's just, I mean, the fact is this should just not be the case.
You gotta get over here.
In a supposed democracy.
You guys called 911 when these people started destroying this hotel?
We're pressed. We just documented.
These fucking crybabies over
we
here.
Just documented.
You don't have a phone? You don't have a fucking phone? Listen to this fucking, listen to this fucking guy. Why didn't you call the cops? Why didn't you call the cops? I don't understand. You don't have a phone? It's like, dude, shut the fuck up. You've got a phone. You were in your rooms. You just geared up to leave your hotel room. You could have stayed exactly where you were. You just geared up like you're in Afghanistan to leave your fucking hotel room that has a phone in it, stupid. You could have called the cops. Why didn't you call the cops, though? Why didn't you?
That's it. That's all we do.
Literally, that's nice of you. So walk around the block and go get your car. Okay.
Oh, that's nice. Oh, that's nice of you. Yeah. Oh, not upstanding enough. Oh, they're not upstanding enough. Fascinating. This poor guy. Oh gosh, it's so tough being an ICE agent. He's just trying to get some sleep. And the reporters won't call the police for them. The vest says police, I know. It's fascinating. Why didn't you call the police as the guy wearing a vest that says police? No, it's strange. It's very surreal. What a fucking crybaby. Fact is, the police have been doing their jobs for them. And that's what they keep doing. They keep asking the police to do their jobs for them. And or to protect them. Protect them from the existence of civilians in the place that they're doing immigration enforcement.
Questions and outrage are growing this morning after a deadly shooting involving federal agents in Minneapolis. An ICU nurse was killed during an immigration arrest, sparking protests across the city and triggering a political firestorm nationwide. Now, with the National Guard activated and more video emerging, pressure is mounting on the Trump administration to explain what happened. NBC's Morgan Chesky has the latest from Minneapolis.
Overnight, outrage in Minneapolis after the killing of Alex Pretti, a 37-year-old ICU nurse shot Saturday morning by a federal Border Patrol agent. Last night, protesters trying to get into a hotel in Minneapolis where they believed federal agents were staying. Authorities breaking up the crowd. Yesterday, Governor Tim Walz activating the state's National Guard and demanding federal agents leave.
That Donald Trump needs to pull these 3,000 untrained agents out of Minnesota before they kill another person.
But President Trump blaming Democrats for the unrest, writing in a lengthy post, 2 American citizens have lost their lives as a result of this Democrat-ensued chaos. President Trump blaming Democrats for the unrest, writing in a link. Post, 2 American citizens have lost their lives as a result of the Democrat chaos, referring to both Pretti and Renee Good, who was fatally shot earlier this month. Some Trump officials facing scrutiny for accusing Pretti of approaching agents with a handgun.
The officers attempted to disarm this individual, but the armed suspect reacted violently.
But at least 4 different videos of the encounter, analyzed by NBC News, appear to show Pretti with a phone in his hand in the moments before his death, attempting to come to the aid of a woman pushed to the ground by federal agents. An agent pepper sprays him before Pretti is brought to the ground. Some of the video shows an agent appearing to reach into the skirmish and remove a gun that looked like Pretti's. Then, Pretti is shot. Pretti is a U.S. citizen with no criminal record and was licensed to carry a concealed weapon, according to local officials. Pretti's family saying in a statement, "The sickening lies told about our son by the administration are reprehensible and disgusting. Alex is clearly not holding a gun when attacked by Trump's murdering and cowardly ICE thugs." Overnight, President Trump telling the Wall Street Journal his administration is reviewing everything about the shooting. When pressed, Trump did not directly answer whether the agent who shot Pretti had done the right thing. Here in Minneapolis, Pretti remembered, shown here as an ICU nurse reading a final salute.
We remember that freedom is not free.
And a memorial growing for Pretti on the street.
What do you see when you watch those videos?
An execution, an absolute execution.
The shooting death of Alex Pretti by federal immigration agents in Minnesota over the weekend. It has deepened the divide between the state and federal government. So let's go live to Scripps News Group national correspondent Joe St. George. And Joe, what's the latest on Minnesota's court case to end the current ICE operation? And is President Donald Trump showing any willingness to pull federal officers out of the state?
A number of developments overnight on this front and a number of developments that we're watching on this Monday. We'll start with the court cases. Multiple court cases unfolding in Minnesota. One involving local and state authorities. They're looking to protect the evidence in this case. Remember, there is great tension, and that may be an understatement, between federal authorities in Minnesota and local and state investigators here, federal authorities with jurisdiction, given the fact you're talking about a federal immigration agent being involved in this fatal shooting. The second court case, and perhaps the more significant one for the time being, involves the Attorney General of Minnesota going to court today and asking a federal district judge to end the Trump immigration operation in the state. As far as President Trump goes, in a Truth Social post published on Sunday, the president seemed to outline some of his demands for potential de-escalation here, one being more cooperation between local officials in Minnesota and federal immigration.
I'm so sick of hearing that fucking narrative already. Oh, we just need more cooperation from local officials. Fuck off. Fuck off. ICE has their own jobs to do. Okay? The local officials have their own jobs to do. Alright? Fact is immigrants aren't the only ones committing crimes in the United States. And by getting local officials to do the job of ICE, they do not do the job of keeping communities safer. They're just helping ICE with terrorizing those communities, which makes it an unacceptable fucking thing to do. And if your local police force is collaborating, well, they should go fuck themselves. That would be my recommendation to them. Your local pig.
I want you to hear from someone who's out here right now. Tommy, right? Yep. Tommy, tell people who are watching you at home right now, who are you? How do you relate to this?
I'm Tommy Beavis with Pimento Jamaican Kitchen and a proud citizen of Minneapolis. And what we're doing is we're letting people know that this is our block and we're going to protect our people, we're going to protect our community. We hear explosions behind us right now, but at the end of the day, we have volunteers ensuring that the protesters stay peaceful and stay on this side. We literally brought our barriers out from our rum bar to ensure that people know do not cross it, and as long as the police are aware that we have volunteers here, we don't need them to get involved in dispersing crowd. We have our own people doing that. We don't need them to cross the line. We don't need them to escalate. We don't need our people to escalate. We just need to ensure that everybody remains calm and peaceful throughout this process.
For people who don't know, Pimento is how far from where we are right now?
Walking distance. I'm looking at it right now, and this has been the safe space for our community, and the fact that it's right here on our doorstep is alarming. Nobody's safe in Minneapolis anymore, right? Brother George Floyd was murdered, lynched just a few blocks from here. Brother Winston was lynched just a few blocks from here. Sister Renee was lynched just a few blocks from here. And right here on our block, on our doorstep, on our safe space, Nicollet Avenue has been that safe space for so long. Of immigrants, of diverse people coming together for healing, for safety, for comfort, and now it's being violated right here in the heart of the city. But we're doing what we do best, protect our people, keep our people safe, and remember that Minnesota, this is one love and one Minnesota. We're leading with compassion, vision, we're leading with community, we're leading with heart. Nobody's going to break the Minnesota One Love.
We've been talking all morning. The fact that this happened right here, I mean, this is Eat Street.
Eat Street.
And people come here, they bring their friends, they bring their families, they bring people from out of town. What does it mean that this happened here?
It means that none of us are safe. It means that there's no limit, there's no line drawn, and that's why we're calling on the mayor, we're calling on the governor, we're calling on the president of the United States. Come home to Minneapolis. Let's sit down and break bread together. Donald Trump loves jerk chicken. He's from New York. So we'll have a summit here at Pimento where we can host everybody together so we can figure out how we can tone down the rhetoric. Enough is enough, right? What do we need to do to figure out how to put this to an end? And we need somebody to stand up tall and be like, enough.
Is there any evidence that Donald Trump loves jerk chicken? Because that's not clear to me. I've never seen him eat jerk chicken one time.
Escalate anymore, and I'm willing to be that person to host the president, to host the governor, to host the mayor right here at Pimento. This is where everybody come anyhow when they have issues, so we can break bread together and figure out what we need to do to scale this back.
Tommy, we're standing right next to this line. Yeah. We've been tear gassed here multiple times. You've heard the dispersal order. That seems like that was
tear gassing now. They're tear gassing now. We can see tear gas. I smell it. I feel it in the air.
Are you afraid at all?
We're not afraid because, one, black people, we're not afraid of this because we've been experiencing this for generations. But secondly, I'm not afraid because I know that Minnesotans will stand together and protect each other and make sure that we're all safe. I'm not afraid because I know that this is a part of the revolution not being televised. We're not we can hear those explosions. We're not scared. We're not afraid. We're going to continue to keep our people safe because one Minnesota united is how we're going to do this. We're going to show the world that we are indeed a model city. We're going to show them that no law, no government is going to break the backs of Minnesotans who love their neighbors as the Lord requests.
Tommy, how does this end?
It ends when we all as leaders stand up and say enough is enough. Enough is enough. And right now, enough is enough.
Okay, first of all, let's listen to a woman who showed up out here at the protest and why she felt motivated to come out here and be a part of all this.
We actually heard this clip earlier, so I'm going to skip past this one. Let's see. Yeah, let's go here. I'll be right back.
I want to play a couple of clips of what took place on Friday. By the time we had gotten off there, things had really started to pick up in terms of like the strike. It's hard to assess what a general strike looks like in terms of what's not happening. You can look at numbers after the fact and say like, nobody shopped that day. One day is a quick blip. People didn't come into work. And you would think in the context of like public demonstration with temperatures at anywhere from 10 to 10 below, that's cold. Like that's cold.
That's feel in your bones cold.
That's, it takes you, I mean, I'll walk to work in the teens or the early 20s, but it takes me like half a block until like I start to realize like, even my knees are cold right now, even with my like lined pants.
Yeah, as a North Dakotan, I can say that's even cold for people from that part of the world.
But here are images. This is on Friday, the day before, less than 24 hours before Pretti was murdered. Killed.
What? Murdered.
I mean, I don't know what the legal term would be.
Lock me up if you can't say murdered.
But here's aerial shots of this. I mean, it just goes on and on. It's crazy.
This is from BT Newsroom.
There's no audio on this.
There's no audio on this. It's just drone footage. But this goes on, and then it goes around the corner, and there's even bigger numbers. Right. It really...
And there are also, I'm sure, people that were striking that just, stayed home.
Well, exactly.
Like,
I mean, this is I mean, that's the thing is like, this is a protest here. here is another image. Let's go to the, okay, you can see around the corner, and it just keeps going down. And then it turns the corner from there, too, I think. But let's go to that other shot, and you can hear people chanting. And again, this is another different angle. This a different portion of that protest. They're cheering. What do you want? Ice out. When do you want it? Now.
It's amazing. This general strike stuff, you're hearing more and more talk about this spreading across the country, and I really, really do hope it does, because
there were people protesting in Iowa over the weekend. Prior to, I don't know if it was in the wake of the Pretti killing, in Idaho, in Boise, Idaho, I think it was actually. There was like 3,500 people calling for a general strike. I mean, you're just seeing it all over the place.
Yeah, and it's just really, I mean, with the No Kings demonstrations were, I think, a good place for people to get their energy out. But this is a step in the direction of like an actual uprising and changing of our system, because it involves.
So I just want to say real quick how you know is because Tim Walz and Mayor Fry didn't support it.
It is a moment of like both of class consciousness and using that power to challenge the authority, and seeing these things as inextricably linked. Like, you know, we've been told for a long time that you could for some reason separate identity politics or white supremacy from capitalism when you're standing up against it. But you're seeing that white supremacy and capitalism are intrinsically linked, and the systems of economic domination are similarly the systems of racial and ethnic supremacy that show themselves in a variety of different forms. But in this instance, it's immigration law. It's the
Yeah, and I mean, going back to what Matt was saying, it's unfortunate. I think it's beyond unfortunate that Tim Walz, Jacob Fry, the police. I mean, really, the police are at the behest of those two guys. But in this moment, like, we've heard Tim Walz come out and describe what is happening with utter clarity, and then stop short of actually doing anything about it. And it's incredibly frustrating to watch. And if anything, it's just undermining the things that I know that he probably finds to be important. Right? Like the rule of law. And like the police in Minnesota. You know? And this was actually an opportunity for the police to distinguish themselves from this thuggish, lawless force. And instead, what did they do? They sent the police out there to quell the protesters. It's insane. It is insane to not see this as a moment where people have every right and reason to be out there protesting, and to not give them absolutely every ounce of support that you can find. I don't care if you have to go looking through JD Vance's fucking couch cushions. Find some goddamn solidarity, for the love of God. It's almost like people just want to be voted out of office, it feels like to me. I see a lot of lack of leadership on the left, in the Democratic Party specifically. When I say on the left, that's really what I meant. I'm not accusing the left of not having enough leadership. But the Democrats aren't doing nearly enough right now. And maybe they will. Maybe they will. We'll see. It's not even clear that they're going to shut the fucking government down this week. Something that should be a fucking no-brainer. Should have been a no-brainer 12 months ago. When the Democrats were voting for all of the fucking, appropriations bills and everything else. It's insane. Honestly, their power isn't even being usurped. They're doing it themselves. Any leverage they have, they just hand over to Republicans. It's pathetic. These people need to be voted out of office. But here's the bare minimum, at least on the state level. Keith Ellison here 2 days ago, giving an update on the Minnesota lawsuit against
Hello,
ICE.
everyone. My name is Keith Ellison. I'm the Attorney General for the state of Minnesota. I'm joined by my colleagues, who I'm very proud of today, Lindsay Middlecamp and Brian Carter, who stood up in front of the court today and made the case for Minnesota.
Honestly, this isn't even the bare minimum. This is less than the bare minimum. I'm not gonna lie. This is a lawsuit, right? Like, yeah, well, if this wins out and makes it all the way to the Supreme Court and doesn't get struck down by the Supreme Court, will this in fact have some sort of tangible effect on things on the ground? Yeah. Yeah. And it will restore things back to a place where we still have 49 other states in the sights of the Trump administration dealing with ICE. And it's not even clear to me that this will hold out. Every single time that a state attempts some sort of legal avenue of resistance against the Trump administration in any capacity, they take it to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court says, actually, states' rights don't exist. Donald Trump can do whatever he wants.
That our state has every right to have our own laws, have our own policies, and that the federal government doesn't have any right to try to flood us, threaten us with retribution, and to coerce the state of Minnesota into complying with Trump policy. At the end of the day, I stand here with Renee Good in my heart and in my mind, and with Alex Pretti in my heart, in my mind, in their families. Together with other people who have suffered racial profiling, unfair detention, together with every business person whose business has been shuttered because of this, on behalf of every student and every parent who can't get their kids to school because they are afraid of the federal government, and on behalf of our city partners in Minneapolis and St. Paul, who have incurred tremendous increase in costs responding to this ICE escalation.
Okay. That's enough from Keith. We'll see what happens with this freaking lawsuit. Should be interesting to see. I assume the state court is going to uphold this lawsuit, and then it'll go to the appeals court, and the appeals court will kick it to the Supreme Court. Then I guess we can find out whether or not Harlan Crow is okay with states' rights, I guess. Wait for the billionaire-funded Supreme Court to tell us what the law is. Amidst all of this stuff, the family of Alex Pretti has been calling for the truth.
To discuss this further, I'm joined in the studio with Douglas Herbert, our international affairs commentator. Now, Douglas, we've heard the backlash here is growing. Democrats in Congress now are vowing to oppose a government funding bill that would include money for ICE. If that's the case, what are the potential repercussions here?
The potential repercussions are another partial government shutdown. I say partial, not the entire government would shut down, but maybe 2/3 of it. And that is right after a January 30th, that is next week, deadline, after which the current funding lapses and new funding must be approved to keep the government open. Look, what's going on here is this bill was set to be, it's called an appropriations package, and it had been divided into 6 separate bills in the lower house of the U.S. Congress, the House of Representatives. Now it goes to the Senate. The senators are poised to vote on it. Now, last week, this is what's changed because of this shooting. Last week, the senators, by a narrow minority, actually approved bringing this bill up to the Senate for final passage, this funding bill. They basically argued that there was nothing really concrete or substantial that they could do. They didn't believe that this bill, one way or the other, was going to constrain federal agents or constrain ICE, that wasn't really the way to go about doing it. And in fact, the Senate Democrats at the time had signaled that they believed that this bill, as passed in the House, the lower chamber of the U.S. Congress, was likely to pass in the Senate. Remember, part of this 6-bill appropriations package, giving the government money, included money for DHS, the Department of Homeland Security, which oversees both Border Patrol and so-called ICE, Immigration and Customs Enforcement. ICE being at the heart of all our reports, all the headlines right now, really under scrutiny and under fire here. This shooting has really changed the calculus right now. And even Democrats who might have been inclined to vote before are saying no. The Democratic leader in the Democratic minority in the Senate, his name's Chuck Schumer. He's from New York, Democrat, as I said. He basically said that what's happening in Minnesota is, quote, appalling and unacceptable in any American city. And he basically, he blasted both the Senate and the House Republicans for failing to include language in this bill, in this funding bill, that would have put more constraints on ICE, because more and more, the Democrats especially, are calling out Trump and his administration for
Honestly, that's kind of laughable coming from Chuck Schumer. Where was Chuck calling? Why wasn't Chuck calling for that before they started writing the bill? Because Chuck doesn't actually fucking care, and that's why he's got to fucking go. Like, after that, and I'm not saying he's wrong. I'm saying he's late. He's incredibly fucking late, and it's just wild. It is just fucking wild to me. It's not clear to me that France 24 is picking up on the intricacies of all of this. But the fact is Chuck Schumer waited until Alex Pretti got murdered to call for any of this. If that hadn't happened, he would have been fine funding this. We realize this, right, everyone? That Chuck Schumer would have been fine with passing this bill if Alex Pretti hadn't been murdered. In the wake of Renee Good's murder. If it had just been Renee, he would have been fine if Democrats, the same ones, Gene Shaheen, all these other fuckers that came in there and voted along as Republicans, he would have facilitated that again. And now, because it's become so toxic and so obvious that a blind man could see, Chuck Schumer finally notices. And that is the only reason that Chuck is calling for anything. And that's the problem, is we have a bunch of people in office who are not ideological in any way. And I'm sick of it. Republicans have their ideologues. It's time for leftists. The right-wingers, they've got Proud Boys and Jan 6. They've got Jan 6ers in Congress right now. They got Anna Paulina Luna. They got all these fucking psychos in there right now. We need some leftist psychos. We need some leftist ideologues, people who actually have a fucking backbone and have a worldview, aside from taking in as much corporate dollars as possible this term, right? And making it to the next, making it to their next term. We need people who are more, a bit more focused on political change than the change rattling around in their fucking, political action committee coffers or whatever. All right, just a reminder, we still haven't completed the galactic content goal tonight. I actually never started it, so that's good. What does that sound? Okay, well, let's go here. Would not have found this one without this guy. But, you know how ICE is, you know how the Trump administration keeps coming out and saying that ICE is focused on getting the worst of the worst? Finding all of the illegal alien criminals out of the country. Well, it would seem that they're doing just that, but in the very wrongest possible way. At least in this one story.
So this is a story out of CBS LA that you might have seen last week. We didn't cover it, but it is just a testament to how sloppy the law enforcement at ICE is. For those of you who are listening and not watching, this video is entitled "Suspect in $100 Million Jewelry Heist Avoids Prosecution by Getting Deported." Let it rip.
A man accused of being part of the largest jewelry heist in the U.S. is no longer in custody after being deported by federal immigration authorities. CBS LA assignment editor Mike Rogers at the desk. Now, Mike, you've gone through court filings in this case, and you've learned federal prosecutors did not know their immigration counterparts were deporting this man?
Yeah, and they weren't very happy about it, Pat, when they found out about it from the defense attorney. They didn't find out until this man was already deported to Ecuador after all of this went down. You remember this Brinks heist we told you about? This was that big one where $100 million worth of jewels was stolen from the back of a semi-truck as it left a Bay Area show and was coming back down here to Southern California. Now, there were 7 people that were arrested and charged in all of this, and one of them, while in custody, took his case to an immigration judge and asked to be voluntarily deported. His case ultimately went through the immigration court process, and while the judge denied him being voluntarily deported, did find reason to deport him from the United States and deported him to Ecuador. The man originally wanted to be deported to Chile, but the judge decided on Ecuador. It's unclear what the distinguishment was, but the federal government did want Ecuador instead. Now, they say here that federal prosecutors were unaware that all of this was going on as they were trying to proceed forward with their case. I went through a motion by the defense attorney to dismiss the case with prejudice, and in it, they said his client is no longer in the country. In a response to that motion, that's when the federal government said they didn't know he was going to be deported, didn't want him to be deported, and wanted to continue with their prosecution. The judge, however, agreed with the defense attorney in this case that the case should be dismissed with prejudice. So if for some reason he ever comes back to the United States, they can no longer charge him in this case because that judge dismissed it with prejudice. A weird situation here, Pat, of the left hand not knowing what the right hand was doing. This was a wild story. We had a lot of viewer comments for it, and we want to show you a new way you can reach out to us with some other story ideas.
I have a viewer comment. This guy is a hero. This is amazing. This is like, they should make a movie about this. I hope he gets the diamonds, right? What can you say, but I hope he did it, right? I I oftentimes forget that we have this award here on the Discourse stream that we don't necessarily give out consistently, although it is technically a monthly award. It's not much. It's not the Congressional Medal of Freedom or Honor or whatever they can give out at the U.S. But it is something that I feel very proud of. It's the only title and honor a podcast host can bestow, at least the podcast host of the Discourse. I have to award this guy the Playboy of the Month award because that was a masterful play. That was a masterful gambit, sir. It also highlights the issue with, I think, a shallow version of law enforcement, right? That prioritizes brown people not being around over criminals actually being punished. Now, obviously, I support this criminal not being punished given the high level nature of his play. I really support it in this case. I can't. What are you supposed to do? Like, he got away with it. My man got away with it. He played the system against itself. But it shows that, what ICE considers to be law enforcement is so much more racially motivated and segregationist than it is any kind of true accountability for criminals, even in the way that I don't necessarily agree with, which is overly punitive and, carcerally inclined, right? Like putting people in jail, inducting people into the carceral state. Because ultimately, if somebody is a criminal, if somebody commits a violent or non-violent, or in this case, incredibly cool crime, theoretically you want them to be punished and go to jail, right? Or at least not do this thing again, learn their lesson. We'll put that vaguely. Deporting them to their home country, especially in this case, doesn't really do that, especially since anyone will tell you, the American border, by nature of being contiguous with the, Mexican border, which is contiguous with other borders, blah, 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 it's very porous. Trump is saying, oh, no one's getting through, 0% illegal immigration. That's not true. That can't be true, really. It might be in the sense that there's net negative or net zero immigration. But if you want to get back into the country, you can definitely get back into the United States. His immigration policy is not really even meant to do that, more or less. It's just meant to be said to be doing that because companies.
And this is a fascinating situation, but Brandon's absolutely right. They are prioritizing removing brown people from the country over actually prosecuting criminals for crimes. It's very interesting. It's almost like preventing crime was never the actual goal. It seems like people are starting to figure that out. Perhaps not as many people as I would like. But the numbers suggest that most Americans, they know ICE is not doing what they want.
After this new deadly shooting by ICE agents in Minnesota and a clear and growing backlash to what people are seeing on the videos coming out, there's also new data suggesting that support for the agency is falling even further. CNN's Harry Ensign's running the numbers on this. Harry, how much has changed in terms of ICE and in terms of ICE, then versus now?
Yeah, I'm not really surprised that President Trump is sending Tom Homan in because ICE, DHS, Kristi Noem have been a political disaster because just take a look here. I mean, ICE's net approval rating during Trump's term, you go back to term number one, look, it's pretty even at 0 points. You go to June 2025, right? That was when all that stuff was going on in Los Angeles. They dropped down, look at this, minus 17 points, way in the basement. But then after Minneapolis, it's even lower, minus 27 points on the net approval rating of ICE. Of course, this all being done under Kristi Noem. So, no, what's going on in Minneapolis is not popular at all. What's been going on during this second term under ICE, under the Trump administration, under Kristi Noem, has very much not been popular, and it's only been getting more and more unpopular.
Yeah, minus 27 points. That's not great. That's not a great number for ICE there. Trump must have seen these numbers. Worst ratings ever. Minus 27 points. ICE, incredibly unpopular now in the United States. They were enjoying a nice sort of 50-50 split back in Trump's first term. Now, perhaps one of the most unpopular agencies under Trump. I mean, it should be negative 10,000. I mean, like, absolutely everybody in this country and around the world should be against ICE, but we're just not there yet, sadly. Now, Governor Hochul of New York did a little press conference here on, I think this was Monday.
Before we get to questions, I need to speak plainly about something that should stop every American in their tracks. Yesterday in Minneapolis, federal immigration agents killed another American citizen in broad daylight. His name was Alex Pretti. He was 37 years old. He was an ICU nurse, someone whose job was saving lives. Video shows him doing something he was trained to do, to help people. He was trying to reach over and help a woman in need when she was thrown to the ground by federal agents. And within seconds, federal agents threw him to the ground and fired a shot, not one, but a barrage of bullets into his body on a public sidewalk in America. The federal government claims the killing was justified. This nurse with nothing more than a cell phone in his hand, that he was trying to kill them. That's their story. But anyone who's seen this horrific video, multiple videos, knows that this is a shameless, bold-faced lie. This is not a threat that needed to be neutralized. It was a civilian exercising the free right to protest. And this is a continuation of a deadly pattern, a pattern of violence. It is well known that earlier this month, federal agents also shot a mother of three in the face when she just extended a greeting to him. 2 American families destroyed. Confidence in federal law enforcement shattered. At the same time, ICE agents are arresting children. A 5-year-old returning from preschool, using them as bait. A 2-year-old taken on the way home from a grocery store with her dad. Now we have children caught up in armed engagement, scooped off the street by masked men, while our federal leaders feed the false narratives instead of taking responsibility. But videos don't lie. And don't stop believing what your eyes tell you. Their cruelty, these incidences, what is going on and unfolding in the streets of America today, shocks the conscience of every human being with a heart. When federal agents use lethal force against civilians and then prevent state authorities from fully investigating, it violates the basic principles of a democracy. What it does is makes everyone feel unsafe. Everyone. Nationwide, over the last 13 months, ICE has detained hundreds of U.S. citizens, and dozens of people have died in their custody. Now, Donald Trump's handpicked leader of the Department of Homeland Security has proven to be unable and unwilling to follow the law to stop these killings. Kristi Noem has referred to these peaceful protesters as domestic terrorists and lied about the shooting victims being the aggressors. She told law enforcement officers to put on masks and military fatigues to basically treat the American public as the enemy. She has shown a profound disregard for human life and created a culture where people feel unrestrained in how they're handling encounters with the people in this country. Kristi Noem has forfeited her right to lead, and I'm calling on her to resign as Secretary of Homeland Security, or Donald Trump to do the right thing and just fire her.
Oh, there you go. There's Kathy Hochul bravely calling for the resignation of Kristi Noem, one of the most unpopular women in the entire country. I mean, okay, fire Kristi Noem. My question is, what does that actually fucking solve? That's my question. Who becomes the new head of DHS? Is going to be better than Kristi? We get rid of DHS. Okay? That's the thing that I need people to wake up to. All right? I'm done. I'm fucking done with the piecemeal, like, bullshit. All right? The Trump administration, when we talk about the walk back that they've supposedly been on, it's bullshit. It's a bullshit walk back. Also, should any of that be good enough, really? Is Kristi Noem's exit, would that give everyone here in chat solace in this time of grief? The families who've lost loved ones now? Is that enough? If Kristi's gone, we can all just move on? Is that where we're at? Because that's not where I'm at. We just watched 2 fucking people get murdered in the span of 2 weeks. After ICE had its deadliest year on record. DHS is using funds to buy Kristi Noem jets and to give Trisha McLaughlin's husband hundreds of millions of dollars to do ads. Trisha should be out of there. Kristi should be out of there. Tom Homan, all these fucking douchebags should be out of there because that agency needs to go away. It is sucking out taxpayer dollars and then spitting out just horrors and corruption. And I will not cease until that agency is dismantled. I do not give a fuck who is in charge of it anymore. The crimes have already been committed. You cannot unshoot Alex Pretti. You cannot unshoot Renee Good. They are both dead, and they are not coming back. Same for everyone else who has died in ICE custody in the last year. And in no way, shape, or form is her resigning or being fired change anything for me. Or Greg Bovino. I don't give a fuck. Crimes have already been committed. Too late. They took an oath. They went before the Senate. The Senate confirmed them. And they have committed crimes. And they must face justice. I don't care about their professional careers. Fuck their careers. I hope they all go broke and wind up on the streets. Then they have to come to the government and ask for help. And then we can tell them that the government they used to be a part of defunded all of the things that were intended to help them.
To Democratic Senator Chris Murphy. Senator Murphy, I know you heard my interview with the chief Greg Bovino defending his agents and killing Alex Pretti, saying that they were impeding law enforcement despite video not backing that up. What's your reaction?
Dan, I thought that was a bone-chilling interview. I was shaking as I was listening to it, in large part because it takes just an unbelievable amount of gall to lie to the American public. I mean, everybody saw that video, and yet there he was telling you and telling the American public that this young man was brandishing a weapon, that he was impeding officers, that he was there to attend a riot, that he was engaged in assault, when everyone can see that that's not true. It should freak the American public out that the Trump administration lies this easily, will lie to your face when you can see the evidence for yourself. The fact of the matter is, Minneapolis is fundamentally less safe because ICE and CBP are there. And that's the point. They are there to cause a conflict. They are there to create mayhem. And it isn't going to be just isolated to Minneapolis. As they continue to staff up with officers who are not trained for this kind of work, this is going to be in Philadelphia. This is going to be in Phoenix. This is coming to your city as well. And so if we don't stop this in its tracks, what you are seeing in Minnesota, people being killed simply for exercising their First Amendment rights, is going to be a regular feature in this country. That is dystopian. We shouldn't allow for it. And that should unite Republicans and Democrats in Congress, because it's increasingly uniting Republicans and Democrats all around the country who are turning against this just unbelievably lawless way that Bovino and his team are operating in our cities.
And what do you make of Bovino and other Trump officials putting the blame on the governor, Tim Walz, on the mayor, Jacob Fry, for lots of things, including the fact that they are encouraging local officials, or local citizens rather, to go out and to document these arrests?
Yeah, it's just another lie. I mean, every single day, these guys are stone cold liars. The leaders in Minnesota are not and have never encouraged violence. Everyone has a right to peacefully assemble and protest. Everyone has a right to film law enforcement. They are operating in busy city streets. He called that a crime scene, and that this was an individual who was interfering in a crime scene. It wasn't a crime scene. First of all, we have no idea what operation they were undertaking, but simply because they are going after someone who is not here legally doesn't mean that it's a crime scene. It doesn't mean that individuals don't have the right and ability under the United States.
Well, it was a crime scene, but it wasn't a crime scene until Alex Pretti was dead. There was no crime scene to interfere with until Alex Pretti died. You know how I know that? Because there was no police tape. That's the thing that police put up to alert people to a crime scene. Without it, there is no crime scene. That's how the law works. But yeah, anyway, Chris Murphy goes on to say that we can't fund ICE. I go further. I say, don't fund ICE. And don't vote for anything until we get a statutory repeal of ICE entirely. And shut down that fucking agency. Because I'm not going to give Democrats another opportunity to give ICE more money. Because they've done it. They've done it under Trump. I won't have it again. If there's no more agency, there's nothing to give money to. What's interesting is that even Republicans seem upset about this. At least state Republicans in Minnesota. This guy is apparently running to defeat Tim Walz, apparently, in the gubernatorial race this year. But he is dropping out of the race.
I'm staying in the race. I love Minnesota. I was born and raised here. My immediate family lives here. My extended family lives here. It's my home. I decided to run for governor because I firmly believe that Minnesota needs serious and systemic change. Fraud is rampant. Our streets are unsafe. We need to honor and respect law enforcement much more. Our education results lag behind Mississippi. Our taxes are absurdly high, and we're losing great businesses and people because of those taxes and ever-increasing regulations. I believe Minnesota has seriously lost its way. Since I announced my candidacy on December 1, I am extremely proud of what we've accomplished. I started as a relative unknown candidate and emerged as a leading Republican contender in less than 2 months. Honestly, we've accomplished more in less than 2 months than I ever dreamed possible, and I cannot thank my friends and supporters enough for getting me here. You've been there for me, and I will forever be grateful. But today, I announced the end of my campaign. I have 2 primary reasons for this decision. Number 1, I cannot support the National Republican's stated retribution on the citizens of our state, nor can I count myself a member of a party that would do so. I support the originally stated goals of Immigrations and Customs Enforcement's Operation Metro Surge in locating and deporting the worst of the worst from our state. And I've seen many examples of ICE arresting non-U.S. citizens in Minnesota convicted of serious crimes, including murder, rape, and child sexual assault. No reasonable person should want these people here, and I am glad that they are gone. But Operation Metro Surge has expanded far beyond its stated focus on true public safety threats. United States citizens, particularly those of color, live in...
Oh, there you go. Here's this ghoul dropping out of the race because ICE went too far. Oh! Did they? They were doing a great job before they murdered Alex Pretti. That's basically what this guy's saying, right? Even though they were kicking down doors without warrants, harassing people on the streets and sidewalks, like all that was fine according to this fucking weirdo. And it's interesting. It is interesting. I feel like the murder of Alex Pretti and Renee Good have sort of like they've brought to light the sort of paradoxical dichotomy that white guys like this, I think, tend to live in, essentially. Right? Because they claim to be, especially like Republican types like this, they claim to love liberty and freedom and all these other sorts of things. And, you know, they want to back all of these sorts of, just horrifyingly fascist actions. And they're fine with it. Like, they're fine with that hypocrisy until that fascism is visited upon somebody that they can see themselves in. Until they see it affect a white man, a white U.S. man. They can't wrap their minds around it. And even when faced with this, they still think that it's a worthy cause. They still think that ICE is doing something good. They just, like, they went too far this time or something. It's like, oh, the bad apples must have gotten the bunch or something. And it's just, it's fascinating. It's just fascinating how they're incapable. Like, the only reason that guys like this are even roused by this is because it was a white man who was killed. If it wasn't, he wouldn't be dropping out of the race. If it had been a Somali man, an American Somali man that had been killed, he wouldn't be dropping out right now. I can guarantee it. And at some point, that fucking hypocrisy, you would think, would break your brain. And perhaps that's what we're watching right now. It's a bunch of brain-broken hypocrites just sort of floating around, not knowing what to do right now. They're all very confused. The actions of their benevolent supreme dictator have caused them pain. Caused them to sympathize with one of these people that they've been villainizing this whole time. It's super weird. Well, unfortunately, we have gone 4 hours. And we still haven't completed the galactic content goal, and we also have to take a break. So we're going to do that. However, I am getting tired right now. So, this thing might end. I have to just call it. All right, quick break. All right, everybody, I hope you're all enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and or subscribe on YouTube. And do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack. I will be right back. All right, everybody. Break is over. Third half is about to begin. Okay. We are back again. Third half. The end of the second half. With the former Minnesota GOP candidate for governor of that state dropping out of the race over the actions of ICE in his state. Let's go to some other takes from Republicans. Perhaps a more well-known Republican. A guy who's probably somewhere in Cancun, I would guess. Ted Kaczynski Cruz. No, Cancun Cruz. Whatever his name
All right.
is.
Donald Trump's Nazi Gestapo is in the streets killing American citizens. Democratic leadership is feckless, impotent, and not rising to the moment. I still have hope that the Senate will put a full stop and a guardrail to this Nazi shit happening in American streets. But as a little break from this, because it's a lot to absorb, all of the inhumanity and depravity that we're seeing on our timelines, I think it's always fun to pick on Raphael Ted Cruz. Canadian-born Raphael Ted Cruz, Cuban descent. Sorry to our Canadian listeners. I know you guys hate America, and I know it's a stain on your country that Raphael was born there. But I know that you support us.
Is that true? Is Ted Cruz really a Canadian?
Omega Star just cheered 200 bits. Ted Cruz is the Zodiac Killer.
That's true, Omega Star. He is the Zodiac Killer. That's what I've heard. I mean, I mean, he was not convicted of it, but every person I mean, the most credible, seemingly suspect in all of this is Ted Cruz. Oh God, how is that man not seen justice for his crimes?
Illegal.
Thank you for the bits,
So
Omega.
let's all browbeat Raphael together. So Raphael was caught on a hot mic at a.
Is Ted Cruz's real name Raphael? Why is Jennifer calling Ted Cruz Raphael? It's confusing me. Raphael Edward Cruz. Ted? Raphael Edward Cruz. How did you get the Ted? How'd you get the Ted? That's strange. Why doesn't he stick with Raphael? That's weird. It's almost like he's trying to distance himself from his own identity. Rafael Eduardo Cruz.
Donor dinner. And Axios reports the following. Pop this up. Trump was in a bad mood, Cruz tells the donors. I've been in conversations where he was very happy. This was not one of them. Cruz says he told Trump, Mr. President, if we get to November of 2026 and people's 401ks are down 30% and prices are up 10 to 20% at the supermarket, we're going to go into Election Day and face a bloodbath. You're going to lose the House. You're going to lose the Senate. You're going to spend the next 2 years being impeached every single week. Trump's response, according to Cruz, fuck you, Ted. So, you know, here's what's interesting that everybody needs to realize. It's all this performance.
I gotta say though, before Jennifer gets in here, I mean, I hate to give Rafael Eduardo, aka Ted Cruz, any credit for anything. To be fair, if Trump loses the House and the Senate, he better be getting impeached every single fucking week. I swear to God. Like this had better be reality. From Ted Cruz's mouth to the ears of those who are going to be in the Congress of 2027 and 2028. Oh, God. Let it be so.
Policies are working, that there's no inflation, that the stock market isn't on the precipice of really tanking, which the fundamentals below it show that they are. That right there is an admission to his donors that he knows how unpopular this shit is. But the duplicity and the performative nature of politics is really what got Trump elected, because he came out, called Ted a liar, called Marco Rubio little, low energy Jeff. He bashed the establishment, which shows you all of these politicians, and Democrats are included in this, have two faces. This is the face that I'm going to say when I'm on Fox or CNN or MSNBC. And this is the face I say when I don't think cameras are rolling. Both sides do this shit.
Okay, so here is what I always think in the back of my head. We know, based on our conversations with different people we've interviewed, so many of these Republicans that are rah-rahing Trump behind the scenes think he's a nut, know his policies are crazy. Ted Cruz, perfect example. He was slinging Trump shit last week on Fox News. So at what point, because they know this is the reality, Trump is so underwater, it is going to be a blue tsunami. At what point do they break with him and set themselves apart from their constituents? You don't think they ever will?
Never.
Even for self-preservation?
No, never. These people, you're talking about Republicans?
Yes.
Voting against Trump?
Yeah. I mean, I'm hoping the Senate will, because they know how unpopular this is with the American people, ICE, and what they're doing. But at some point, they're going to have to face the fact they're going to lose, or they have to vote against Trump. I mean, today,
you think the Republicans are going to vote against Trump?
Well, I'm hopeful in this funding bill. Is that Pollyanna?
I think you might have Murkowski, but like, you think Lion Ted? You think this piece of shit's going to vote against Trump? No.
What does that say
this
about
Trump
Ted?
called his wife ugly?
Yeah, said his dad shot JFK.
He came out and said, "God bless Donald Trump." That is I love you, Pumps, but come on. I mean, these people are never going to stand up on principle. They're never going to stand up for anything. This is the conservative party, that there's the decorum of the office and the Constitution and all of this shit. And they worship Donald Trump. There's going to be zero moral clarity with these people. Zero. I mean, I honestly believe that right now, a video of him making out with a child sorry, let me correct that, listener. Sexually assaulting a child, and the Epstein files could come out. And the whole cult would somehow have some conspiracy theory around it and would provide a permission structure. Donald Trump tried to overturn the election and send a mob, and they tried to kill Mike Pence. And we think Ted Cruz and a couple other people are going to have some moral clarity all of a sudden and vote against Donald Trump now. And what I would
Yeah, I mean, it's fair skepticism from Jennifer here on this one. I don't see how you could expect Republicans to make any real strong stand against Trump. You really can't. I mean, I wish you could expect, these guys to come out here and actually care about the democracy that they claim to love so dearly all the time, but Exhibit A, Susan Collins.
Madam President, this is a very important week in the Senate for many reasons. We will be voting on whether to proceed to the final 6-bill
We will be
package
voting.
of appropriations bills sent to us by the House of Representatives. This package includes the following full-year funding bills for the Department of Defense, Financial Services and General Government, Homeland Security, Labor, Health and Human Services, and Education, National Security, Department of State and related programs, and Transportation and Housing and Urban Development. Madam President, as a valued and important member of the Appropriations Committee, you know well that these are fiscally responsible bills that reflect many months of hard work and deliberation from members from both parties and from both sides of the Capitol. They reflect
She just said the term fiscally responsible. The budget that increases the deficit by trillions of dollars. Susan Collins just said the term fiscally responsible. What a farce. We are increasing the deficit by trillions. That is fiscal responsibility.
input from
Oh my fucking
nearly
God.
every senator. Our subcommittees received more than 31,000 requests from senators for these 6 bills alone. Over the last months, our subcommittees have worked with representatives to approve these 6 bills. Now, Madam President, it is the Senate's turn to show that we can work together in a bipartisan manner to finish the job. It is so important that we do so because looming is a government shutdown, another harmful, unnecessary, and disastrous government shutdown if we do not complete our work.
It's terrible.
Now, Madam President, there are so many important provisions in these bills that need to become law. I'm not going to go through
Omega
them
Star
at
just
this
shared
time.
1,000 bits. It's all peanuts droning womp womp.
1,000 bits. Oh, Megastar, my God. Incredible generosity. Thank you. Womp womp. Womp womp. Susan Collins. I'm sorry she's taking so long to get to the point that I want her to make. She's taking her goddamn time over here.
Later in this week. Let me say, Madam
That's great.
President, that the tragic death of Alex Pretti has refocused attention on the Homeland Security bill, and I recognize that. and share the concerns.
Oh.
I do want to
Ah.
point out to my colleagues that there are many safeguards that have been put in this bill that I would encourage them to review, and that the vast majority of the funding in this bill, more than 80%, is for non-immigration and non-border security functions. It includes, for example, funding for FEMA. We've just gone through a horrific storm that is.
It's got money for FEMA. You know, the federal agency that's been completely dismantled and is running on 40% of its workforce because the Trump administration has been actively firing people going into the storm that you just quoted, Suzanne. Dude, get this woman out of office. She is the utter fucking worst. Safeguards? She's talking about safeguards and FEMA funding right now? Are you shitting me, Susan? Anyways, if you haven't picked up on it, Susan thinks that we should pass the appropriations bill, full stop, no amendments. So there's Exhibit A on the Republican pushback on Donald Trump. Let's give DHS everything they want. Susan Collins. Really got to get her out of office. Really, she sucks. She really does. Yeah, funding for FEMA. Now we got to vote for it. Right. Perfect. It makes perfect sense. Because all of that money is going to be appropriated in a completely above board way. It will certainly help people on the ground, considering who's in charge of this fucking agency right now. Like, honestly, this is like one of these things that's like genuinely frustrating all the time. Like, I've been trying to like navigate, but it's like every single tax dollar that gets sent up to the federal government, like, that then is intended to go out like evenly to the, well, not evenly, but you know what I mean? Like, it's supposed to go out according to all these other things, as we continue to send our tax dollars over to these fucking lunatics, like, more and more, all these agencies that the money's supposed to go to are now like toothless or useless, and so it's just like funneling money into these broken places now. They're being created. They're being made broken by the Trump administration, right? Like, we're still technically funding the National Weather Service and technically funding FEMA, technically funding, all these other sorts of agencies that have been completely crippled, like the EPA. Like, the EPA, what is the EPA doing right now? I'd like you to ask yourself that question. Because we're giving them, I don't know, I can't remember the exact number. I think it's like a couple $2 billion a year. Maybe a little less. Like I said, I can't remember the exact figure. But it's go down the line on all the agencies that they've been dismantling. Now, here's a good question. What the fuck is the HHS doing? Like, we are paying the taxes. We're just paying the salaries of RFK Jr. and Dr. Oz and all these other people to not do their jobs. And to actively like scuttle the health or the environment or whatever their actual task is, like doing the exact opposite of it. It's out of control. It's out of control. This is exactly what like the revolution was fought over, basically. This is literally some Boston Tea Party like moment type shit that we are living in, whether or not we want to recognize it. Like, this is like, these were like all the stuff the Trump administration is doing right now literally just goes down the line on all of the complaints that the former colonists had of King George. He's doing all of them and more.
Vedika Bahel is here in studio. Vedika, you are returning us to our top story, the death of Alex Pretti at the hands of ICE agents in the aftermath to it. There has been a surge of misinformation surrounding gun ownership after that killing, with FBI Director Kash Patel falsely claiming that the nurse was unlawfully carrying a weapon. What actually happened?
Well, Sharon, the short answer is that FBI Director Kash Patel has been spreading falsehoods following Alex Pretti's killing by the hands of ICE agents in Minneapolis.
Kash Patel? No. He would never. Kash Patel would never spread the lies. This guy? Kash would never lie. Okay? My God. The guy who used FBI agents to protect his girlfriend's drunk friends and used a private jet to fly himself down to a concert she was doing in Georgia. This guy, the guy who can't seem to release the Epstein files, would lie about something? Although I gotta give him one props. He's learned to make his eyes look normal rather than like he's hoping to get hit in the like it's almost like I'm not gonna he's not a good this man. It's shocking. It's almost like he doesn't know the law.
Falsely suggested that carrying firearms at protests is illegal. So let's take a listen to what Patel had to say. Although I do want to quickly remind our viewers that Alex Pretti had a legal license to carry his firearm. And as we've covered here at Truth or Fake and done by several other medias, we've seen video footage of him being disarmed before he was shot. But let's take a listen to that controversial statement by Kash Patel.
As Christy said, you cannot bring a firearm loaded with multiple magazines to any sort of protest that you want. It's that simple. You don't have that right to break the law and incite violence.
Now, mind you, Patel made this statement after Brian O'Hara, the Minneapolis police chief, had already publicly clarified that Pretti was legally armed at the scene of his killing. But this is entirely false information that Kash Patel is sharing. There's no Minnesota legislature or even federal law that bars participation in a peaceful protest whilst carrying a concealed weapon. In any case, we also just want to remind our viewers that Alex Pretti had a legal license, but he also had no visible weapon. He was disarmed before he was shot. His handgun was only discovered after he was tackled and to the ground. We have seen also the video footage that he did not approach officers aggressively. He was helping a woman who was shoved to the ground when he was tackled. But in any case, what Kash Patel is saying is false because Alex Pretti had a legal license.
And Vendetta, those comments from the FBI director and some by other Republicans, they've drawn major heat from US gun rights activists. Tell us a little.
Yes, shock of shocks. This one went too far for the gun rights, the 2A people. How dare the FBI come out and say that we can't have guns wherever we want them. Christopher DeBlante with a sweet super chat on YouTube.
So hot right
StreamLord
now.
drank so much tea he could spark the Revolutionary War 2.0 by taking a dive in the Boston Harbor. It's true. That's true. That's true. And you can also... Here's a fun fact. Did you know that you could help me with my tea addiction problem and ensuring that I have as much tea as needed through the month, through the weeks, through the days? That's right. You could buy me tea. Physically... You could take money and you could buy tea and have it arrive at my door, making my life slightly easier. On Throne, of course. That's what you're wondering where. Yeah.
Bit about that.
That's right. Both local and national gun rights groups have pushed back strongly to these statements. This is a post by the Minnesota Gun Owners Caucus, a local gun rights groups in the state. They say that this is completely incorrect in terms of Minnesota law. There's no prohibition on a permit holder carrying a firearm with multiple magazines at a protest or rally in Minnesota. Now, gun rights groups were further outraged when Bill Asaley, the first assistant U.S. attorney for California, seemed to back Patel's comments, but also, in a way, take them a step further. He said, if you approach law enforcement with a gun, there's a high likelihood that they will be legally justified in shooting you. Now, the gun owners of America condemned that statement, saying that they were untoward. They said that federal agents are not highly likely to be legally justified in shooting concealed carry licensees. They also said that the Second Amendment protects Americans' rights to bear arms whilst protesting. Even the NRA, the National Rifle Association, which has always normally backed Donald Trump's administration, they made a rare statement against the administration, saying that this is dangerous and wrong. But overall, this is a very inconsistent stance from Patel, Asali, and all the Republicans who have spoken out to back these statements and who have been in agreement, because the Trump administration has often stood by gun rights groups' defense of the right to openly carry firearms in public.
Yeah, and this is a somewhat complex issue, in my opinion. Here's my take on it. I mean, I believe, you know, you have the right to own a firearm. I personally think, it's complicated, right? Because this wasn't really a protest. This wasn't even a protest. It wasn't a gathering of protesters. This was a sudden, like, this guy was like, who knows what he was doing beforehand? And, like, you know, maybe, like, but the fact is like he did not. He was not at a protest. He was observing the actions of law enforcement. It's a completely different situation, right? Now, I would like to say, though, and I said it before, I'm going to stick by this. If you are going to an actual protest, I don't think it's a great call to bring guns. And I know the 2A fetishists and the NRA disagree with me on that. I just don't think it's a great idea. Right? Because honestly, I feel like it does take it in a direction, like away. I feel like bringing guns to a protest takes it away from the, like, intent. Like, you should go with a mind of, you know, as much peace as possible, right? And that I feel like, you know, like, to some degree, like, it could cause issues, right? And, like, I don't want to see that sort of thing happen. And is there a time where protesting with weapons at some point is a thing necessary in our history? It has been. I know that much. There's been times where people have done that. Historically speaking, and it may happen again in the future, but generally speaking, I don't think we're at that point. I think we need to try and keep things as peaceful as possible. But once again, Alex Pretti wasn't at a protest. He was just walking down the sidewalk. So it's not clear to me at all that he was even at a protest. And so it's sort of a wild, so many wild claims being made by the Trump administration. It's hard to even, you know, like, nail any one particularly down. But it doesn't justify them shooting him. But I do inherently know, as a man who distrusts the government, I have a healthy skepticism of the government, I would say, generally speaking. You know, I do feel like they're always going to try and find something to justify their actions in post. I inherently know that to be true. Especially if the government sees itself as being oppositional towards you. Sadly, not everybody's treated the same under our laws, even though they're supposed to be. It has been exhibited time and time again. And it's all too prevalent right now in our current reality. And I just prefer to see people stay as safe as possible and to give them as few reasons to engage physically with you. Not that they need one. They seemingly are engaging anybody regardless of any threat actually posed. It's not like he wasn't brandishing a weapon. It was honestly, they didn't notice he had a gun until he was literally surrounded by agents. There's like 4 dudes sitting on top of him. That's the first time anybody noticed he had a gun. But they immediately tried to use it as justification. It's not right, but they did. The fact is, the government doesn't like to take accountability for things. And neither do government agents. That's why we have things like qualified immunity. And that's why we got to get rid of things like qualified immunity. We have to bring accountability back. No more immunity in the United States. Everybody should be accountable for their crimes, including this guy right here. The felon in charge of our country,
U.S.
Donald
President Donald Trump is facing pushback from gun rights groups. That's after he said Tuesday that ICU nurse Alex Pretti, who was killed by an ICE agent in Minneapolis, should not have been carrying a gun before the altercation.
Can Donald Trump legally vote and or own a gun? Something I'm wondering to myself. He's a felon, right? He's a convicted felon.
With federal officers.
I don't like that he had a gun. I don't like that he had 2 fully loaded magazines. That's a lot of bad stuff.
Pretti was licensed to carry a concealed weapon. Videos taken by bystanders of his shooting show that Pretti never touched his gun before being fatally shot by ICE agents, contradicting early claims by Trump administration officials that he was a threat to law enforcement. The Gun Owners of America group said it was not happy with Trump's remarks, saying that Americans have the right to carry firearms, even while protesting. The clash comes as Republicans head toward the midterm election.
Trump did not like that this guy had a gun. He's very upset about that initially. For whatever reason. Just yell, "I have AIDS" at them. No one wants to make you bleed after you yell, "I have AIDS." Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, man. What a tactic. That is ridiculous. All right, let's see how a great libertarian man of valor, Senator Rand Paul of Kentucky. Let's see what he had to say in the wake of the murder of an American citizen.
Can we get your reaction to the Alex Pretti incident? Can we get your reaction to the Alex Pretti incident over the weekend?
Yeah. We're going to have hearings on this. We've invited 3 of the prominent leaders from the Department of Human Services on immigration and immigration control, and we're going to discuss the question of whether or not filming someone, as I see is going on right now, whether that could be considered to be assault, whether retreating from ICE agents is considered to be assault, and whether or not filming and then retreating is an indication that you are a potential assassin. If our government's going to say things like that, people out there in the public need to know. I mean, do people filming the government have to worry that they are guilty of assault?
I don't know if anybody's picking up on the very thin line that Rand Paul is trying to walk here. It's like, we're going to try and figure out whether... It's like he's not quite taking a stance on it. He's like, look, we're going to sit down. We're going to talk about whether or not filming and then retreating is in fact assault. We're going to figure it out. And maybe it is. And the people deserve to know. That's Rand Paul's take. Great libertarian Rand Paul. We're going to figure out whether that's assault. And then we'll let the people know Then we will generously let the people know whether or not they've been assaulting people by taking their photo. Rand Ball. Freedom. Here's a question. And we've been talking about a lot whether or not ICE can shoot people, but let's not forget that they've been violating a whole host of other constitutional processes as well. You know, things like the Fourth Amendment, Fifth Amendment, 13th and 14th Amendment. You know, all of them really, seemingly.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. We are continuing our conversation with Georgetown University Law Center professor Stephen Vladeck, who's written a piece, co-authored a piece in the New York Times, "This May Be the Only Path to Accountability for the Minneapolis Shootings." I wanted to ask you about the Associated Press reporting that ICE is asserting federal immigration officers have the power to forcibly enter homes without a judicial warrant in what legal experts say is a clear violation of the Fourth Amendment. ICE made the sweeping claim in a secretive memo dated May 12th. Two whistleblowers shared the memo with Democratic Senator Richard Blumenthal. Last week, Homeland Security's General Counsel, Jimmy Percival, wrote a piece for the Wall Street Journal headlined "How the Deep State Thwarted ICE Administrative Warrants." In it, Percival claimed, quote, "If the police come to a home to make an arrest, police generally must obtain a judicial warrant before entering without permission. Illegal aliens, however, don't have the same rights as citizens. Under federal immigration law, officers may issue an administrative warrant, which means that the probable cause finding is made by an executive branch officer rather than a judicial officer." Again, that's a quote of General Counsel for Homeland Security, Percival. Professor Vladeck, your response to these claims made by Percival, and talk about the whole TikTok story.
Yeah, so Amy, I wrote a post for my newsletter, which is called One First, which is at stevevladeck.com yesterday, that provides a much longer response to the General Counsel's claims. There are two basic assertions here that are both false. The first assertion that Percival made in his op-ed is that what he calls illegal aliens have fewer Fourth Amendment rights than other non-citizens and then U.S. citizens. Amy, that's just not true. The Supreme Court has never said that. There are a smattering of lower court decisions that have suggested other contexts and other rights where maybe non-citizens in general and undocumented immigrants in particular have less protection, but none of those cases are Fourth Amendment cases. So just from the get-go, this whole framing is incorrect. But there's also this really, I think, odious attempt to portray non-citizens who are subject to what's called a final order of removal as, quote, fugitives from justice, unquote. That's just not true. The way our immigration process works, there are countless tens of thousands of non-citizens who might receive a final order of removal, but who are allowed to remain at large until a date by which the government says you must report to us or leave the country voluntarily. Those folks aren't fugitives. There are limits on how long the government can detain non-citizens pending their removal before they have to be released. Those folks are not fugitives. And so what we're really seeing here is an effort to twist a handful of old cases that have recognized circumstances in which the government doesn't need a judicial warrant to enter a home into this sort of systemic view that as long as they're looking for, quote, illegal aliens, a term they don't define with any specificity, they can go into anyone's homes, Amy, including American citizens' homes, without a judicially signed warrant. There's no precedent for that. It reflects a remarkable attempt to shift what have been the historical precedents. And, you know, I think the alarming question about the Percival op-ed is this is the General Counsel of the Department of of Homeland Security, the agency that runs ICE, CBP, you name it. Either he knows all of these things and wrote that op-ed anyway, or he doesn't. I'm not sure which of those is less comforting, but neither is especially reassuring.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, my God. Honestly, that is quite a conundrum. Which one is more disturbing? This guy whose duty it is to know the law, not knowing the law? Or knowing the law and then intentionally circumventing it? Or usurping it? It's honestly... I think the second one technically might be scarier. Although the first one is, honestly, it can be just as dangerous. Because it doesn't, I mean, if you don't know the law, then how do you enforce it? How do you go about doing that job? It's a great question. Okay. Now let's move over to seeing how Democrats have been responding to this latest ICE-caused tragedy.
If you can keep the American electorate deeply divided, then you can continue to loot the economy, enrich yourself. You can continue to pass corrupt laws. It's no coincidence here that this explosion in ICE funding is also a complete giveaway to the surveillance tech companies like Palantir and many others that seek to create billion-dollar contracts and enrich themselves off of a surveillance state that attacks the American people more broadly. If you can keep the American people divided, then they can continue on their program and their agenda of funneling billions of dollars in corruption, whether it's offshore accounts, whether it's these crypto coins, whether it's jacking up tariffs and costs on the American people so that the billionaires that funded this administration and Donald Trump himself can get away with lining their own pockets. They want us divided here so that they can swindle us in every other aspect of our lives. They are trying to distract from the fact that prices have exploded, that people's health insurance is being stripped as we speak, $1 trillion out of healthcare to fund this state violence. This is what they are trying to do in dividing us because they know that they are on their back feet. The Trump administration knows that they are failing, that their support is shrinking among the American people, that people are sick of their lives getting worse and worse, and they need to create flashpoints to distract and divide us so that we don't have the power to organize to make our own lives better. That is the agenda, and this is part of a larger class war that they have incited among the 1% of this country, not even the 1%, the 0.0001%. This is the...
I gotta say, if that's the intention, I think it's completely backfiring. I mean, it seems like we're organizing harder than we have in the last year. You know, I feel like we're all now thinking in this mindset. Hopefully. I know I am. I feel like organizing is more necessary than ever. We have to show serious resolve on this. And this is, I mean, we're going to get to this in a second, but I'm just going to say it now. It's not going to be a second, which is why I'm going to say it now. Because we got so much, I mean, honestly, this is taking over my entire thought space. Like, this is like all I can think about at this point. Like this, I have been objecting to everything the Trump administration has been doing. I think everybody here knows that. This one, these two murders in the span of less than a month, happening on camera, and then being justified immediately by the Trump administration, has sent truly just like a wave through my consciousness that this administration is completely lawless and completely unapologetic about it. At least that's how they want to behave. And since that is the case, we cannot allow that to come back. Even if they do pull back, I don't care. Good. We continue to push forward. We push forward and forward and forward and forward until Republicans look like the Democrats. And Democrats are carrying around fucking, hammers and sickles around here. Calling for, the end of the the fucking capitalist, capture of our entire government and society. That's where I'm at. It's gone too far. I have learned from the last 375 days. This administration will take what they can. They will do whatever they can until somebody high enough, and the only people they seem to listen to, even slightly, is the Supreme Court. They don't care. They don't care. They have completely they have decided that they will go ahead and do whatever the fuck they want. And as a result, it is time for American citizens to tell them what to do directly by protesting and other means. Because they cannot be allowed to one more second on any of these issues. It has sparked a resolve in me to not let a single one of these things go by the wayside. Every single time that they do something unconstitutional, we should have people out there protesting. Every single fucking time that they decide that their will is more salient than the rule of law. Every single time. And something that the Trump administration does is represses the people rather than lifting them up every single time that they enrich themselves rather than the lives of Americans. These guys need to hear about it. It's not one thing, it's all things. And I'm sick of Democrats having zero fucking plan on all of this. But the fact is, we should have been hearing for the last year the alternatives to everything the Trump administration has been fucking doing from Democrats. But they've been feckless and weak. And now it's time for the people to govern, it would seem. And anyone not prepared that is currently in office needs to be taken out and replaced. We do not have time anymore. We've been talking about it as it relates to climate change, and now it's on every single possible imaginable clock. It's a 5-alarm fire in every single possible category. And we're not done until we both put them out and then rebuild stronger than ever before. Okay, let's go here now to the House of Representatives.
Yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Texas, a member of the Appropriations Committee, Ms. Escobar.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, as a member of the House Homeland Appropriations Subcommittee, I stand today in opposition to this Homeland Appropriations bill. I want to be very clear. The bill that passed out of committee had protections for U.S. citizens against what we are seeing playing out in Minnesota and other American cities. During our debate in the House Appropriations Committee, I successfully amended the bill to include language that would prevent ICE from apprehending and deporting U.S. citizens. When the bill was reported out of committee, it included my amendment. But during negotiations, I was told that the White House, Stephen Miller in particular, stripped my amendment from the bill. This means Donald Trump does not want to protect U.S. citizens. Let that sink in. Donald Trump does not want U.S. citizens protected from being detained and deported by ICE. The Trump agenda has never been about apprehending and deporting the worst of the worst. Their own statistics prove that. The stories reported by journalists on the ground prove that. Eyewitness and firsthand accounts prove that. U.S. citizens, alongside lawful immigrants and members of vibrant communities, including children as young as 5 years old, are being targeted by ICE and Border Patrol in the kinds of abuses many of us never believed would happen in America. Indiscriminate stops on the streets, racial profiling, people dragged from their cars and their homes, legal observers physically assaulted for documenting abuses, theft and destruction of property and people.
Yeah. Yep. That's another thing on my list, is a packing of the Supreme Court. After the ruling that they made earlier on racial profiling, that was one of those ones that really broke me inside, where I was like, oh, really? That's where we're at? Now it's stop and frisk across the entire country? Really? If you look dark enough and shady enough, according to a police officer or an ICE agent, you can be grabbed up and have your constitutional rights taken away from you just on the spot, just while you're minding your own fucking business, walking to the store or whatever fucking else. Fuck that. Fuck that. Pack the Supreme Court or abolish it. I don't care. One of the two. Till that happens, we're still not where we need to be. Supreme Court is acting lawlessly. They've completely shirked their responsibility to the Constitution, and they're upending their own rulings. They are pretending that we don't see them. I see them, and they are enabling the Trump administration right now. Every single one of those fucking justices voting yes, they are enabling the Trump administration, and they must be stopped. I don't care what it takes. We need a revival of this democracy. The tree of liberty is withering to all the vultures that are perched on it. And until we shed ourselves of those vultures, that tree will continue to wither and die. For now, bare minimum is to shut down the fucking government. No ifs and or buts. Shut it down and force Republicans to the table. Force them to do things that they don't want to do.
Omega Star just cheered 100 bits. Yop.
Yop. Thank you, Omega Star, for the bits over there. So here, CNN, 2 days ago. Fact is, the government should have been shut down. Like, how many months ago was it now that Angus King and all those, and G. Shaheen and Dick Durbin and all these other fuckers went and voted for that garbage? Because, like, it should have been shut down then. Because now we got multiple things we needed to discuss. And sure, ICE. Yeah. We need to shut down ICE. No more money for ICE. $0 fucking dollars. Not a single penny. But what about all the money that got taken away from our health care? We deserve that back too. Where's that money going? It's going to tax cuts for Donald Trump and his family and the Lutnick's families, right? Like you said, like literally, there are multiple people in the Trump administration who are benefiting from this to the tune of just massive sums of money, millions and millions of dollars in tax breaks they are receiving, so that you can have more expensive health care. What a What a magnanimous and generous man. Was it November? I couldn't remember what month it was. It's all just blur now. All right, let's quickly go to this terrible place. CNN Roundtable with Dana Bash and friends.
What do the
Dan
Democrats
and
do
friends.
besides saying how they feel very strongly? The power of the purse, which again, it's not a big power since they're in the minority
We won't
in
rest.
both chambers. But
Dana, we will
just
not
to
rest.
Kind of rewind the clock a little bit. Remember the last time there was a shutdown, the reason it got fixed
Dana
is
doesn't
because
realize.
there were a group of
Dana does not understand not resting. Not when you don't rest, you will win. Okay? That's directly from me, your Senate Minority Leader, Chuck Schumer. We don't rest, Dana. And that is a form of governance by not resting.
Democrats in the U.S. Senate who decided to vote with Republicans to reopen the government. One independent who caucuses with the Democrats is Angus King. Here's what he said about the current moment where we are now.
I hate shutdowns. I'm one of the people that helped negotiate the solution to the end of the last shutdown, but I can't vote for a bill that includes
Fuck yourself,
funding under these
Angus.
circumstances. Take up DHS.
I fucking hate this guy. Yeah, you were the one who orchestrated giving the Trump administration all the money for the things that they're doing right now. You piece of fucking garbage. Maine, get rid of this motherfucker. Get rid of this piece of shit. What are you doing up there exactly? What is this guy doing for you? That guy and Susan Collins? Those your best? That's the best you got up there? Really? It's pathetic. Sad. You just got a Tony Robbins ad featuring PBD? Hey. Wow. Running ads on the Galactic News Network. The PBD boys. Are you not value-tained? All right, let's go on to some other people who have the opportunity to fight back against Donald Trump. Let's talk about Tim Walz, governor of Minnesota, who apparently had a perfect phone call with Donald Trump earlier this week. Here is Forbes breaking news from 2 days ago. Trump details phone call with Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. On Monday, President Donald Trump revealed that he... God damn it. Omega Star, thank you for the gifted sub to Go Lazo Boy. Much appreciated. All right, take two. On Monday, President Donald Trump revealed that he had spoken to Minnesota Governor Tim Walz by phone. Oh, phone, you say? The conversation comes after Saturday's killing of anti-ICE protester Alex Pretti in Minneapolis by federal agents, as the federal government begins a crackdown on illegal immigrants. The intensified ICE operations in Minneapolis have seen widespread protests. Another anti-ICE protester, Renee Good, was killed by an ICE agent earlier this month. Walz, Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey, and most Democrat leaders in Minnesota and nationally have demanded Trump withdraw ICE and Border Patrol agents from Minnesota. On his Truth Social platform, Donald Trump said, quote unquote, Governor Tim Walz called me with the request to work together with respect to Minnesota. It was a very good call, and we actually seem to be on a similar wavelength. I told Governor Walz that I would have Tom Homan call him, and that we are looking for and are all criminals that have in their possession. The governor very respectfully understood that, and I will be speaking to him in the future. He was happy that Tom Homan was going to Minnesota, Success in D.C., Memphis, and New Orleans. Crime is way down, but both Governor Walz and I wanted to make it better. Perfect phone call. The very best. Bad news, Angus King just won re-election last year. Yeah, I know. I know it's... Look, I know that Angus and a bunch of these, like... Most of the Democrats who voted were safe this election cycle. But we're taking notes. Okay? We're taking notes on who did and who did not collaborate with the Trump administration. Okay? And... It's sort of a one strike you're out type situation, pretty much. That's at least my opinion right now. We might amend the list later, but for now, one strike you're out. You're collaborating with the fascists in America. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. Abe Froman is better than Angus King. Abe Froman, the Sausage King. The Sausage King of Chicago. Fuck, I gotta pee. Here, I'll just start you off on this. I'll be right back.
We have to work at it, nurture it, protect it, and even sacrifice for it. May we never forget and always remember our brothers and sisters who have served.
That is Alex Pretti right there. That's his voice. That's video of him before he was gunned down in Minneapolis. He was at a VA hospital paying tribute to his final service to a patient, a salute for somebody who died who had served our country. It's a contrast to the video you're about to see. This video is of Pretti's final moments. Cell phone footage shows agents pushing Pretti to the ground before at least one of them shoots him multiple times. CBS News reviewed these videos, seeing Pretti holding a cell phone in his right hand and nothing in his left. Pretti was a registered gun owner, we know that, but he did not have the gun in his hand. An officer had already taken that gun where it was holstered on Pretti's waist, right before another officer pulled the fatal trigger.
Shut it down! Shut it down! Shut it down!
So in response, thousands marched through the streets of downtown Minneapolis over the weekend demanding federal agents leave the city. Meanwhile, local and federal officials see what happened with much different interpretations.
This individual showed up to impede a law enforcement operation and assaulted our officers. They responded according to their training and took action to defend the officer's life and those of the public around him.
What are they doing? They're not investigating the person that killed our citizens. They're investigating us. This is political retaliation. This is about a political narrative, and that narrative is making people less safe.
This is an inflection point, America. If we cannot all agree that the smearing of an American citizen and besmirching everything they stood for and asking us not to believe what we saw, I don't know what else to tell you. This has to be the moment. Someone has to be accountable.
So let's go live.
Look how miserable Kristi Noem. Look at the two people behind Kristi Noem looks. Oh, well, you got to know. Oh, right. Well, just to be clear. Let's go back here. These people are miserable back here. This is FEMA, the place that Kristi Noem is actively dismantling. These people hate Kristi. She's come into their organization. Like, this was on Saturday. Like this. Kristi Noem went to the FEMA center literally as the storm was like barreling down on the we talked about this story the other day. I thought about doing it again today because I straight up cried through it the last time because I just had too much that day. But the fact is, this was a visit from Kristi Noem as the first snowflakes were falling. Kristi Noem was here at the FEMA headquarters getting a briefing from FEMA officials while simultaneously those officials' colleagues were being walked out of the door with cardboard boxes in hand. That's why they look miserable, because their job is being destroyed by the woman speaking right now. This horrible, horrible woman. The very worst among us. Christy, puppy killer gnome. Frizla, donating on behalf of Orb Rumor. Wow. Incredibly generous of you, Frizla. She must feed off of negative energy. She's like an energy vampire. Yeah. Yeah, she's just a random governor who never got any further than that, and all of a sudden she's in charge of DHS and doing a terrible job. A governor of one of the least populous states in the nation. How many times did she run for president, by the way? 2? 3? I never banned out. Ay, ay, ay. Let's keep talking Tim Walz for a moment here.
Joining me now is Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. Governor Walz met with the White House border czar Tom Homan today, who was dispatched to Minneapolis in the wake of Saturday's fatal shooting. It's the governor's first television interview since Alex Pretti was killed. I appreciate you being here. I'm sorry to make you stand out in the cold, though. I guess you're used
Minnesota.
to it. Yeah. First of all, the meeting with Tom Homan, how did that go? What are your thoughts on it?
Well, Tom Homan's a professional, which is a lot more than Bovino and Christy Nome. But look, I think the thing we said is we're very clear about this, that we need these folks out of Minnesota, and we need justice for Renee Good and for Alex, and those were things that we came with. I think the thing that I'm most concerned about.
Oh my God,
Alex, and
that picture is like, it's the perfect picture for this thing I was about to say. But it's quite a claim to suggest that Tom Homan is somehow more professional than Greg Bovino or Christy Nome. Has any? I mean, if I'm taking crazy pills, this guy, Tim Walz, is going to come out and call this guy professional? Are we shitting? Are we just making jokes now? We're just saying untrue things? Tom Homan? Does anybody remember some of the comments this guy was making earlier this year before like the Kava stuff started coming up and they tried to hide him under the rug? Like, this guy? The guy who took $50,000 in a Kava bag? He's professional. He's the shining beacon of professionalism. This guy. And let's not forget that Tom Homan was saying just utterly disturbing things about immigrants earlier this year. They didn't quite have the panache of a Stephen Miller because he can't form sentences, but he was saying some incredibly offensive things about immigrants earlier this year. Well, technically last year. Sorry. In the first year of Trump's presidency, this guy was saying a whole host of unhinged shit all the time. Just like over and over again. To claim that this man is professional is just a wild accusation, in my opinion. And at no time have I ever looked at Tom Homan and thought, there's a professional guy.
Those were things that we came with. I think the thing that I'm most concerned about is the tone was different. There was a tone shift. I wish it was because of the horrific, shooting that somebody saw some morality, but I think it's probably the press. But with that being said, I'm not interested in a more efficient metro surge. I'm ready for them to get out of here, and I think that's where Minnesotans are talking about. So it was progress. Look, I never got a call from Bovino or Nome.
Never.
Nothing. No, nothing. When they're coming here, and Tom Homan landed last night, and he called me last night and asked if he could have a meeting, and he was there at 9 o'clock. So, look, I think that's progress, but.
No, it's not progress, Tim. Unless at that meeting you told Tom Homan to get the fuck out of the state and to resign and to give back his salary and the $50,000 that he got in that kava bag and to like leave the country and take Christie and Greg Bovino and everybody else with him to Guantanamo where they belong in prison, then it's not enough. Like, this is honestly, like, when I listened to this earlier, I was like, is Tim Walz getting ready to collaborate with ICE? Because that's what it sounds like to me. He's like, oh, actually, Tom's great. Christie and Greg Bovino suck. But Tom, he showed up. He's super professional. And I think, you know, maybe the state of Minnesota will just collaborate with ICE. And that'll solve it. And that really worries me when you got people like Tim coming out here, the man who's supposed to be standing up for his state, saying things like that. I'm fairly certain that the people of Minnesota don't want Tim to collaborate with Tom Homan. That would be my guess. That they would prefer zero collaboration with ICE. You know, just going based upon vibes. Frizla with a sweet, sweet super chat. Oh man, looks like the cartoon character would live in a barrel.
People don't understand that we got a lot of stuff going on. With the immigration enforcement.
That guy, he's the professional. Guy who can't string together a single sentence.
Give me a joke.
Give me a joke. He's being Midwest nice. I need him to be Midwest angry. That's what I need Tim Walz to be. I need him to be Midwest furious. I've got you on 2 devices that have synced so well. Sounds awesome. Hey, okay. Multi-screen experience for Choki. That's what I like to hear. Now, apparently, if you didn't hear, we mentioned it earlier, but Pam Bondi apparently made a comment. So I can't remember if it was a letter or if it was like a phone call. Apparently, Pam Bondi reached out to Minnesota officials attempting to gain access to voter rolls under the guise of if she got the voter roll data, that ICE would just leave Minnesota. Which is interesting. It makes it seem like, you know, it's a political witch hunt predicated upon immigrants, sort of disturbing willingness to, I mean, just a disturbing willingness to just go after people, like with no concern for who it hurts, just with the expressed goal of succeeding politically. If Democrats did anything like that, Republicans would lose their fucking minds. Like if Democrats showed up to Texas and like, you know, Louisiana, like Utah sees like all the voter rolls and shit and and did it by sending the National Guard there and then it being like, well, the National Guard will stop shooting people if you give us the voter rolls. Oh, they would be upset.
With all the news coming out of Minneapolis, something that hasn't received much attention is demand by Attorney General Pam Bondi for Minnesota's voting rolls. In a letter to Governor Tim Walz, Bondi wrote, in order to return law and order to the state, that Minnesota officials must turn over the personal information of those who cast ballots in the state's elections. One Democratic official in Minnesota called it, quote, an outrageous attempt to coerce Minnesota into giving the federal government private data on millions of U.S. citizens. Yinka Oyatade reports.
A growing showdown between state power and Washington is unfolding in Minnesota. A new flashpoint, Attorney General Pam Bondi demanding state authorities hand over Minnesota's voter list in a letter sent directly to Governor Tim Walz. Bondi is also insisting the state turn over data on people receiving public assistance and repeal sanctuary city policy.
Office of the Attorney General of Washington, D.C., January 24th of 2026. Addressed to Tim Walz, Governor of Minnesota, 130 State Capitol. Governor Walz, the state of Minnesota has refused to enforce the law, and the consequences are heartbreaking. Americans are watching politicians ignore federal immigration law. Criminals attack federal law enforcement, and rioters storm church services. I write to urge a change. In December 2025, DHS launched Operation Metro Surge to protect Americans from the dangers present by unchecked illegal immigration.
A letter sent directly to Governor Tim Walz.
Including violent crime and drug trafficking. Since the beginning of this operation, law enforcement has put themselves in harm's way to arrest dangerous criminals, including members of notorious violent gangs, criminal illegal aliens convicted of homicide, drug trafficking, sexual assault against a child, rape with a weapon, and other horrific crimes are now off the streets because of Operation Metro Surge. By the way, every time they go to a new state, they come up with a new operation, like a new operational name for it. You know why they're doing that, right? Because ICE is like, it's effectively, it's an outgrowth of the war on terror. And so they're really just sort of like sticking to the roots, and they're basically just declaring war state by state. Come up with a new name this time, you know? Oh, Metro Surge. Oh, God. Lone Star Wrangler. Whatever the fuck name they come up with next, I don't know. It's all just idiotic. Oh, shit, I lost it. I was reading Pam's unhinged letter. This is one of the most unhinged letters of all time. Written by a DOJ, at least. Unfortunately, you and other Minnesota officials have refused to support the men and women risking their lives to protect Americans and uphold the rule of law. Because Minnesota, Minneapolis, and St. Paul have chosen to ignore federal immigration law by enacting sanctuary laws and policies, the federal agents led by U.S. ICE and CBP have operated alone. Oh, God, they're operating alone. Oh, the thousands of ICE and CBP officers in Minnesota, they're all alone. The thousands of ICE and CBP officers that outnumber actual police, like 5 to 1, they're all alone, don't you see? And politicians in your state are not just refusing to help these agents, they're putting federal agents in danger. Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Fry said, ICE, get the fuck out of Minneapolis. We do not want you. Oh, God, that's got to be rough. Oh, that's got to be tough. Okay, this is such a stupid fucking letter. Oh, my God. I am confident that these simple steps will help bring back law and order to Minnesota and improve the lives of Americans. The time has come for state and local officials in your state to change course. As the chief law enforcement officer of the United States, I am committed to enforcing federal immigration laws and keeping every American safe. Pam, I'd like to point out that Pam Bondi's job is to not just uphold immigration law, but every law in the United States of America on the books as it stands. That's literally her job. Not just all of the laws, including the Constitution, which the Trump administration continues to flaunt. time and time again. Do not obstruct federal immigration enforcement. Do not allow rioters to take over the streets and houses of worship. Do not hinder federal officials from investigating financial fraud and violations of election laws. Whether state and local politicians stand in the way or not, we will work every day to protect Americans and make Minnesota safe again. I request that you join us in this effort. Sincerely, Pam Bondi. That's the worst signature I've ever seen. She's the Attorney General. That's her signature. Looks like the signature of a child. Jesus Christ. That is Bush League. It's just a literal capital P. It like a non-cursive capital P. Pam Bondi. Pam Bondi. That's our Attorney General, everybody. Pam Bondi.
Arguing those moves would help bring back law and order to Minnesota and improve the lives of Americans. Many disagree, some critics suggesting President Donald Trump wants access to the data to interfere with the upcoming midterm elections. State officials like Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison say Bondi is trying to force Minnesota to give up sensitive voter information that the Justice Department is not entitled to have.
Pam Bondi letter, it kind of reveals what this is all about. This is not about fraud, and it's not even about immigration, and it's certainly not about law enforcement. It's about handing over documents of the state of Minnesota, private information, including voting information, to the federal government. That's what this is about. And that's why we're fighting it.
It's still not clear what Bondi plans to do with the voter list if the state complies. Experts say the Justice Department could share the data with Homeland Security, allowing officials to identify non-American citizens on voter rolls. But election oversight does not fall under Washington's control. The U.S. Constitution gives that power to the states. Minnesota.
Yeah. It's a completely illegal meddling by the federal government. Honestly, it's coercion. It's political coercion. They're making threats to elicit a particular response. This is mafioso shit. It's okay, it's like, I hear you're having some problems. People coming to your place of business here and causing all sorts of chaos to ensue. I have a solution for you. Just take a seat with me here and I'll explain to you the sort of protection I could possibly provide you from these people who are causing all of you these problems. All you've got to do, give me access to the books. Give me access to the books, 10% of your revenue, and then we're good. I'll make sure nobody comes and bothers you ever again. All right, let's talk about how Democrats should be talking about ICE.
Today, I want and need to talk about ICE. This morning, ICE beat a man and executed him at point-blank range on the streets of Minnesota. We all know that this isn't the first time they've done this, and in this current climate, it won't be the last. And maybe I am the strange for thinking this, but I don't know how any Democrat can talk to any voters today and mention anything else but this. We can all speak the lines, we can go through all of the motions, but it is not enough anymore. Saying abolish ICE isn't enough. Voting against ICE spending isn't enough. Having stern words for Kristi Noem or Greg Bovino or Tom Homan, it's not enough. Every single person running for an elected position or in elected office needs to use their power, platform, and privilege to protect the communities they want to represent. And we need a promise from them to prosecute and try every single one of these criminals, everyone, and make sure it happens. This administration has been indicting people they see as effective opponents and effective critics. I am one of them. That is why I am reading this off of my phone, so that way my lawyer won't be mad at me. But I want to note that I was indicted for my continued activism and protest against ICE. I was indicted for what I see as the bare minimum for anyone trying to run for office right now. This administration cracks down against any critics they see as effective, and frankly, it is a shame they don't see more Democrats in that light. I decided to run for office in the first place because my background is fighting the right as a journalist and researcher. The exact same people, Tom Homan, Stephen Miller, Dan Bongino, that run our country right now. I have a track record of success against the right. My work contributed to Tucker Carlson getting fired from Fox News, triggered Elon Musk into deposing me, and I successfully worked with fellow activists to get the illegal wall that ICE erected at Broadview to keep us from our neighbors torn down. I don't have power. I am not an elected official right now, but I do know how to make change and hold fascists accountable even with the odds against me. I thought I could make change in March of last year, which is why I launched my campaign without asking for permission. This is not a promotion for me. This is not a stepping stone in my career. I want this seat because I want to do what I'm good at, help others, fight Nazis, and go back home to hanging out with my cat. If you're angry, stay angry. I'm angry too, and we're in this together.
There we go, Kat Abagozale at a Democratic Party of Evanston, Illinois event. Speaking about how Democrats need to be messaging right now. And I think she was, she was on point. We need more resolute determination from Democrats. Less strongly worded statements, more strongly taken actions. All right, let's go. Same topic. This time, Blakely at I Am Blakely of the YouTubes. You may have heard of it.
That's on YouTube.
ICE out of Minnesota now, says Chuck Schumer. Hey, Chuck Schumer, I've got great news for you. You're the leader of the Democrats in the Senate, okay? So you know what you can do? You can vote against their funding that is coming over to you now. Don't you just love how they act like they have no power, like they're helpless? ICE out of Minnesota now. The House just passed a bill to increase ICE's funding. Ken Klippenstein wrote, very cool that Congress just renewed ICE's budget with 0 concessions. Yes, he's correct about that. They got 0 concessions. And people are now fawning all over AOC and giving her all these cookies because she wrote, this is incorrect. Congress has not renewed their budget. The House voted, but the Senate hasn't yet. They need 10 votes to stop it at the Senate. We can stop it. Who's we? Because you didn't say anything about Hakeem Jeffries before it passed the House. Hey, I know everybody has the memory of a goldfish, but this just happened. These 7 Democrats just voted to get the bill over the finish line in the House to fund ICE with 0 concessions, and AOC didn't say shit. In fact, when she was asked about it, she brushed off the question and was like, well, I'm really proud of my colleagues that mostly voted no. Oh yeah, they just happened to get the exact amount they needed for it to go through. And why am I mad about this tweet, despite the fact that AOC did vote against the bill, which good, as she should have. But I'm tired of this fucking game that they all play, including her. She could have spoken out about Hakeem Jeffries beforehand. Why didn't AOC say anything about this? Hakeem Jeffries refused to whip votes in the House to stop that ICE bill. No, instead of getting together with her other progressive, very visible members of Congress to call out Hakeem Jeffries or to say they should whip votes against it, they play this musical chairs bullshit, which is exactly what Chuckles is going to do in the Senate, and then they try to gaslight the American people afterwards and act like there was nothing they could do. It's very easy to now say, well, we're gonna try to stop it in the Senate. We at least could. After you didn't say shit when the leader of the House was saying that he wasn't gonna do anything to whip votes against it. And then a bunch of hacks, of course, just the perfect amount, voted to help the Republicans get it over the finish line. Because in my video I said about this yesterday, there's always a very convenient rotating villain. So what do you think's gonna happen in the Senate now? You think this asshole, who already said he was opposed to cutting ICE's funding or abolishing them, is going to whip 10 senators against it? If I could predict what's going to happen, he's going to do his version of the rotating villain routine, which is what they did during the government shutdown, where he found a bunch of senators who were in safe seats and or were retiring or not up for re-election, and he was going to make them vote for it so then they could be the boogeymen and all the other Senate Democrats could go, there was nothing we could do. But as pissed off as I am, because I'm so tired of these feckless fucks and the people who make excuses for them, it doesn't mean we don't try, okay? So every single one of you should be calling your senators and demanding that they stop this bill. Because yes, what AOC was right about is that it hasn't gone through the Senate yet. They do need 60 votes. So call your senator and tell them, fuck no, do not support this. It is insanity, the idea that a single Democrat, forget about just 10, a single Democrat would vote to give this thug terrorist agency that is murdering American citizens in the street a dime. AOC put...
Okay, there we go. Blakely. Over at I Am Blakely.
That's on
the
YouTube.
YouTubes.
That's on YouTube.
No more money for ICE. And honestly, like they were saying, we gotta keep track of all the people who are doing fucked up stuff. And we can't be allowing them to do this sort of piecemeal, over the finish line shit. Try and get away with all this stuff. We gotta hold these people accountable. Gotta be taking notes, taking down names. You know, gotta be Santa Claus. Basically, gotta be Santa Claus of American politics. Making a list, checking it twice. Gotta figure out who's naughty and or supporting ICE. And get them the fuck out. I don't care if it takes 6 years. We're not going to forget. That's the thing I'm trying to remind everybody of. We're not going to forget that in the face of fascism, you said, boot, please. Because they're all going to try and come back and launder themselves. I've seen it. Oh, I've seen it. I've also seen CNN and like all these other people try and like launder all these, you know, Israel lovers who are coming out and saying strongly worded things. It's like, I don't care. I haven't forgotten about your support of Israel. This is my point. We're taking lists. We're making a list. We're checking it twice. It's not just ICE. There's a lot of naughty things people have been doing that aren't related to ICE, and we're not going to forget about those things either. No, I mean, at this point, the entire country is collapsed. The government is collapsed. It is no longer functional, right? And in the ashes of this government, we must build something beautiful. The only way to do that is to know who is on board and who is, what's the word? Paradoxical to our goals, if you will. All right, let's go now to Caroline Levitt. In the wake of this shooting, Caroline, she was out here fielding questions. Look at her. Biting her lip. She looks like she's handling this well. Doesn't look at all nervous. Okay, Caroline, get in there.
Elena, thank you. I had a question. With Homan now going to Minnesota, is Gregory Bovino also going to remain in Minnesota overseeing these ICE operations?
Mr. Bovino is a wonderful man, and he's a great professional. He is going to very much continue to lead Customs and Border Patrol throughout and across the country. Mr. Homan will be the main point of contact on the ground in Minneapolis.
Wait just a second. We have one more thing.
I'm sorry. We got to stay focused on Caroline. Thank you. Caroline's saying a bunch of stuff over here.
Continue and let the facts lead in this case.
With regards to the deployment of Tom Homan to Minneapolis, should the deployment of Mr. Homan to Minneapolis be seen as a sign that the president is dissatisfied with how the officials on the ground had handled the incident?
No, Mr. Homan is doing an exceptional job, and he has been working with Secretary Noem and President Trump over the course of the last year. Secretary Noem still has the utmost confidence and trust of the President of the United States, and she's continuing to oversee the entire Department of Homeland Security and all of the immigration enforcement that's taking place across the whole entire country. Of course, Secretary Noem is also in charge of FEMA, and we are in the wake of a brutal winter storm where hundreds of thousands of Americans have been impacted by that.
Yeah, a storm which FEMA was not prepared for because of Kristi Noem's massive incompetence. Jesus Christ. The hell is Caroline talking about? Also, like, I find it rather strange that she said that the replacement of Greg Bovino with Tom Homan was not at all a result of Donald Trump dissatisfaction. So he's so happy that he's replacing Greg Bovino. It's weird. How does that work? He's so satisfied with Greg Bovino's job that he's replacing him with Tom Homan. Okay. Doesn't make a ton of sense. I'm not going to lie. I don't expect a whole lot of logic and sense from Caroline. This one was very strange. Not sure how I'm supposed to parse that.
Elena, thank you. I had a question. With Homan now going to Minnesota, is Gregory Bovino also going to remain in Minnesota overseeing these ICE operations?
Mr. Bovino is a wonderful man, and he's a great professional. He is going to very much continue to lead Customs and Border Patrol throughout and across the country. Mr. Homan will be the main point of contact on the ground in Minneapolis.
And to follow up,
Well, okay.
Nobody
there
in the
we
White
go.
House.
All right. God damn it. I still have more goddamn Caroline clips. Fucking hell. How many lies does the Ministry of Truth have for us today?
Nobody in the White House, including President Trump, wants to see people getting hurt or killed in America's streets. This includes Renee Good, Alex Pretti, the brave men and women of federal law enforcement, and the many Americans who have been victimized at the hands of illegal.
Oh my God. I forgot about this one. I can't listen to this whole fucking thing. Oh my God. All of the brave men and women of ICE. In what? The brave men and women of ICE? Really? And what? Why is it that I've heard nothing about these horrible assaults on the ICE agents? Oh, what is that? Because none of them. There hasn't been any. There's been no assaults on any ICE agents in Minneapolis. That's weird. That's weird. I can't listen to the rest of Caroline. She's out of control. She's out of control, just saying nonsense things. But did you hear that? I don't know if you heard it in there, but apparently Greg Bovino is going to stay at his job at CBP. At least that was Caroline saying that 2 days ago. So he's just leaving Minneapolis because he personally upset the people of Minneapolis. He'll be gracing other cities with his horrific presence in the near future, one would assume. Continuing with his role at CBP. Is that enough? Is that enough for everybody? Is that enough of a pullback from the Trump administration? Is that good for you? Might as well just wrap it up. End the ICE protests, right? He's leaving Minneapolis. Oh, God. Thank God.
Give me a joke.
What a joke.
Now, amid a growing backlash over the latest killing by ICE officers in Minneapolis, Donald Trump appears to be trying to calm tensions. After nurse Alex Pretti was surrounded and shot dead on Saturday, the Trump administration described him as an armed domestic terrorist who'd been intending to massacre ICE officers. Video footage suggested that wasn't true, and tonight the White House refused to repeat the language. Donald Trump has said he will review everything surrounding the shooting and is sending his border czar Tom Homan to Minneapolis. Our U.S. editor, Anushka Astana, reports from there.
This is what they said about Renee Good.
This was an act of domestic terrorism.
She was trying to ram this guy with her car.
This is what we saw.
That's fine, dude. I'm not mad at you.
This is what they are saying about Alex Pretti.
An individual arrived at this scene to inflict maximum damage and to kill law enforcement.
The victims are the Border Patrol agents. I'm not blaming the Border Patrol agents.
But this is what we see. Pretti was gunned down by federal agents whose own lives did not appear to be threatened.
Call 911.
To many, the Trump administration is trying to distort a reality that people can see with their own eyes. The president has described these scenes as a war against an enemy within. An enemy that seems to include immigrants targeted in ICE raids, Democratic politicians now bringing out the state's National Guard to defend their streets. And even these protesters. Chillingly, Trump seems to be targeting the states that voted for his political opponents. Blue states, like Minnesota.
It's absolutely abhorrent how ICE has been behaving in our city. I'm angry, I'm mad, I'm sad, I'm you know, it's hard to put into words how we're all feeling.
It's shock, it's anger, it's just purely stunning. I never truly believed we would see something quite like this in the United States of America.
ICE out of Minnesota!
The people of Minnesota came out in their thousands on Friday. They perhaps didn't realize they'd be back out so soon, but many had warned that another tragedy was inevitable.
ICE out!
And they're afraid that there may be more to come.
Are you questioning what's happening in America?
100%, 100%.
This schoolteacher talks of emptying classrooms as the children of immigrants study online from home, their families virtually in hiding.
You feeling sad?
We're enraged. We're sad, but we're so mad. We're so mad. We can't believe this is happening in our city to people that we know, people that are good people. They have friends whose parents have been taken. There are no words. I mean, they're afraid for their lives, they're afraid for their families, they're staying home, they're hiding.
But could the killing of intensive care nurse Alex Pretti be a turning point? Today, the president unexpectedly posted that he had spoken directly to Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, who wanted to work together. Despite vilifying Walz for weeks, Donald Trump says he now realizes they're on a similar wavelength and is sending his border czar to the state. Does the administration now think it went too far in defending the officers who shot Pretti?
There was absolutely no danger to any of these agents.
Justifying their actions by arguing that he had a loaded weapon on him angered even natural allies like the National Rifle Association.
You cannot bring a firearm loaded with multiple magazines to any sort of protest that you want. It's that simple.
Actually, in Minnesota, Pretti was entitled to carry that gun.
It's perfectly lawful. Everybody who's down here is well within their rights to carry. You can carry at a protest. You can carry openly. You can carry concealed. You can carry with multiple ammunition magazines.
Do you find it interesting that we've got the National Rifle Association and left-wing protesters all criticising the president on how he's behaving when it comes to the Constitution?
It is an interesting union of kind of uncommon allies. Even if you disagree with some aspects of the Second Amendment, the right is there, and it's not just for one side or one purpose. It's a right that's available to everybody.
There is a famous American saying, who you gonna believe, me or your own lying eyes? The claims of the Trump administration about what has happened on the streets of Minneapolis have felt almost surreal at times. But there is no doubting.
This woman's clown cart is incredible. I love this. Yes, this is true art right here. Did you hear about Tim Walz' latest remarks? We were criticizing Tim Walz vehemently over here right now for his... He's looking seemingly to collaborate with ICE. Unacceptable. Unacceptable. Honestly, I think he's scared. I don't of what specifically, I can't say for sure. But he strikes me as a man who's afraid. Now, people have been continuing to protest without fear in the streets. This was from yesterday.
Of these parasitic billionaires robbing our future and my children's future. I'm sick of them telling us they have immunity. They can kill us in the streets and flee. And we're the ones who have to sit terrorized. No. We're not going to stop until we have justice for Alex Pretti, for Renee Good, until we dismantle the machinery of the entire U.S. military empire around the world. Everyone on the receiving end of U.S. militarized violence, living under the boot of U.S. imperialism. All of our brothers and sisters, we know how these issues connect anymore. They're not going to atomize us. They're not going to isolate us. They're not going to keep us in our silos. We understand. We understand how everything connects. We understand how our brothers and sisters in Palestine, our brothers and sisters in the Congo, our brothers and sisters in Sudan, our brothers and sisters right here in Minneapolis. We're all impacted by this system. They're the enemy. They're the ones terrorizing us. It's not our immigrant neighbors and trans brothers and sisters. We woke up to the truth. They're not going to gaslight us anymore because we see the truth, baby, with wide open eyes. And we're going to organize accordingly. And we're going to...
Yeah, I'm right there. I'm right there with them. We have to take this moment to say enough is enough of all of the things that are oppressing us. At this point, we've hit critical mass of the things that are oppressing us. And now it's time for us to start naming each and every one of the things that are actively oppressing us and others vicariously through our tax dollars, and shut it down. Shut it down and turn this country into something that is good for both Americans and for the rest of the world. Anything less is not enough. I don't care what centrist voters think, okay? I don't. I don't care if you're worried about pulling Republicans over in the midterms. Get over it. If Republicans aren't swayed by this, they are feckless, useless fascists who are voting against their own interests, and they're too fucking stupid to see it. I'm not here to water down the future so that a bunch of unintelligent and uninformed morons can feel better about voting for Democrats. That's not what we're here for. That didn't work in 2024, and we're not going to play that game ever again. I don't care what Republicans want. Vote for Republicans, Republicans. I don't care about you. If you like this, keep voting for it. That's your prerogative as an American. It is my prerogative as an American to tell Democrats to not give a single fuck about you. At least as it relates to your votes. Could care zero fucks about those votes of yours. I mean, you've wasted them over and over again, haven't you, Republicans? You voted for this. What do you want me to do? You want me to change my views so that you can feel better about voting for Democrats? I don't care. If you can't get there on your own, you're too fucking stupid. You're either too much of a little cult member, or you're just a verifiably bad person. Because if you've seen all this and you're still thinking, better vote for Republicans, Democrats might give me health care or let trans people go to the bathroom, then you're too far gone and I don't give a shit about you.
Minnesota, let's be clear. Minnesota, let's be clear. A general strike is what they fear. A general strike is what they fear. Minnesota, let's be clear. Minnesota, let's be clear. A general strike is what they fear. A general strike is what they fear. Minnesota, let's be clear. A general strike is what they fear. 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 And we're going to expand it, folks. We shut it down Friday, and we're shutting it down this Friday. Isn't that right, Minnesota? Now, the thing is, we've had thousands and hundreds of thousands of people out in these streets all across the week, but guess what? There's more than 100,000 people in Minnesota, isn't that right? So I need you to tell your neighbor, tell your sibling, tell your friend, tell that coworker you're not the best terms with, tell your mama, we're shutting it down on Friday, right? And it's not just...
People gotta keep fighting on this, and honestly, he is right. The capitalist class and the powerful are afraid of a general strike. That's why they've made legislation to try and prevent general strikes. But the fact is, at this point, what else? I mean, what are we to do aside from to withhold our labor? To withhold our support until we get what we want. Democrats have been ignoring our desires since the last election and before that. But I mean, this is the most recent. But it's time and time again through the Trump presidency, and it's time to shut it down. It's time to shut it. And if they're too feckless, too useless to to take action themselves, then we have to force them into the action, or to take action that is equally powerful. And general strike is in fact very powerful. It really is. General strikes, they hurt businesses. They hurt businesses, and businesses. Oh, God, our politicians listen to businesses and business owners way more than workers. They care more about the landlords than the renters. And if we cause problems for those people, cause problems in the economy, all of a sudden it wakes them up, I feel like. Like, oh shit, people are actually upset. This might hurt GDP. All right, we're like 6 hours into the stream. I'm not sure if we completed the galactic content goal. I gotta like look through this. Let me look. I have not been focused enough on this. So out of it. It's been a fucked up like 2 weeks. I think we did it. We're like, I think we're so whatever. It's close enough. Either is actually. I think we must have crossed it. We crossed it by like just barely. It's hard to do all the calculations for both Twitch and YouTube, but I'm gonna assume. I'm just gonna say that we've done it. And another super chat from Pitchforks. Thank you, Pitchforks. Much appreciated. Yes, I do think that is good enough for everybody. All right, everybody. Well, looks like we've completed another galactic content goal, ensuring that we get all of the stuff that I have planned for us tonight. So take a moment, bask in the glory. Take it all in. It really is great when you think about it. This show being completely funded by viewers like you. With things like super chats and super stickers and memberships all binding together. Bits and power-ups and subs over on Twitch. Mixing together in this harmony of galactic awesomeness. It really is beautiful when you think about it. Check my throne. Okay. Okay, I'll check my throne. Okay, give me a second. My phone's over there. That's not helpful. What the fuck is going on? Why isn't this loading? What happened here? What am I supposed to be seeing? Why isn't the crowdfund open right now? Why is that not showing? What the fuck? Shut up. No. You're insane. Wow. Wow, 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 wow.
Everything are the same word.
Social Butterfly with another super chat over on YouTube. Have another anyway, Giselle. Appreciate the coverage. Well, thank you. And appreciate you. Also, I very much appreciate Omegastar, as well as Sassy. I think Sassy Sassarai, who gifted last week. But they are the two people who have contributed to this crowdfunding item on the throne. Megastar must have just hit the lottery or something, because we were still short hundreds of dollars on our crowdfunding operation over on Throne. There was one and one only item for crowdfunding. Everything else is quite, I think generally affordable. $20 or less, most of the items on there, but one item was huge. That was a brand new 1500 watt commuter e-bike. And somehow it looks like this item has been completely crowdfunded. Shocking. I don't even know what to say right now. I mean, I'm incredibly thankful. I'm like sort of beside myself. I figured this was going to take us months to complete. We'd made it like 20% of the way there. I was like, great, that's awesome. We're doing a really good job. Maybe I'll see this by summer. But now it would appear that this thing, I don't know how long it's going to take to make its way to my apartment down on Earth, but this is incredibly exciting. Might have the near future pleasure of riding around a sweet, sweet e-bike down on the streets. Down on those Earth streets. It's incredibly exciting. Thank you so much, Omegastar, Sassy, both of you, for contributing to the e-bike. Although I gotta say, Omegastar clearly doing the bulk of the heavy lifting on this crowdfunding here. Your support is just mind-boggling, and honestly, having this bike is gonna be huge for me. Getting around. It's been actually very difficult for me lately, getting around places. This is gonna be huge. Well, I guess we'll go to break, and we'll be back in the fourth half of the stream. So stick around. I'll see you all after these brief messages. Okay. Well, hope you've been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. YouTube, Super Chats, Super Stickers, memberships, gifted memberships. Over there on Twitch, you got the bits and the power-ups, the subs, the gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal. If you prefer your money go directly to funding the stream, rather than the bottom line of YouTube and or Twitch. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your earned dollars, Patreon. Where for the low price of $3 a month, you get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right, everybody. The break is over, and the stream is about to begin once again. So you better get back in those seats, otherwise you are going to miss it. All right, we're back. Fourth half about to begin. Pitchfork Dragon gifting 10 sweet, sweet galactic memberships to the community. Becky D. Esoteric Guidus. Mark Brooklyn. Humble Pie. Nights and Days. Antonis. Delightful Dieter. Magnetic Tuatara. The Garland. And Mrs. Hayes. Wow, 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 that's a lot of galactic memberships flying around all over the place. Thank you, Pitchforks. Much appreciated. Incredibly generous. Okay. What's that sound? Oh. Okay. Puppy treats. Okay, now people have been continuing to protest day in, day out against the actions of this lawless administration. Let's go to WCCO Minnesota from Monday.
Okay, I'm fine. I didn't breathe anything. I'm just angry. I'm 7 years old. Get angry.
The raw emotion of that man from Minnesota touched a nerve with many.
Photojournalist Nick Luneman and Aaron Hasanzadeh found him today at his bookstore.
Hello, Dreamhaven Books. Can I help you?
Most days at Dreamhaven Books and Comics sound like this.
Ha! No peanuts spilled.
Boxes to fill, orders to sort, and a phone that hardly rings.
Careful, peanuts.
Oh, you're welcome.
But today,
I'm afraid our website's down at the moment because there's been so much activity.
69-year-old Greg Ketter and his staff are being flooded with orders on a scale he has never seen.
We got Patton Oswalt and Canadians here. It's been insane. I never pictured anything like this. It's gone truly global.
Greg will tell you he didn't do anything special.
People have been amazingly kind and they just want to help.
Others disagree.
Thank you. Okay, bye-bye now. Take care. Wow. Oh, just a woman from Memphis.
This all started when he heard about the killing of Alex Pretti, just minutes away from his store.
Stop!
This is personal, being right here in Minneapolis. I mean, this is the U.S. government attacking its own people, and that's what just got to me.
With temperatures in the negatives, air filled with tear gas, Greg says he stood up for his community.
I was just doing what I felt was necessary, was right. There are other people who have done a lot more.
Like the covers of his comics,
I'll say I wasn't even running, I just walked.
Greg was caught with his own superhero moment.
When I saw the photo of Greg running through the tear gas and looked into who he was in the community, I told Rachel we have to come and support him.
Maybe drawing a little inspiration.
He's a hero to me. He's so brave.
From these pages.
Oh, they'd absolutely be on my side. Truth, justice, and the American way. And he'd be absolutely appalled at this sort of American way.
In Minneapolis, with photojournalist Nick Luneman, Erin Hassanzadeh, WCCO News.
The internet found an old online fundraiser from 2020 for Greg's store, and money has poured in. Greg says he is giving that money to food shelters and other people in need.
Jesus Christ. What a guy. People try and give him money. He's like, actually, I'm going to give it to somebody else.
Aren't I a good guy?
There's a true hero, a great American patriot right there. All right, now let's get to talking about the supposed retreat of the Trump administration. It's all anybody's been talking about for the last 24 hours. Oh, is the Trump administration retreating? Oh, the rhetoric has changed. Maybe they've seen the error in their ways.
The Trump administration is changing who's in charge of the ongoing immigration crackdown. So is this a sign that the president is backing down? Today, Border Patrol Commander-at-Large Greg Bovino, he's seen here in this archive video throwing a gas canister at protesters last week. He's going to be leaving town. He's expected to take some of the 3,000 federal agents in the city along with him. The White House says border czar Tom Homan will take over the operation. For protesters on the ground, Bovino's exit is only a first step.
Good riddance. Couldn't have came sooner. And but I mean, that doesn't mean everything stops, right? We can't take back what happened before, but we're still living in trauma from Renee and countless other people, right? But now we have this, that he came to our community and caused all this damage. It doesn't just go away because he leaves, and then who comes next and what happens next?
Exactly. That's what I've been saying. It's like, okay, so Greg Bovino's out and Tom Homan's in? How's that better? They're just hoping that people are less angry at Tom Homan and they'll stop protesting. I mean, they're hoping that switching, like doing a quick tag out, you know, like in the middle of a fight, like, oh, tag me out, tag me out. I'm getting brutalized by the crowd right now. That's literally what's happening. They're running around the ring, smashing the ref, stabbing the other wrestler, and then going, oh, God, can you get in here? The crowd is ripping us apart right now. I need somebody else. They're not feeling these illegal actions in the ring.
Joining me now in the group chat, Alex Thompson, CNN political analyst and national political reporter at Axios.
You don't think it's nearly that well thought out? It's unclear how much thinking has gone into this. What do you want to call it? Transferring of power? It's really not a transferring of power as much as just a different person. They still have the same powers that I'm fairly certain none of them lost any responsibility. They're just changing states. Tom Homan in at Minnesota, Greg Bovino to a state near you. Any day now, I guess. And it's not like they're removing ICE from Minnesota. They're removing like a few agents and Greg Bovino. And the rest of them are staying there. A force that is still greatly outnumbering the actual police force on the ground.
We are tracking several developments this morning related to the federal immigration crackdown happening here in Minnesota.
And we have new details in the shooting death of Alex Pretti in Minneapolis. But first, here's a live look this morning at the federal Whipple buildings. This is near Fort Snelling. CBS News has learned changes in leadership are happening. Border Patrol Commander Gregory Bovino has been reassigned and could leave the state as soon as today. Meanwhile, Border Czar Tom Homan is expected to meet with Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey.
Frey and Governor Tim Walz also spoke with President Trump yesterday to discuss the rising tensions in Minnesota over immigration enforcement. CBS News has also learned some of the agents involved in the shooting of Pretti were wearing body cameras. The latest on the investigation into his death coming up in just a few minutes. And now to the latest from the live desk. Maria Lizignoli joins us now. And Maria, it sounds like there's been a change in tone from D.C. as Bovino prepares to leave Minnesota and Homan arrives.
Barrett, major shifts in Operation Metro Surge, including a new point person for the Trump administration on the ground here in Minnesota. This comes as sources tell CBS News Border Patrol Commander Greg Bovino has been reassigned.
The only shift.
Now, Bovino and some of his agents are expected to leave Minnesota.
I love how CBS Minnesota comes out. Major shifts. The only one that we can think of right now or name is that Greg Bovino is leaving. That's not major shifts. That's one small shift from one man to the next. It's not a major it's not major shifts when one thing happens. I'd like to point that out in case CBS Minnesota forgot how words work.
Just as Border Czar Tom Homan arrives in the Twin Cities. We know the president said yesterday that Homan was on his way, but we have not confirmed if he's on the ground here yet. Homan, with decades of experience in immigration enforcement, served with the Obama administration. President Trump says Homan will report directly to him.
Border Czar Homan is in a unique position to drop everything and go to Minnesota to continue having these productive conversations with.
What in the hell was Tom Homan doing before all of this? Hiding from cameras? After it turned out he received $50,000 in bribe money during an FBI investigation into corruption?
Local officials.
CBS News sources say there is anger from some inside DHS over their public statements after the deadly shooting Saturday. They've not said publicly what led to Bovino's change in assignment at this time. Barrett.
Okay, thanks, Maria. And new this morning, CBS News also confirms DHS Secretary Kristi Noem is facing internal scrutiny in the aftermath of the shooting of Alex Pretti. Multiple sources familiar with the matter told CBS News this, but Noem is expected to keep her job. Sources said Noem was at the White House yesterday and faced questions about her department's handling of the shooting and its response.
It's the same thing that Bovino will be doing. Exactly, arch anarchist. It's the same thing. One guy, basically, Tom Homan was the front guy for the immigration effort on the Trump administration until he became too shamed in the media. Like, he hit critical mass on shame in the media. And so they swept him under the rug. They didn't fire him. Unlike the first administration, there's been almost no firings. I'm trying to think if anybody's actually been fired. I think the closest thing to it would be what's her fucking name? Stupid. Terrible. Elise Stefanik. Elise Stefanik would have been the closest thing to a firing, I think, in this administration. But aside from her, everybody's kept their jobs, unlike in the Trump administration when it was like every other day somebody was getting fired. They just, somebody gets shamed in the public media, they just throw them on the back burner until the person that replaces them somehow exceeds that level of shame, and then somebody else comes out. It's just it's quite an interesting strategy, if you can call it that. Well, what just happened? Okay, something weird just happened with my list. I gotta refresh this thing. Sorry, everybody. My browser is doing weird things. What the hell happened to this video? Oh, there it is. Okay, that's basically fine there, I think. I'm gonna skip this one, go straight to this one. Sorry, I'm just moving super freaking slow tonight, people. We're like, I can't believe how slow I've been moving. But it's bad. I just have so many videos to cover tonight. So much is happening over the last 72 hours. Honestly, it's just insane how much stuff I have to keep up with right now. So much happening. Every second I turn away, 10 things happen. Now, it's been confirmed by DHS that suspicion of among many in the wake of this murder of Alex Pretti, that more than one person pulled the trigger. And according to DHS, at least 2 officers discharged their weapon during this daylight murder.
We are now learning that 2 officers fired during that fatal encounter with Alex Pretti this past Saturday, according to an initial report to Congress from the Department of Homeland Security and reviewed by CNN, a report that also says that they attempted to take him into custody. So let me walk you through this. This is the report from Customs and Border Protection's initial investigation into the shooting of Pretti. It says that an officer yelled, quote, "He's got a gun," multiple times before 2 officers fired as that struggle ensued that we have seen in videos. And I'm going to quote here from the report. It says, quote, "CBP personnel attempted to take Pretti into custody. Pretti resisted CBP personnel's efforts and a struggle ensued." It goes on to say, quote, "During the struggle, a Border Patrol agent yelled, 'He's got a gun,' multiple times. Approximately 5 seconds later, a Border Patrol agent discharged his CBP issued Glock 19, and a Customs and Border Protection officer also discharged his CBP-issued Glock 47 at Pretti. What it does not specifically say is whether the bullets fired from these law enforcement officers hit Pretti. Now, it also gives us a little bit about what happened afterwards. This report, again, provided to lawmakers as after the shooting, and I'm quoting here, a Border Patrol agent advised he had possession of Pretti's firearm. The BPA subsequently cleared and secured that firearm in his vehicle. Goes on to say that the personnel, quote, cut Pretti's clothing and provided medical aid to him by placing chest seals on his wounds. Now, of course, Jake, as you know, there would be an internal review, and we're getting some of it within the Customs and Border Protection Agency. Those were the officers involved in this shooting. The Department of Homeland Security is leading the investigation, the FBI in a supportive role, but we are now learning new details in this initial report from the Department of Homeland Security that went to Congress. But of course, this is still an ongoing investigation. Jake?
CNN is also now learning that about a week before his death, Pretti suffered a broken rib when a group of federal officers tackled him while he was protesting their attempt to detain other individuals. CNN's Priscilla Alvarez has the breaking details on this.
Yeah, if you didn't hear, apparently Alex Pretti was brutalized by agents once before. And yet he somehow managed to maintain his calm throughout all of it and was still murdered. It's an incredible series of events when you think about it. Especially the fact that this guy did not give up after being brutally assaulted already once by ICE agents. Refused to stop doing his civic duty, protecting his community from a lawless federal agency using draconian methods of supposed law enforcement. Honestly, I'm fairly certain it was less vicious under Draco at this point. If anybody's wondering what I mean by that, Draco. The term draconian comes from former Roman Emperor Draco, if I recall correctly. And he was known for being quite brutal in his repression of people. It's authoritarian tactics. That's where we get the word draconian from. Oh, God. All right, I gotta pee. I will be right back. I'm gonna stay on this topic of Donald Trump and the tone of the Trump administration.
We have learned Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem requested a meeting at the White House last night. Sources telling ABC News President Trump met with Secretary Noem for 2 hours in the Oval Office. And today the president was asked, will Secretary Noem step down? Is her job safe tonight? Mary Bruce at the White House.
Tonight, President Trump standing by embattled Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem after she falsely accused Alex Pretti of, quote, brandishing his gun and said the ICU nurse was there to, quote, kill law enforcement.
I think she's doing a very good job.
Sources tell ABC News Kristi Noem went to the White House to make her case to the president last night, requesting a meeting after Trump announced border czar Tom Homan would take over operations in Minnesota. Their Oval Office sit-down, sources say, lasted more than 2 hours. Not in the room, Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller, one of the main architects of Trump's hardline immigration crackdown. In the hours after Pretti was killed, Miller posted that the ICU nurse was an assassin, a comment reposted by Vice President J.D. Vance. Today, Miller accompanying Trump to Iowa. The president asked about Miller's comments.
Do you think he was acting as an assassin in Minneapolis?
Who is that?
Mr. Pretti, your deputy chief of staff
No,
said
not
that.
isn't it? No.
But Trump then shifting blame to Pretti, saying he shouldn't have been carrying a gun, even though he had a permit and never drew his weapon.
With that being said, you can't have guns. You can't walk in with guns. You just can't. And you can't, listen, you can't walk in with guns. You can't do that. But it's just a very unfortunate incident.
Trump has championed gun rights for years, including the right of people to protest while carrying weapons. But later in the day, he doubled down, criticizing Pretti again for being armed.
I don't like that he had a gun. I don't like that he had 2 fully loaded magazines. That's a lot of bad stuff.
Tonight, gun owners of America responding. Peaceful protests while armed isn't radical, it's American. The First and Second Amendments protect those rights, and they always have. Again, David, President Trump is standing by Secretary Kristi Noem, but on Capitol Hill tonight, lawmakers of both parties now say she needs to go. Some calling for her to be fired, others saying she should be impeached. David.
Mary Bruce live at the White House tonight. Mary, thank you.
Okay.
Under
Kristi Noem
fire
meeting
over
with
the
Donald Trump, not losing her job. Apparently, Donald Trump's still completely in support of Kristi Noem, regardless of how terrible she's been doing her job or how corrupt she's been doing it. I mean, the amount of corruption Kristi Noem has exhibited through her actions as DHS secretary. It's truly mystifying when you think about it. I mean, it makes look like that Burisma, makes that Burisma shit look like, I mean, just like kindergarten level corruption. All right, let's go to some of the reactions of communities outside of Minneapolis. Starting here. In Oregon. KGW News from Monday.
Republicans, including the Texas governor, call for ICE to recalibrate its mission. Democratic senators in Capitol Hill say they will force a partial government shutdown if immigration agents are not given new guardrails. Alma McCarty's here. Alma, this all has to do with funding for Homeland Security, which runs out at the end of this week.
Yeah, David, the Homeland Security funding, that is part of a larger bipartisan package. In order to pass, 60 senators need to be on board, meaning at least some Democrats need to approve it. But since this weekend, many have vowed not to if DHS funding is on the table.
Amid growing protests nationwide, growing pressure to remove a $64 billion Department of Homeland Security funding bill from a broader package. Senators in Oregon and Washington pledging not to fund DHS or ICE after a federal agent killed 37-year-old Alex Pretti in Minneapolis Saturday. Here's Senator Ron Wyden.
What happened in Minneapolis shows once again Donald Trump's agents are out of control. The Senate must not continue to vote for this any longer.
Senator Patty Murray, a top Democrat on the Appropriations Committee who played a key role in negotiating the funding package, wrote on social media this weekend that she will not support the DHS bill as it stands, saying it needs to be split off from the larger funding package before the Senate. Republicans must work with us to do that.
The bill is passed without objection. A motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Last week, the House approved the package, including DHS funding. One Republican voted in opposition, while 7 Democrats, including Washington Congresswoman Marie Gluesenkamp-Perez, broke with their party to support it. While she said DHS is extremely important to my community and could not in good conscience vote to shut it down, the representative called the
She couldn't vote in good conscience to shut down DHS? Go fuck yourself. What? What kind of fucking answer is that, garbage? Good conscience, I can't shut down DHS because what? What purpose does DHS provide? What does DHS provide this region? Gestapo? The valued Gestapo people? A completely broken FEMA? What exactly was ailing her fucking conscience? What a joke. What a fucking joke. Get real. Get primaried. Get primary, Gluesenkamp. You're on the list. Great job, you made it on the list. And what's great about that is you're up for election this year. So enjoy that. Okay, now to Detroit. Click on Detroit Local 4 WDIV from yesterday. Some local leadership pushing for limitations on police cooperation with ICE.
Mayor Michael Taylor is sharply criticizing the White House's immigration crackdown, accusing ICE agents of terrorizing communities.
And he's also calling for changes in how city police work with federal authorities and handle traffic stops involving undocumented immigrants. But not all city council members are on board with those proposals. Noel Friel joining us now with what's being said.
At a city council meeting, Sterling Heights Mayor Michael Taylor didn't mince words as he urged council members to restrict police cooperation with ICE agents. It comes after a traffic stop where Taylor says a police officer held a group of passengers so they could be detained by ICE.
It's not good enough to me that we would turn over anybody who is not a criminal, who is just peacefully existing here in our city, to those monsters.
In an impassioned call to action, Taylor described a traffic stop on January 9th where 4 people were pulled over. He said the driver gave a foreign ID and the officer discovered Border Patrol had a warrant out for his arrest. He said the officer then asked the other passengers for their IDs, which they legally didn't have to give, and held them until federal agents could detain them.
There was a passenger in that truck who was asked for his ID. He's already been deported and he leaves a wife and a 2-year-old. If our officers informed him of his constitutional rights, he would be here with his family.
Some council members say they share the mayor's concerns.
I'm very hesitant to cooperate in any way with border enforcement.
Yeah. And here's an important point for anybody who's somehow unfamiliar with the Constitution. It is the express responsibility of law enforcement officers to inform anyone that they arrest of their constitutional rights. Doesn't matter who you are. You go in handcuffs, you get Mirandized. That's America. All right, from Detroit to Buffalo, WKBW from yesterday, Cheektowaga residents packed town hall to debate ICE cooperation policies.
It was a packed house in Cheektowaga Town Hall tonight as neighbors weigh in on the town's policies when it comes to immigration enforcement. Good evening and thanks so much for joining us tonight. I'm Febin Kassoon. Well, we told you yesterday how the Cheektowaga Town Board is looking to revisit its policies for how local law enforcement works with Immigration and Customs Enforcement, or ICE.
Our department is tasked with enforcing laws at the state and local level. We're not federal immigration enforcement.
Now, that was Cheektowaga Town Supervisor Brian Nowak. He says the town's current policy is in line with state law, but community members are sharing concerns and calls for change. I went to tonight's board meeting where neighbors voiced their thoughts.
I don't want to turn on the news and see one of my friends or neighbors become another statistic.
A hot button issue that has the Cheektowaga Town Board meetings flooded with residents voicing their take on Immigrations and Customs Enforcement working with Cheektowaga Police.
What are we doing and what are we going to do? Because I don't want to come back next month and have the same conversation. Enough is enough. Mayor Ryan has done the right thing. He has signed an executive order banning Buffalo Police from working with these domestic terrorists. Why have we not done this yet?
Many residents reiterated they do not want this pattern to play out in the town of Cheektowaga like it has in Minneapolis.
We cannot cooperate with people who are literally gunning people down in the street.
Yes, indeed. People making their voices heard across the nation, telling their local elected officials they want nothing to do with ICE and that their tax dollars should not go to collaborating with the fucking Gestapo. It's unacceptable. Nobody should be okay with that. This administration is waging a war based upon like ethno-supremacy right now against communities and doing it in a completely lawless way. I mean, on the face, I mean, the fact is, I mean, the thing I described before, I'm fairly certain is also lawless, but they're not even pretending to care about the Constitution as they go about doing it. And it's in no way any American who supports that is a Nazi. You're supporting internment camps and the demonization of immigrants in this country. And you're supporting a lawless police force running around asking everybody for their papers. There really is no debate to be had here. You're a Nazi. Just accept it. Like old Gutfeld said. Just embrace it, okay? You're a Nazi. I mean, Greg Gutfeld wants you to reclaim your Nazihood, okay? Okay, American Nazis? So how about you all just re-emigrate to Germany and leave America to the actual Americans? Bring Gutfeld with you and all these other criminals. While you're at it, make a stop at The Hague. Now, people have also been protesting in New York City outside of a Hilton Hotel, where ICE is believed to be staying. This is the New York Post from yesterday. There you go. People continuing to protest lawlessness of this administration and of their city's resources being used to help them in doing it. Oh, good. Let's go to this story now. So, you may or may not have heard what happened to Ilhan Omar recently. But a little over a day ago, Donald Trump was at a rally trying to talk about affordability.
Nobody's coming in. That's right. Nobody is able to come into our country except for those that come in legally. We want to have people come in legally. We need people to come in legally, but they have to show that they can love our country, not hate our country. They have to show that they're not going to blow up our shopping centers, blow up our farms, kill people. They're coming in legally, but they cannot come in unless they come in legally into our country, and we're letting some great people come in. They have to show that they can love our country. They have to be proud. Not like Ilhan Omar. Did you see that wise guy? You know, she's always talking about the Constitution provides me with the following. You know, the Constitution, she comes from a country that's a disaster. It's considered, I think, it's not even a country, okay? It barely has a government. I don't think it does.
This dunder-headed fucking idiot back here smiling. The guy with the red hat. He's smiling at look at him. He's bigger paychecks I got this time. I love my president. I love my president so much. I'm so proud to be here by our president. Hey, how anybody here can smile at the things that he's saying right now? These are all Nazis. These are all Klan members, okay? These are all Klan members and, secessionists, right? These are your insurrectionists right here. These are your anti-American insurrectionists. These are Klan member, light, whatever you want to call these people. Like, they're literally cheering on and smiling while Donald Trump vilifies a woman based upon the country that she happens to be from. She is an American citizen. We don't get to judge everybody in this fucking country based upon where they came from. Like, it's a disgusting and racist fucking thing to do. The fact is, if we did the same thing with every single one of Trump's voters, they'd probably be sickened by it. You know, they complain about, oh, the white man doesn't get enough respect in this country. What do you call this? Is this acceptable? Are the only people deserving of respect in this country white people? Because what Donald Trump just said was a despicable and disgraceful and rude and racist thing to say. He wants to judge. I mean, first off, the country of Somalia does have a government. What Donald Trump said about it is just inaccurate and wrong and false and untrue. But it's also just blatantly racist. Because he is ascribing to a woman who lives in the United States, who has lived in the United States for decades, an elected congressperson. He is demeaning her by talking down about the country that she came from and suggesting that she doesn't even get to talk about the Constitution because she's from another country. Well, guess what? Donald Trump and his family, they have not been here that long. Okay? They're a bunch of fucking immigrants. They didn't come over on the fucking Santa Maria and the Pinta and the whatever, right? The Mayflower. No. They didn't even come in around in the 1800s. They're 20th century Americans, okay? Him and his family didn't bleed a single drop of blood for this country. They never have. Until he got shot in the fucking ear. They're not patriots. They're robber barons. My family precedes these fucking fascists by over 100 years. So if you want a true American, listen to this podcast, not the fucking dictator that you're looking at right now. This foreigner piece of shit. White European man who came here. Showed up less than 100 years ago. His family has no goddamn roots in this country. They came here and just seized things for themselves. And it's time we take them all back and send them where they came from. Take away Melania's fucking genius, her Einstein grant visa. Okay? The First Lady is an immigrant. She's here on a genius grant visa. Have you ever heard her talk? Do you actually think Melania Trump is a genius? Anybody here ever heard that woman say words before? You think her IQ cracks 100? She is a fucking moron. And she's here on a genius visa. She doesn't have the intelligence to teach a kindergarten class. Let alone be called a fucking genius. Send that bitch back to Slovenia. Okay? Ilhan Omar is a goddamn great patriot. She actually cares about this country.
Someone tried to run up to Ilhan Omar at her town hall, immediately taken down. Wait, was it my security team? Do you have the video? I want to see if it was my boys. Live 2 minutes ago.
As it's been said, real justice and accountability starts with full, transparent investigation and legal action against ICE, followed by the abolishment of the agency. ICE cannot be reformed. It cannot be rehabilitated. We must abolish ICE for good. And DHS Secretary Kristi Noem must resign or face impeachment. I don't know.
Oh my God. Oh my God, he sprayed something on her.
I need a napkin to know nothing.
That's crazy. He just came up to her and sprayed her with some. I don't know what it is. What the? What did he yell?
I don't know. Face impeachment.
What does he have? Was it a squirt gun? What was it? I can't tell what it is. I think he said, if you don't resign, this is going to be like... What the f... I think it's a syringe. Bro, by the way, Ilhan Omar is crazy. She was literally running towards him to swing, dude. Like, that's crazy. She literally was going in. Oh my God.
I mean, this woman
It's a
is
syringe, I
dangerous, ladies
think.
and
I don't know
gentlemen.
what it was. Hopefully it's nothing crazy. Oh my God. This is unironically. I know he squirted something at her. We don't know what the substance.
I kind of wish she had punched him. That would have been cathartic. That would have been cathartic. Unfortunately, the bodyguard got there first. If only he had been slightly slower.
As though it looks.
I don't know.
Oh my God. Oh my God, he sprayed something on her.
I need a napkin to know nothing. No, we will continue.
No.
No, we're good. No, we're no.
She's like trying to continue. She's trying to continue
She's like,
the
"Fuck
town
that."
hall, and they're like, no, you gotta get out of here. He said, she says these fucking assholes are not gonna get away with this. He's been arrested, by the way. I assume that. Oh, so she's still going, my queen.
That's whatever it is smells so bad. She needs to go get checked. I don't know
That's
what
what they want. Please don't let them know.
It's not about him, Ilhan.
Is she saying like, no, that's what they want. They want me to feel scared. They want me to stop. Bro, that's a crazy image, dude. She's continuing to go. I assume it's like skunk spray or something. Hopefully it's just like bacon grease, you know? Hopefully it's something like that and not like a chemical, you know what I mean? Hopefully he's like.
I hear it was apple cider vinegar. That's what I heard about it. Why? I don't know. It's not clear why why apple cider vinegar was the weapon of choice for this man. But let's be real. If it wasn't a syringe and it had been a gun, we'd be having a very different conversation right now. And let's be real. He had plenty of time. If that had been a gun, she would have been shot. Unless she's got superhuman speed. Reflexes of quickness. They have metal detectors. That's a good point. There are technically ways around those, though. I would point this out as well. Like, we're all aware of this, right? That, like, 3D printed guns exist. And that they don't set off metal detectors. Yeah. All right, let's go here. This was Ilhan Omar speaking to reporters as she was leaving this meeting.
Representative Omar, are you okay?
You know, I'm gonna go figure if I am, but I feel okay. I feel that it is important for people, whether they are in elected office or not, to allow these people to intimidate us, to make us not fight for our constituents and for the country we love. And as I said, you know, I've survived war. And I'm definitely going to survive intimidation and whatever these people think they can throw at me.
She is a true fighter. You have to respect that. But you can hear it in her voice. She is, I mean, she's shaken, as I think anybody would be. You can tell, maybe I'm just intuiting things that are not there, but when I listen to her saying, I'm doing okay, about to go figure out whether or not I am, in fact, okay, I feel like what's going through her mind is like, I feel like what will go through just about anybody's mind in that moment. Am I feeling any strange health symptoms right now? I was just sprayed by some unknown liquid by an unhinged madman. Like, I'm sure a million things are going through your head at that moment. You're like, okay, how's my heart rate? Am I feeling lightheaded? Am I see, like, you just start going down the checklist of shit. It's like, am I okay? I don't know. Hard to say. Trying to figure that out. Oh my god, hard to laugh about these things. Such a fucked world we're living in right now. All right. From Ilhan Omar to Delia Ramirez on Democracy Now! From Wednesday.
We end today's show with Congresswoman Delia Ramirez from Chicago, who's calling for ICE to be abolished and the Department of Homeland Security to be dismantled. So if you can talk about what you are calling for when it comes to Kristi Noem, the Secretary of Homeland Security, who said after Alex Pretti was killed by Border Patrol agents in Minneapolis that he was brandishing a weapon. Absolutely, that was in contradiction to any video. No one claims he was brandishing a weapon. And you have, as you said, Stephen Miller talking about this would-be assassin who had gone to massacre police. What are you calling for in each of these cases?
Yeah, we need an independent investigation, but I think that we have enough footage as well to immediately realize that what Kristi Noem and what Stephen Miller are saying is blatant lies. DHS kills and then they lie about it. And somehow they think that they can lie also about the video footage. If there was body cameras and footage that they would release, it would collaborate everything we saw from every single angle. The CBP executed Alex Pretti. DHS and ICE killed Silverio Villegas. DHS shot Marimar and then lied about it and is unwilling to release all the evidence as her lawyer's demanding for it now. Renee Good was killed by them and then they cursed at her as if this was some video game that they're playing as they're executing U.S. citizens, in our cities. Here's the thing. She needs to be impeached. I'm grateful that Leader Jeffries is now saying that if Republicans if she's unwilling to resign or get fired, that we're going to start the impeachment process in the House of Representatives. She needs to be impeached, but Amy, that's not enough. She needs to be impeached, and then she needs to be prosecuted for the crimes under her watch. You heard someone just talk about DHS. DHS is rotten from the inside out. She needs to be impeached, prosecuted, but Tom Homan is no better. And if that's who they're attempting to bring to replace her, you know that what we see in our communities will continue. The agency itself needs to be dismantled. ICE needs to be abolished. And I have a bill called Melt ICE Act that would prohibit DHS from using any more of this balloon levels of money that they have that are being used to abduct, to kidnap, and then detain people so that they can give these contracts to campaign donors of Donald Trump. We have to abolish ICE. CBP was trained to operate in the way that it's operating. The entire agency of DHS needs to be dismantled, and FEMA can no longer operate under this rogue, under this rotten agency.
So can you talk about what?
100%. Thank you, Representative Ramirez, for that. Jesus Christ. And honestly, that's one of the strongest worded statements we've gotten from anybody, and it feels like the bare minimum to me. That's where I'm at right now. What Delia Ramirez just said was the bare minimum. That's what we need to be hearing from every single person. in the Democratic Party, House and Senate, state and local officials, abso-fucking-lutely everybody. All the way from the court clerk in Minneapolis all the way up to fucking Chuck Schumer. God damn it. Christ. Let's go here. Let's see what Nosferatu had to say over here. Nosferatu, whatever you want to call him. Stephen Shitbird Miller.
Delia Ramirez.
The blame game inside the Trump administration, while the president says things in Minneapolis are going to, quote, de-escalate a bit. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem and Stephen Miller, the president's powerful advisor, are taking heat over the deadly shooting of Alex Pretti and their statements after it. Miller described Pretti as a would-be assassin. Noem described him as a domestic terrorist. The videos clearly refuted those claims, and now Noem is facing growing bipartisan calls to resign. And Miller, in a rare retreat, is acknowledging agents may have breached protocol that he set, or the White House set, before the shooting. With us now, CNN's Betsy Klein and Jeff Zeleny. And first, I just want to hold up a flowchart, friend, of my understanding of the blame game here. There you can see, Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem is blaming Stephen Miller. Stephen Miller seems to be blaming Customs and Border Protection. Betsy, you're at the White House. Do I have that flowchart correct?
Well, I mean, you missed one because CBP is blaming the protesters, right? Right? Like Kristi Noem's blaming Stephen Miller, Stephen Miller's blaming CBP, and CBP is blaming the protesters. There should be a further... It's the protesters' fault. CBP had to murder somebody.
Stephen Miller seems to be blaming Customs and Border Protection. Betsy, you're at the White House. Do I have that flowchart correct?
I think that's about an accurate assessment, John. And I just want to point to you to this very remarkable statement to our colleague Kristen Holmes from Stephen Miller yesterday. As you said, in the immediate aftermath of federal agents' killing of Alex Pretti on Saturday, we heard Stephen Miller go to social media almost immediately. He referred to Pretti as, quote, a domestic terrorist, also a would-be assassin. And you can believe that he was behind a lot of the messaging that was coming from this White House. But then, yet last night, in this statement to our colleague Kristen Holmes, he says, quote, the White House had provided clear guidance to DHS that the extra personnel that had been sent to Minnesota for force protection should be used for conducting fugitive operations to create a physical barrier between the arrest teams and the disruptors. He goes on to say, we are evaluating why the CBP team may not have been following that protocol.
So they sent 3,000 agents to Minnesota to create a human wall between ICE and protesters? What a waste of money. Jesus Christ. I don't see how that's helpful at all, Stephen. You fucking ghoul. Like, how does that help the situation? Really? That was the plan, is to create a human wall between protesters and ICE agents while they do their jobs with more ICE agents? It's such a stupid plan. One of the only this administration could come up with such a stupid concept of a plan. What a bunch of morons. Now, apparently, the two agents who murdered Alex Pretti on the streets of Minneapolis are getting paid to go on a little vacation. You know what kind of vacation I'm talking about. It's that sweet, sweet cop vacation. You murder an innocent American, you get a check, and you get to take a little time off work. Good old administrative leave. Honestly, here's my new concept. I've always hated administrative leave, but you know what? It's fine. Let's leave it in place. Let's leave administrative leave in place for law enforcement officers in the United States. What I would like to also create is a system similar to administrative leave for all Americans accused of crimes who are non-police officers. So if you get accused of a crime and you're forced to take off of work, you get paid. Right? You get paid. Every moment that you're inconvenienced by being accused of a crime, you get paid by the state. I know that sounds like a lot of money, but hey, I just want consistency of the law. We're already paying murderers to take a vacation, okay? People who we definitively know murdered a man because we all saw the video, every single angle of it. We're giving those guys administrative leave. I think if you or I get accused of a crime, we deserve some restitution from the government as well. I mean, we weren't even tasked with protecting the public, right? These guys were. They were getting paid to do it, and they didn't. In fact, they murdered the public. So, you know, it only seems fair.
Talk to them. No one is safe. No one is literally safe. If it happened to Renee, it can happen to you. It can happen to anybody.
I think we have to address the micro penis in the room. Can I have you explain the sign for us?
You can help build the only independent news outlet, always on the ground with the people for as low as 16 cents a day.
Corporate media, they've been lying for years. To the streets like that. Well, what about the emergency services that can't get through? Well, there you just saw an emergency service get through. So don't ever let yourself fall victim to that messaging again.
We might be close to where Renee was shot.
Yes, that's the block that we're on right now.
Yeah, because I noticed the T-Rex on the car.
Yep. A local monument here on the block. Right. Maybe before we reflect a little bit more on some of the policy stuff here, since we are in the place where Renee Good was shot and killed, let's talk about feelings here. How does it make you feel to be in this spot where you know that the center of this hurt that is animating so much of this crowd right now?
It's really heavy. Man, it's really heavy. It's really, really sad, and it's all the emotions, because it's also just a lot of anger, the immense gaslighting that's happening. So yeah, it's just really, really sad seeing that she was somebody that could have been literally any one of us, just trying to stand up for what she felt was right.
I think we have to address the micro penis in the room. Can I have you explain the sign for us?
It's the kind of energy that ICE gives. I mean, it's the guys that were nerds in high school, and they're trying to make up for their lack of manhood.
That's what you see with the. I assume when you're saying the lack of manhood and the way they're trying to make up for it, you're talking about in the hyper violent ways that they're conducting themselves with here in the city.
Exactly. Yeah, going above and beyond what their role should even be, I suppose, if you could.
There we go. One man making the argument that all ICE agents have micro penises. I think this checks out. We have no evidence otherwise to go off of, so. Micro peni.
breaking news on the killing of 37-year-old ICU nurse Alex Pretti. Just minutes ago, we learned from DHS that the Border Patrol agents involved in that shooting have been placed on administrative leave.
A preliminary DHS report into the incident obtained by NBC News confirmed that 2 federal officers fired their guns during this encounter. The report did not make any mention of Pretti attacking the officers or brandishing a gun, as DHS Secretary Kristi Noem has claimed.
Meanwhile, Noem is facing growing pressure to step down because of these deaths at the hands of agents operating under her leadership. 2 Republican senators, Tom Tillis, Lisa Murkowski, they've joined Democrats in calling for her resignation.
NBC News senior Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley joins us now from the Washington Bureau. Julia, let's start with the Pretti investigation. What can you tell us about these officers who we have just learned were placed on leave? Do we know if it is paid leave and what their circumstances are right now?
Well, we know they've been put on leave. It's likely paid leave because at this point there has not been an Office of Professional Responsibility investigation that would have concluded that there'd be any kind of discipline to them. That is what would put someone on unpaid leave or would lead someone to being reassigned or forced into retirement or flat out fired. So in this case, it seems they have been put on leave, and that is what is normal because
Yeah, and it's a heinous practice. It's a heinous practice. I'm sick of it. Police are tasked with upholding the law. When they break the law, they should not get extra privileges for failing to do their job, allegedly. Or literally like doing the opposite of their job. Like, honestly, police officers are getting paid more than teachers, okay? These guys can afford to take a month off. Think about what the fuck they did. If it turns out they're not guilty, I'm fine with, reinstating some of that salary. But honestly, I'm sick of protecting these fuckbags. I'm sick of the qualified immunity. I'm sick of the goddamn administrative leave. And since they're doing fuck all to actually maintain law and order in the face of federal agents running roughshod over state laws, I'm ready to just completely get rid of them. They're useless. What's the point of them? They let murders happen right down the block, just take place, and nobody gets arrested. There's no investigation going on into the murder of Alex Pretti right now. Zero investigation. Zero investigation. Neither state authorities nor federal authorities are doing an actual investigation into what happened. And honestly, until cops learn to embrace the slogan, protect and serve, and I don't mean capitalists and business owners, I mean protect and serve the civilian populace in the United States, then they're just as big enemies as ICE are to me. Because they're collaborating in so many counties, in so many townships and cities. It's unacceptable. If these people want to work for the federal government, then get a federal fucking job. Okay? But it is their responsibility to protect Americans in their homes and on the streets. They're not doing that. They're helping a fascist government usher in an era of complete lawlessness. And if they care about the law, if you're a police officer and you're listening to this right now, I know you guys like to know what's going on. You're listening to what's happening. Better make sure there's no dissidents. Dangerous dissidents running out. Well, guess what? Time for you to wake the fuck up. Okay, pal? You listening to me? Federal agents are not your friends. They're not protecting American citizens. They're running roughshod over the constitutional right of every man, woman, and child in this country every time they do something illegal. And it's your responsibility to uphold the law. If you're not doing it, you're just as big an enemy as they are. It's the same situation. Our tax dollars are going to something we don't want. I know it's been a little while since you guys have been hearing defund the police, but guess what? We're bringing it back. until you guys wake the fuck up. DTP. DTP. Until no more collaboration. DTP. Until you protect and serve. It's simple. Do your job. Protect the city and towns where you come from.
As that investigation moves forward, so does the federal crackdown.
Taking him to Whipple and give me his ID.
ICE arrests like this are still taking place in Twin Cities neighborhoods, even with word of a rollback. We spoke with the woman in this video. Our Ashley Graham shares her story and what we know about the arrest.
Video from a parking lot in northeast Minneapolis shows federal agents pounding on a car window. The man inside soon taken into handcuffs. A second man also arrested.
Sorry, I got so distracted with my defund the police narrative over here. I forgot to mention. We're moving on now to this situation. The situation that even though the Trump administration says they're pulling back on ICE enforcement in Minneapolis, you still got videos like this surfacing.
Taking him to Whipple and give me his ID.
ICE arrests like this are still taking place in Twin Cities neighborhoods, even with word of a rollback. We spoke with the woman in this video. Our Ashley Graham shares her story and what we know about the arrest.
Video from a parking lot in northeast Minneapolis shows federal agents pounding on a car window. The man inside soon taken into handcuffs. A second man also arrested. Jenny was holding her daughter in the back seat as federal agents detained her husband and her cousin. She says both undocumented from Ecuador.
I was yelling at them to take me with him, but they didn't want to take me and our daughter with him.
Jenny didn't want to show her face during this interview, telling us she is also undocumented.
My daughter was very frightened and is going to miss her father.
Man, go home with the baby.
As agents told her to go home, Jenny tried pleading with them.
Señor, ¿por qué?
A short time later, she walks to the open door and appears to help her cousin, who was just arrested, get out of the car. He's on the run for a short time before an agent takes him down.
We just want to provide for our family and make sure they lack nothing. That's why we crossed into this country. But they see us as criminals.
Over the weekend, a top ICE official said federal agents had carried out roughly 3,400 arrests in Minnesota. Jenny, distraught over her husband's arrest, was ready to leave with him.
This is fucking disturbing. They're ripping families apart still in Minneapolis. This was from yesterday. After Greg Bovino left. Is this acceptable now that Greg's gone? Get the fuck out. ICE out now. Not another penny for DHS. Not another penny for this corrupt, fascist agency. Shut it down. By the way, a mega star, thank you for the super chat over on YouTube, a gab. That's right. Yep, it's not just Minnesota. It's not just Minnesota, but we're going to stay on Minnesota for a moment because we got more. This is from 12 hours ago. Guardian News. ICE agents tried to illegally storm the ambassador, or not the ambassadorship, what's it called? The consulate of Ecuador, creating a literal international situation.
This is the classroom of Ecuador. You're not allowed. Relax. Okay, relax. I did not enter. If you touch me, I will grab you. If you touch me, I will grab you. You cannot enter. Okay. Okay. You cannot enter. Okay, but don't touch me. Yeah, okay. You cannot enter. You cannot enter. right, let's go. You cannot enter here. This is a consulate. This is a foreign government department. You cannot enter. All right, close the door. Bye. Yeah. Over there. All right. Yeah.
Sí, sí, lo estoy firmando.
No, pero ya tenés cuando... ¿Qué viste? Hicieron perseguir a las personas a la casa.
The attempted entry prompted Ecuador's government to send a note of great concern.
Sí, sí, lo estoy firmando.
A formal protest note to U.S. authorities. Yeah, no shit. I mean, that's basically an invasion. I mean, embassy property, consulate property is effectively foreign territory. The United States has consulates and embassies across the world, and other countries do as well. And there's international law that governs how these things are treated. That ICE agent literally creating an international situation because these fuckbags don't know jack shit about the law. These maligned psychopaths who probably didn't pass middle school are running around causing international fucking situations because they're too fucking stupid to know that you can't enter a consulate just willy-nilly. Yeah, and once again, I'd like to remind everybody, we have to shut the government down. We have to prevent any more funding going to ICE. Doesn't matter that Greg Bovino is out of Minneapolis. ICE agents are still conducting activities there in completely unlawful manners, as you just got done seeing, terrorizing families, and they're doing it in other states. If anything, they're going to ramp up, they're going to target your next state. That's almost a guarantee. They are going to the next state they can think of. The next blue state on the list. Perhaps California. Here's NBCLA from yesterday.
City Hall to demand their police department reject collaboration with federal immigration agents. This all comes after an activist says that Alhambra police interfered while she was filming agents. Our Tracy Leong joining us live now in Alhambra with their message. Tracy.
Yeah, Jonathan, and that public comment is still going on right now after about 200 community members came out tonight to show their support for pro-immigrant activist Angelica Vargas, who says that she was followed by Alhambra police while documenting immigration enforcement operations.
Document all this, like this is
You pulled over.
okay. I'm sorry?
You pulled
No,
over.
you guys literally put you guys.
This is the video Angelica Vargas shot on January 19th as she was following federal agents in Alhambra, where you see Alhambra police pull in front of Vargas and then approach her.
The city of Alhambra is helping federal agents.
Vargas says the Alhambra police positioned themselves in between her and the Border Patrol agents. She continued filming and asked police if they were working with the federal agents. Vargas says police told her they were not. Moments later, a federal agent approached her and questioned her citizenship.
What country are you a citizen of?
They're not working with them, they're working for them. They're subordinate. They're like little slaves to the ICE. The police love licking the toes of ICE. Ooh, can I lick your pinky toe for you, Mr.
Months later,
Iceman,
a
says the
federal agent
police.
approached her and questioned her citizenship.
What country are you a citizen of?
Of America. These federal agents were given access to me. They questioned my citizenship and basically intimidated me. Alhambra PD gave them access to me, and it's like, enough. This is enough.
On Monday night, people marched and rallied in support of Vargas outside Alhambra City Hall before voicing their frustration during council meetings' public comment.
We're terrified. It doesn't matter the color of your skin. It doesn't matter if you're a natural-born citizen or you just crossed the border yesterday. People need to be protected.
Community members and Vargas demanding the city of Alhambra and its police department stop collaborating with immigration enforcement agents.
It's going to continue to get worse if we don't
Exactly. Fuck these people. Defund these pieces of shit. You know, they were crying, oh, during the Black Lives Matter protest, stop saying defund. It makes us sad. Oh, we don't want to do our jobs anymore. Well, you're not doing your jobs. You're doing the jobs of ICE agents right now, so go fuck yourselves. Go fuck yourselves. We're defunding you, and we're taking away all of your military gear, all your LRADs, all your little, Humvees and shit. All your riot control gear. We're going to take away all of it. You can have a 6-shooter and a horse. Okay? And a pink tutu. And honestly, it's their fault. It's their fault that I'm talking like this. If they weren't collaborating, maybe I'd be singing the praises of police for standing up to the lawless Trump administration. Maybe I'd be applauding the police for upholding the Constitution. Instead, they're trotting all over it, right along with ICE. They're dancing together, hands clasped, with the fascists dancing on the Constitution, lighting the American flag on fire. Now, people in Minnesota are pretty upset about what's been going on, not shockingly. But we all need to be upset. We all need to be upset, because this is the beginning of a very dark time for our country. Really, the last year has been just sort of the preamble, I feel.
Minnesota is the latest flashpoint in a federal crackdown involving ICE, Border Patrol, and other agencies. But it's far from the only place being targeted. Aggressive tactics have played out in Chicago, Los Angeles, New York, Washington, D.C., and now Maine. The protests, the clashes, and the violence have raised urgent questions about where this all leads. In a recent piece for The Guardian, Claire Finkelstein warns that what's unfolding in Minneapolis closely mirrors a U.S. Civil War simulation she oversaw in 2024. Claire Finkelstein is the director of the Center for Ethics and the Rule of Law at the University of Pennsylvania, and she joins us now. Thank you for being with us.
Thanks for having me.
And we should say these simulations you helped run weren't designed to predict a second civil war, but were instead meant to stress test the system. What motivated those exercises, and what were you most worried about then?
There were really two things that motivated us. And let's remember, this was conducted in September of 2024, so it was before the presidential election. But we were worried. We were worried about what had happened on January 6th, 2021. And we were also worried in the wake of the immunity decision. And what was that going to mean for potentially a more unfettered Trump second term, and whether or not the rule of law would prevail, and about the potential tensions between the federal government and state and local governments, and what that could mean for the rule of law.
When you look at what's unfolding now in Minneapolis, what feels uncomfortably familiar from those simulations?
Well, one of the things that happened was we saw a spinning out of control, and I hope that's not what's happening in Minneapolis, but a lot of what's been happening is going in that direction. We saw a spinning out of control of the federal government. We saw a refusal to abide by court orders. We saw the difficulty that courts have in acting in time and difficulty enforcing their orders. So we've seen all of that. And then the attempt to attack state officials is something that we also looked at.
Why are clashes between state authority and federal forces so much more destabilizing than traditional or conventional unrest?
Because traditional unrest is really about the people. It's not about government per se. And hopefully, and this is what we've had for most of our history, you have the federal government and the state governments working together to try to get control over that unrest, to de-escalate the situation, and to work ideally in harmony together, or at least to have a functional working relationship and to partner together. And a lot of those partnerships are of long-standing person-to-person relationships. That was one of the things we found in our tabletop exercise, which is that those personal relationships can be very effective in de-escalating situations, sort of backdoor conversations. But when you have the federal government and the state government unable to work together and giving different narratives, it's profoundly confusing to people. And of course, it will have a tendency to escalate violence, as well as to really do damage to the rule of law.
And you've said that ICE is acting in ways that even exceed what was imagined in your simulations. What stands out to you?
We did not have federal agents or federal troops openly defying the law, firing on protesters, and frankly, killing them in cold blood. We had imagined federal agents a little more like what happened in Portland in 2020 or even Philadelphia that summer, where agents were going back and forth with protesters, some of whom were violating the law, and where federal agents were using harsh tactics, but not to the point where they were openly attacking American citizens and actually quite clearly exceeding rules for the use of force.
And further applying your insights to this moment, the Department of Homeland Security, its officers have fired shots during enforcement arrests or at people protesting their operations 16 times since July. No officer has faced criminal charges, and the administration has not announced disciplinary proceedings against any of the officers or the agents involved. So how should we understand this moment? 2 American citizens shot and killed by masked federal agents with no immediate accountability.
So you said the right word, which is accountability. That is key. Even if there is a deal struck, and I'm heartened by the fact that President Trump and Governor Walz had a productive phone conversation, but a deal is not enough. There needs to be accountability for the illegal actions of federal agents, at least a full and fair investigation, and state investigators need to be in on that. Beyond that, of course, state investigators have the right to conduct, and prosecutors have the right to conduct their own prosecution in this situation. Now, the federal government will claim immunity or will claim that the agents have at least qualified immunity, but there's a lot to argue there legally. And I think there's every reason to think that those agents were going beyond what they needed to do in order to carry out their official duties, which would vitiate the claims of immunity.
In your simulation, at what point does a democracy stop being governed by law and start being governed by power?
If courts can't or won't resolve the conflict between the federal government and the state, then we have a serious threat to our democracy. We rely on courts, and everybody should want these disputes to be resolved in a court of law and should commit themselves, whether they like the decisions or not, to abide by court decisions. When that doesn't happen, as to some extent happened in our scenario, then you know you've got a real threat to democracy.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'm afraid we're already there. I think we're further along than than this woman seems to think. Because fact is, a lot of stuff said during this, and I know they did a lot of work in going through all of these things, but even their own scenarios did not account for things that the Trump administration has already done. And we cannot forget the courts are currently already beholden to Donald Trump. Donald Trump did a record number of lower court, federal court appointments, as well as appointing 3 different justices to the Supreme Court. The courts are now completely beholden to Donald Trump. They are not upholding the law. They are scuttling the law right now in favor of Trump, time and time again. They ruled that he's unprosecutable. That in itself creates part of this constitutional crisis, is that the courts have already preemptively ruled before Donald Trump ever took office that he cannot commit a crime. And that is the basis of this constitutional crisis. It all stems from there, in my opinion. That decision has thrust us into this constitutional crisis. Everything else that has happened has stemmed from that decision made by the Supreme Court in 2024. They gave him carte blanche to do whatever the fuck he wants, and he said loud and clear, we're living in a constitutional crisis. People just have not come to terms with it yet, in my opinion. I think people are still trying to grasp onto the rule of law, the thing which the administration is currently attempting to scuttle. If that's not the federal administration, the federal government trying to upend the rule of law, if that's not a constitutional crisis, I don't know what is. But honestly, the courts have already failed us. By granting absolute immunity to the president, they turned us into a dictatorship on that day. It just required a dictator to take hold. That's all it was. They created the door for a dictator like Donald Trump to walk through and seize power. That decision, that unconstitutional monarchical decision that they made on behalf of the current president, and yes, they made it on behalf of him. If they had thought that things were going to end up differently here in 2024, I think they would have decided differently. If you had a Bernie Sanders heading up the Democratic Party, leading the polls, I think they would have made a different decision back in 2024. What was it, June or something like that, when they made that fateful decision? But how can anyone trust what the Supreme Court decides? It's a joke. It's a joke. You got multiple court justices taking dark money from billionaires. 30% of the judges on the court put there by Donald Trump. It's a joke. And that's why we need a full revamping of this democracy. It's come to that point. I'm just adding things up over here. This democracy is cooked. We can't expect the president and the federal government to respect the law. We can't expect local authorities to uphold the laws. In fact, it's much easier at this point in time to walk through life thinking there are no laws. It would at least make sense more on a day-to-day basis, listening to the news, if you just accepted that laws are meaningless. Then the things that the Trump administration say would make more sense. Because if you believe in the rule of law, you can't also simultaneously accept what the Trump administration is saying on a daily basis, because they're constantly lying as it comes to the law and the Constitution. So it's better to just, Of course, I don't want that. I'm just saying, in terms of sanity, in terms of your own sanity, I feel like sometimes myself, it makes sense. It's easier. It's just easier to say, you know what? No, law doesn't exist. That's anarchy. That's chaos. That's pandemonium. In my opinion, I'm just assessing what I'm watching over here. I am going through every single clip I can find on things that are of relation to what is going on right now in our country. I am watching them. I am trying to keep track of what all the administration's saying, what Democrats are saying, what Republicans are saying, what the people are saying. What are the courts saying? What are, every single. I'm just adding things up right now. You got Democrats in office just pleading with the president. Oh, please, Mr. President, please respect the law. We'll collaborate with you. We'll collaborate on your unconstitutional. We'll make it all better. Every time a court decision comes down, every time a court decision comes down that sounds good, I add that video to my list and I go looking for the next video, which is every single time that happens, the Trump administration files an appeal. They do not care about courts. They do not give a shit about courts. Every single time they lose in the courts, they just take it to the next court. They take it to the appeals court. They take it to the federal court. They take it up to the Supreme Court. They refuse to accept the rulings of courts. How is that not a constitutional crisis? Is it incumbent upon the populace to have more faith in the fucking courts than the federal government? Because I think that's honestly too high of a burden. It's incumbent upon the federal government to uphold the law, to respect the courts. If they don't respect the courts, why should we? That's my question to you. If the federal government does not respect the courts, then why should American citizens respect them? Hey, somebody give me an answer. Well, just so that you can get done respecting the courts and the Republicans and Donald Trump can come back and spit in your face and just completely ignore the courts? What a waste of time. You could have just started off by ignoring the courts, just like the administration does. Now, unfortunately for everybody else, you ignore the courts, you might actually see consequences. Unlike the Trump administration. And is this unequal and unfair application of the law that creates these conditions? And people can clearly see that our society is only benefiting certain people and actively quashing everyone else's aspirations in life. I think a lot of people, rightfully so, say that's too much for me. Why do I have to appear for this or that thing? Why do I have to pay my taxes? Why do I have to respect this and that law if ICE agents are going to blow through stop signs and red lights and grab me out of my car and throw me in a detention center without due process? Why am I supposed to care more than they are? Why is the burden higher for me than it is for them? Why do I have, even though I didn't take an oath to protect the Constitution, why do I have to uphold it more than federal agents do? Is these sorts of questions that ring around in my head constantly. And just getting louder and louder and louder and louder and louder. Oh, God. All right, we're 8 hours into the stream. I think we're going to go to break here, and then we're going to finish it off. I'm going to talk TikTok and the winter storm that's still hitting this country, and the second storm, which may be right around the corner. I had other things I wanted to talk about tonight. I'm just beat. I am tired as shit. I didn't get enough sleep. I need rest. I can just feel it. I need rest. All right. Quick break. All right. Break over. Final break over. Final half. About to begin. So get back in those seats, otherwise you're gonna miss it. All right, people, let's move on. Let's move on talking about TikTok. Be talking about ICE all week. But TikTok the deal for a U.S. joint venture in TikTok apparently went forward earlier this week. Technically, I think the finalization actually happened on like Friday of last week. This was that story. Reuters. 6 days ago.
TikTok's Chinese parent company ByteDance says it has finalized a move to avoid a ban in the U.S. The deal will create a new majority American-owned joint venture aimed at protecting U.S. user data. It's a major step after years of scrutiny by President Donald Trump, who in 2020 unsuccessfully tried to ban the app over national security concerns. In a post on Thursday, Trump said he is, quote, so happy to have helped in saving TikTok. He also lauded the deal, thanking Chinese President Xi Jinping for, quote, working with us and ultimately approving the deal. China. The TikTok USDS joint venture will be responsible for securing U.S. data and apps and TikTok's recommendation algorithm. Under the agreement, American and global investors will own 80.1% of the venture, while ByteDance keeps the rest.
One thing I've been wondering to myself, and I have not heard this in the deal, I wonder if ByteDance is prevented from literally just making a new one. Anybody? Has anybody looked? I haven't looked over the deal in great scrutiny. But considering how incompetent these assholes are, I almost feel like it's entirely possible that this deal did not include a clause preventing them from starting another competitor. Hello, China here. Talk Tick, new app. China! Check it out. Like, I mean, I feel like it's like in the cards for the future. Just like another app, an exact same algorithm pops up in like 3 months when TikTok fails. Let's keep talking TikTok, because that deal got finalized. Larry Ellison and Son became majority owners of TikTok, and the censorship followed immediately, if not sooner.
TikTok is up in flames with Americans leaving the platform following the sale of the U.S. branch of TikTok to a Trump-friendly billionaire, which has immediately led to claims of censorship. I'll get to examples of that in a bit here, as well as a new terms of service that collects even more of your information. So in this video, I'm going to discuss who took over the platform, what led to this new transfer of ownership, which the origins of it are going to make you angry. what the new terms of service states. I'm also going to discuss what people are now experiencing with apparent censorship and how to delete TikTok from your phone without accepting the new terms of service, a step-by-step of that, as well as a new platform that people are apparently moving to, a competitor of TikTok. All right, let me start with a Trump Truth Social post that went under the radar a few days ago for the obvious reason of everything else that's been going on. But he shared this on the 22nd, saying, "I'm so happy to have helped in saving TikTok. It will now be owned by a group of great American patriots and investors, the biggest in the world, and will be an important voice. Along with other factors, it was responsible for my doing so well with the youth vote in the 2024 presidential election," which, by the way, if you check out new polling now on the youth vote, they hate him. He goes on to say, "I only hope that long into the future, I will be remembered by those who use and love TikTok. Thank you to VP JD Vance and all the others within my administration who helped bring this deal to a very dramatic, final, and beautiful conclusion. I will also like to thank President Xi of China for working with us and ultimately approving the deal. He could have gone the other way, but didn't, and is appreciated for his decision. President Donald J. Trump." I mean, he sees you utterly destroying your own country. I don't imagine he has any qualms with you taking over a social media platform and destroying that too. But this gets to first the top story right now on the TikTok subreddit.
Yeah, and that's
RIP TikTok.
That's kind of what I was getting at. Like at this point, it's in the cards that they're going to destroy this app. Nobody's going to use it anymore. And so in the wake of that, like just follow me on this. They're buying it. You realize that, right? Like the Ellison boys are buying it with money. Right? They're buying it with money. Then they're getting ownership of the app. But if they implode the app, then it's worth nothing. And they're lighting billions of dollars on fire. Right? This thing is worth multiple billions of dollars. I don't know the details of what the figure is that they handed over, but it's going to be in the billions. It's a guarantee. It's just a guarantee. This app is worth billions and billions and billions of dollars. Right? I don't know what their yearly revenue is, but I think their revenue is in the billions, okay? And this app has not been around for that long. Right? In terms of like when it actually gained popularity, like it's honestly been a blip. And this thing is like crushing it. Right? And like they're going to implode it. So what is preventing them from taking billions of dollars from the Ellisons and then being like, well, we still technically own the algorithm, and this deal didn't strictly forbid us from creating a new app. So here's a new app called TokTik or TikTik or TokTok or whatever, or Trump sucks. Like whatever the name may be, like the people are going to emigrate to something else. It'll just be fascinating to see how this all plays out. Because I've already deleted my TikTok. I wasn't using it. I found it to be a shitty platform as it is. I did not like it. I personally don't like being told what to watch. Like, just time and time again by an algorithm. Not my thing. Like, I'd prefer to go looking for the videos and not be dictated to and have... Like, the thing about TikTok... I don't know how many people here use TikTok regularly. I just hate feeling like I'm just endlessly scrolling with no actual intention. Like, with YouTube, I feel like it's easy for me to have an intention when I'm going through the app. I'm like looking for something in particular. Like, and it's fairly easy for me to find it. With TikTok, you could just get lost in a hole and never achieve anything, I feel like, to some degree, which I find frustrating. I know some people like it, but I mean, it's just not my vibe. And so I've already deleted my TikTok. I was trying to make videos for it, but I was already struggling with getting in the algorithm there. I was getting, before Ellison's even took it over, like, I was trying to post videos about climate change, and I was getting told it wasn't cheery enough for TikTok, and I was like, this is not the place for me. I am not a cheery guy. I'm sorry, TikTok. I'm not here to be cheery, as it turns out. I'm kind of
2016 to
doomerific.
2026. As you can see, these issues right now are widespread. And I'll get to what TikTok, again, the US branch TikTok, is claiming happened versus what people are experiencing. But it's worth noting before we even get into it that TikTok is now collecting even more data about its users. So this great piece in Wired, I will link to it below the video in the description box under sources. But one of the elements includes precise data location. So they go on to write, if you give TikTok permission to use your phone's location services, which, good God, do not do that, then the app may collect granular information about your exact whereabouts. That is something you do not want TikTok to have stored. Also, TikTok is now tracking your AI interactions. Unsure what their goal is behind that. But also, they're also expanding their ads network. So rather than just using your collected data to target you while using the app, TikTok may now further leverage that info to serve you more relevant ads wherever you go online. Awesome. Even more tracking data. Fantastic. Well, Kelly also shared this. TikTok is now under U.S. ownership, and their new terms of service reads like a guide for giving fascists everything they need to put you on a list. They're collecting information about immigration status, citizenship, sexual orientation, whether you're trans or non-binary, and physical or mental disabilities. Saying here in their terms of service, we may share information we collect to comply with the law, including to respond to subpoenas, court orders.
I'd like you to all ask yourselves, how is TikTok even determining what your mental health issues might be? Think about that for a second. It means that they're taking data of your interactions with the app and honestly, most likely arbitrarily determining what your potential mental, like this is wild. Like you're just playing doctor. It's like, I think this guy might have BPD. I'm not sure that you're qualified to make that determination, but it's doing it, and it's gonna collect that information, and then TikTok's gonna sell it to somebody else, maybe ICE. I don't know, somebody. Maybe your insurance provider. Who knows? Anybody could want that data, and TikTok will
legal
they'll
process,
sell it to
law
them.
enforcement requests, legal claims, or government inquiries, which under this Trump administration, as we see, they just lie to our face about what we can see on video. It's kind of hard to trust what they may do with that information. And they go on to write, as mentioned in the post, information about racial or ethnic origin, national origin, religious beliefs, mental or physical health diagnoses, sexual life or sexual orientation, status as transgender or non-binary, citizenship or immigration status, or financial information. Yeah, you can begin to understand why people are leaving the platform.
Yeah, no, that's pretty clear. These guys are getting as invasive as they possibly can into your life. Saying, look, we are going to try and create an entire profile on you here. And then we're going to sell that to whoever we want. Let's see how people are handling it.
Over. So again, take a look at the zeros here on all their latest uploads. Absolutely insane. This person writing in replies saying, just seeing this 9 hours after it was posted. Someone else saying they can't repost it. So this censorship's also making it
Zero views, 396,000 followers. How? How? 0 views? Is that even possible? Seems physically impossible. Unless it's full-on censorship. The walled garden of
unable
TikTok.
for other people to share TikTok, those TikToks on their own pages. So really, this is censorship in the highest form possible. And this is to remind you, the right wing, the Trump right, these people, these were the ones crying about, oh my God, the Democrats want to censor everything. Here they come in, take over TikTok, and absolutely throttle all local content, specifically ones that are critical of ICE and what Trump is doing. Jessica Burbank sharing this. I'm not allowed to be a TikToker anymore, I guess, without explanation. My videos are shown to 0 people now. So this is somebody with almost 600,000 followers on TikTok. Latest 2 videos, 0 views each. Like it's it's comical because it's so blatant. It's so absolutely.
Yeah. It is wild. I mean, we have a completely corrupted and or fully bought media. Completely broken system of laws. A federal government that is completely ignoring the Constitution, the order of lower courts, and appeals courts, unless those appeals courts are ruling in their favor. They are murdering people in the streets. What else do people need to wake up? Do we need, like, actual, like, uniformed Nazis walking down the streets? Wake up, America. It's here.
All right, y'all. At this point, it's rest in peace TikTok. I'm going to do a segment tomorrow talking about the immense censorship that they just put on the platform. It really is something to behold, how much they're letting it hang out. But get this. This is like beyond parody at this point. Apparently, they made it so you're not allowed to DM Epstein, the word Epstein. So it was Brian Krasenstein posted about this about an hour ago. And it's one of those things where you read it and you're like, okay, really? Like, seriously? Like that? It almost sounds, it's too good to be true, too perfect. Well, come to find out, Crystal and I just had our daughter test it out, and it's fucking real. You cannot DM Epstein.
Did they not realize that there are people named Epstein that aren't Jeffrey Epstein? Can you imagine being somebody named Epstein right now? God. I mean, there's a lot of reasons for that to suck, but it's just kind of hilarious. All of a sudden, you can't type your own name. Wow.
You can't DM Epstein. It says, like, what does it say? It's against the terms and services or something like that?
No, it just has, like, an exclamation point, a red exclamation point, and a circle saying, like, it wasn't delivered. It doesn't tell you why. It just...
I mean, what? And remember, the, like, final sale just went through.
Oh, no, it does. It says, this message may be in violation of our community guidelines and has not been sent to protect our community.
Yeah, so you're not allowed to mention Epstein because, you know, it's in violation of community guidelines. And remember, guys, who just got control of TikTok in totality now? Like, the finalization just happened. The MAGA Zionist billionaire, is it Larry Ellison or David Ellison? I don't know which one, but one's the son and one's the father. Yeah, and I think the dad is the one who got it, if I remember correctly. But the Ellisons now control it, Zionist MAGA billionaires, and they made it so you can't DM and mention Epstein. Again, this stuff is beyond parody. I'm going to do a longer segment on it tomorrow. But just understand, man, you got all people dealing with widespread censorship now on issues involving Trump and ICE and Israel. Now, TikTok is saying, oh, no, that was all a mistake. We actually had a data center go out, and that's why people's videos are now getting literally 0 views for people with like 1 million followers on TikTok. And so they're even trying to, like, you know, clean up on aisle 6 in this bitch, realizing, like, oh no, we may have overreach with this. But
it's Larry Ellison, by the way.
Larry, yeah, so the dad. Yeah.
Not that there's any difference. David Ellison is just like a symbiote. Right? Like all these billionaires and their children. Like this, I mean, some of them have different vibes. But like if we just rule out Elon, a lot of them treat their children like sort of like extensions of themselves. And that's absolutely what David is. He's done nothing aside from use his father's money to do stuff. Like the kid is, I mean, completely useless. If he didn't have his father's money, he'd actually have to find something that he's good at, aside from spending daddy's money. But since he doesn't have to do that, he's just going to keep on spending daddy's money whenever, you know, it looks like maybe it'll be a lucrative opportunity. But really, I mean, he's just a useless Nepo baby spending daddy's money, oftentimes at the behest of daddy, right? Like, he's literally an extension of his father. Like, Larry, like, probably texts David, is like, David, I need you to buy this. And it's all, I'm sure, for like legal reasons. Like, they figure, like, the fact is for tax purposes, having a second, like, human to, like, just sort of, like, off certain things to, super helpful for people like Larry, you know, for these billionaires. It's like, it's probably better if we don't commingle funds in this part. You take this one, I'll take this one. Therefore, it won't be seen as violating this or that law, or we won't get hit on this or that tax thing. Like, I mean, having essentially like a tick that also has its own tax ID that can also, you know, sign sign its name to a document or whatever else. Very helpful.
Last week, the US operations of the massive social video platform TikTok came into the partial ownership of one Larry Ellison and his company, Oracle. And Ellison, a tech billionaire and one of the world's wealthiest people, is also a close ally of, you guessed it, US President Donald Trump. So it's perhaps no surprise that users of...
Say daddy like Donald Trump says it. Dad!
app have complained that content critical of the US government and published by users in the United States is being interfered with or even suppressed. This is a clip of US TV host Andy Cohen giving a short monologue on his comedy show addressing the murder of Alex Pretti on the streets of Minneapolis by federal border agents. And it's very critical of the administration, with Cohen essentially calling them liars. As you can see, a lot, possibly hundreds of users are reporting that the video won't load or freezes or is glitching. Here's another video, released overnight from a smaller account called The Necessary Conversation. It publishes conversations between a liberal son and his MAGA-supporting parents. In this video, they're discussing the slaying of Pretti. Again, it's critical of the American government. And again, hundreds of users are reporting glitches and freezing. But not all videos are suffering the same issues. This is another clip from the very same Andy Cohen show, posted by the same account just 2 hours after the first one. But this time addressing entertainment topics, no politics, and therefore no issues reported by users. And this clip from the same show was posted just a little before the Trump critical one. Again, it's focused just on entertainment, and there are no complaints from users. Funny that. The issues with Trump critical videos have been reported far and wide. Forbes magazine has reported on a deluge of Democrat politicians, influencers, and celebrities raising concerns about censorship, especially when the content involves discussion of the ICE execution of Alex Pretti on Saturday. Those speaking out include US law professor Steve Vladek, who posted this to his 250,000 Blue Sky followers on Monday. This morning, I recorded a video on TikTok about why DHS's arguments for the power to enter homes without judicial warrants in immigration cases are bunk. 9 hours later, TikTok still says my video is, quote, under review and can't be shared. Well, here's a link. Megan Stalter, an actress from the hit series Hacks, posted this to Instagram on Monday. Hi, so today I'll be downloading my videos and deleting my TikTok page. TikTok is under new ownership and we're being completely censored and monitored. I'm unable to upload anything about ICE even after I try to trick the page by making it look like a comedy video. Let's delete the app. Love you. The governor of California and frequent Trump critic Gavin Newsom has also got involved with his office posting this online on Tuesday. New. Following TikTok's sale to a Trump-aligned business group, our office has received reports and independently confirmed instances of suppressed content critical of President Trump. California Governor Gavin Newsom is launching a review of this conduct and is calling on the California Department of Justice to determine whether it violates California law.
Illegal.
Yes, we should look into whether or not that's illegal. It feels illegal. I know if this was happening to right-wingers criticizing Joe Biden, if this was 2023, 2024, you know, you just change it from Trump to Biden, right-wingers would be losing their ever-loving minds. They'd be calling to storm TikTok and like take down Oracle. Like everybody sell your Oracle stock. Burn all your favorite Larry Ellison gear. That's it. These people love censorship, so long as it doesn't happen to them.
Just days after a group of mainly American investors approved by President Donald Trump took over control of TikTok's U.S. operations, some users now say the app is censoring and limiting their content, including posts and messages about Jeffrey Epstein and the shooting deaths of U.S. citizens by federal agents in Minneapolis. One content creator says his U.S.-based followers couldn't access his post about the shooting death of Renee Good.
So this is how it should appear. The latest video under my 3 pinned videos is the ICE shooting analysis. But this is what my page looks like according to people who message me. And even weirder, this is how it appears in their watch history, a blank square. The red X mark is just them pointing it out to me.
And California State Senator Scott Wiener said TikTok wouldn't let him share this post about ICE for several hours.
I am advancing a bill now to say that in California, it's not going to be just local and state law enforcement who can be sued if they violate your rights, but federal agents can as well.
California Governor Gavin Newsom announced a new state investigation to determine whether TikTok is violating state law by censoring content critical of President Trump. The company issued a statement today saying it had suffered a cascading systems failure that had caused multiple bugs on the platform after a power outage at one of its U.S. data centers. For more, we're joined by tech.
Yeah, that sounds incredibly unbelievable. Because it's a lie. That's why it's just in case you were unclear. It sounds unbelievable because it's a lie. Because TikTok was hoping nobody would notice or complain. Which seems like a real fucking dumb plan when you think about it. It's like, really? You thought nobody was going to complain or notice that you were doing this? Didn't it once cross your mind that some people would be like, hey, notice that my massive channel is suddenly getting 0 views. Just wondering what's up with that. Really? Never once did it come up that in the meetings over this situation, they went to spend billions of dollars without thinking that one through? Is that what you're telling me? Shock of shocks. The most meritful among us, somehow unable to predict something so obvious. It's very strange.
Journalist Jacob Ward, host of the Rip Current podcast. Welcome back to the NewsHour, Jacob.
Hey, Jeff. Great to be with you.
So you have a lot of politically engaged users now saying they feel censored on TikTok, videos getting 0 views, their reach suddenly disappearing. Based on your reporting, what is going on here?
Well, I mean, I think on the one hand, it's important to just remember in the context of American public discourse, right, that the way we communicate with one another is controlled by a handful of private companies. And as a result, we don't get to know. So, Jeff, we don't really know. Is there some sort of censorship going on here? Or is this, as TikTok's new ownership says, a cascading failure that originated from one of its data centers? What I can say is that it seems as if every kind of creator trying to post content, whether they were cooks or makeup artists or political content creators, none of them could post for a while there. And so it doesn't seem like it's specifically aimed at it. But if you're someone whose work is consistently something that speaks out against the government at the moment, then you're going to feel particularly persecuted. But it seems that it sort of went across everybody. So at the moment, this doesn't feel like it was an intentional piece of censorship. I think this ownership group is too newly in charge to make that kind of move. But that's not to be confused with the idea that they couldn't do that. I think the capability of doing so is incredibly powerful and worth watching.
Well, let's talk more about that, because people point to Elon Musk's takeover of Twitter.
What this guy is saying is flying completely in the face of what we just went over. Because according to Humanist Report, right? Who were we just watching? No, Rational National, sorry. According to David Dole over at Rational National, people were, in fact, at the same time posting, and their videos were going through and getting likes. So honestly, I'm not sure where this guy's getting his information from, but I mean, according to the timeline, some people were getting views, other people were getting none. And so it's sort of the exact opposite of what this guy just said. I guess we're just going to have to keep our eyes on the situation somewhere, but the conflicting stories here, I mean, it's all gonna come out at some point here, what's actually happening. But it's strange that there's conflicting viewpoints on this situation when the evidence seems to point. I mean, they got timestamps and everything. I went through this shit. People put there's timestamps on when people post, and some were simultaneously, while some were getting no views, others were getting views. So I don't know how that explains I don't know how that can be explained away. But with this guy, he's just said, oh, some people were also, like a bunch of people were experiencing. I didn't see any of those. Didn't see any of those. All right, let's get to the storm right now, which is still ripping across the country. Blasting many of us into an Arctic oblivion. We all are just praying for it to end. And yet it persists. Incredibly cold temperatures being seen from the Midwest to the East Coast, all the way down south.
So we're a Chicago-based organization, nonprofit. We build orange ice fishing tents. We also pass out meals 3 days a week, and we help connect people to additional resources such as housing, addiction treatment, mental health resources, legal aid.
Even just like a 6 months or like 3 months, a free place.
Last winter, we ran into a little snafu where the tents were out of stock. And so we kind of had to pivot and figure that out, which is why we also build like red tents and black tents now. You can stand up in it, you can lay down flat, you can have like storage for your belongings. They're insulated, they're 20 to 30 degrees warmer than anything outside.
Get it to do the pilot, you need to hear that click.
And then when I go back to here, just turn it off that way.
We got a pallet of propane, which is roughly like 65 to 70 cases of propane. And so we use that donation to pass out to all of our folks experiencing homelessness, whether we've built them tents before or not. Seeing the forecasted weather, I knew we had to come out and do this today.
Okay, all right, sounds good.
Propane there?
Shelters and warming centers aren't like a one-size-fits-all solution. Obviously, if you go to a shelter or warming center, you can't bring all your belongings with you. Also, the shelters and warming centers are so far and few between in the city unless you have like a phone where you can Google Maps how to get there, or unless you have a bus card to even get there in general. Really how I've been able to build trust and build relationships the best by just showing up like almost every day with a hot meal, with the water, showing up like when I say I will.
There we go, nonprofits on the ground doing the hard work, keeping Chicagoans warm. People living on the streets. A tent is a... what do you want to call it? Just a lifeline. Doing more work than FEMA did, of course, because FEMA did nothing to prepare for this storm. We talked about that earlier this week. Kristi Noem was getting a briefing from her first briefing from FEMA as the first snowflakes were falling from this storm. Far too late to do anything in terms of mobilizing ahead of what was to come. A storm which would affect 200 million Americans. Kristi didn't give a shit. She was too busy checking her Instagram
with
or
the
something.
massive winter storm pummeling the country. Nearly 200 million people are caught in the middle of it. Brutal cold, ice, and snow. 23 states from the south to the northeast are under a state of emergency. At least 3 deaths are blamed on the cold. More than 1 million people are in the dark tonight, and the snow still falling. We have CBS News correspondents covering it all. CBS's Chanel Call is in New York City and leads us off tonight. Chanel.
And Jerika, here in Manhattan, we're seeing nearly a foot of snow on the ground right now. Plows have been out in full force since early this morning, trying to get these streets cleaned up before people go back to work tomorrow. Instead of picking up trash, an army of 700 New York City garbage trucks are moving snow and salting streets. Travel becoming treacherous across much of the Northeast.
Do not get on the roads. I did a full 360 in an all-wheel drive vehicle.
Drivers seen abandoning their vehicles on Interstate 75 in Ohio in snow too deep to drive through. In Pittsburgh, conditions there causing drivers to slide off the roads. The governors of New Jersey, Connecticut, and New York all declaring states of emergency.
An Arctic siege has taken over our state and many other states across the nation.
This storm, the first big test for New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani, who announced today he's shutting down public schools Monday, but classes will move online.
This may disappoint some students, so if you do see me, feel free to throw a snowball at me.
Boston bracing for 20 inches of snow. Here's CBS's Tom Hansen.
The frigid cold and heavy snow have shut down Boston. Schools are closed tomorrow, but some homeless shelters are open 24/7 due to the storm. And take a look behind me. Workers are working around the clock to keep critical services like hospitals open.
The stormy weather causing over 11,000 flight cancellations and 3,600 delays today.
We are officially closing LaGuardia Airport until 6 a.m. tomorrow.
New York's LaGuardia, Dulles International, and Reagan National, the hardest hit.
We have to spend 2 nights here because we don't fly out till Monday.
Yes, indeed, the effects of this storm being seen practically from coast to coast. I think Arizona saw snow, and of course, this storm went all the way up to Maine, hitting practically every state in between it. And unfortunately, it's still going to keep going. Many places looking at single digits for many days ahead.
Tonight, as the monster storm moves out, the deep freeze settles in. Frigid temperatures, blankets of ice, and feet of snow still gripping a huge portion of the country. At least 20 people have died so far, including elementary school teacher Rebecca Ruber. Police in Kansas say the 28-year-old froze to death.
Her smile, it was so vibrant. That's what I'm going to miss the most.
First responders are still working around the clock to keep up with collisions and spinouts. Even emergency vehicles are having trouble getting around. This semi slid off the road in Tennessee, shutting down the highway. And in the Midwest, where it's been single digits or lower since Friday, stranded cars litter the roads. The extraordinary storm created this in New York City, where even the rivers are freezing over, with record snowfall in several states, including here in Massachusetts.
It's crazy. Oh my God, I live in here for 90 years, but I never see something like this.
I've been out here for a few hours.
It's a long time to be shoveling snow.
My face feels frozen right now.
160 million.
Yeah. They closed down all the ferries because the Hudson was filled with too much ice. That's how cold it is. $160 million Americans still under cold alerts. That was 2 days ago. This is from yesterday. ABC 7 Chicago.
Rising after the winter storm that left behind 2,000 miles of freezing rain, snow, and ice. And now a heartbreaking reminder of how dangerous the conditions can be. The small city of Bonham, Texas, mourning the loss of 3 siblings who drowned in an icy pond. The school superintendent saying, "We are devastated by this unimaginable loss." Ice taking down huge trees across the South. Mississippi's governor now deploying 500 National Guardsmen.
It is possible that those numbers will go up.
In Oxford, utility crews were pulled back and a shelter in place was ordered over fears of falling trees. Tennessee also activating the National Guard and opening warming centers amid concerns about vulnerable people. The concern for power crews, trees falling again after power has been restored.
Almost everyone here is without power. You can see this large tree. It came crashing down. It snapped and brought some power lines down with it.
Some areas have been without power since Saturday during this days-long stretch of bitter cold. On the roads, a big rig crashing in the slick conditions, bringing down this overhead sign. And back in Texas, volunteers with the United Cajun Navy bringing food, doing welfare checks, and looking for dangerous black ice on rural roads.
As somebody in Texas, we don't deal with ice. We don't deal with this, and it was me running, a few people, making sure that everyone was taken care of.
In Fort Worth, firefighters braving conditions to get this man to safety.
His safety, making sure he was good, that's the only thing I was thinking of. Let's get him to the top. He's on my shoulder crying.
19 states saw more than a foot of snow in the storm, and now the Mid-Atlantic and Northeast are bracing for a possible coastal storm this coming weekend.
19 states saw more than a foot of snow. That's an intense freaking storm right there is what that is. Sort of storm the United States hasn't seen for quite a while. Now, it wasn't just those 3 children in Texas who died. Unfortunately, people died all over the country. And honestly, hard to say with any certainty, but you would think that maybe if FEMA had done their jobs and prepared ahead of the storm, maybe some of those deaths could have been prevented. I don't know the details of every death at this time, but one would think there would have been less chaos, less likelihood for a tragedy to occur, had there not, had been such a incompetent group of people running FEMA right now. People who are actively making FEMA incapable of doing its job. And remember, FEMA cannot act without Kristi Noem. They have been hobbled by the Trump administration. They cannot make any decisions that And no one at the agency of FEMA can make any decisions that wind up allocating more than $50,000. Maybe it's $100,000. I can't remember the exact number. But we're talking about the whole country, 200 million people, right? They have to go to Kristi Noem for every expenditure over $50,000. Has to be approved directly by Kristi. It's her responsibility as the head of DHS, and it's now her responsibility more than it has been for any other DHS director to keep FEMA running smoothly and saving Americans. And she's doing fuck all. They're the ones who did it. They decided for fraud, because of fraud, waste, and abuse, FEMA can't be allowed to make its own decisions. So they decided that it should be the head of DHS who makes those decisions. And the person who's the head of DHS is, of course, Kristi Noem. It didn't have to be that way. FEMA could have been, as it was previously, before 2025, an independent-ish agency that made its own fucking determinations on what was an emergency. Not like whatever Kristi Noem can be bothered to do in between Instagram posts. But another man died in Michigan.
An Alaska teen was found dead in Ann Arbor on Saturday, hours after being seen walking alone on the University of Michigan campus. Police first reported 19-year-old Lucas Matson missing on Friday night, in danger due to frigid cold temperatures.
If you think about how cold it's been, that's a long time in the extreme cold temperatures for somebody not only to be missing, but alone.
Neighbors told Erica Erickson with WDIV in Detroit that Matson was last seen leaving a party at a fraternity house, wearing only a t-shirt and jeans. Originally from Juneau, Matson was an engineering student. In a statement to the press, loved ones said, quote, "Our family is devastated by the loss of Lucas. We ask for privacy at this time."
As a parent, as anyone who has loved ones so far away, I can't even imagine how they must have felt or still feel.
The community providing condolences in the wake of Matson's passing.
We spoke to one neighbor and she was heartbroken. She wishes that he hadn't been alone and she urges people to use the buddy system. She was terrified to think of an undergraduate to have been walking alone without a coat, just in a t-shirt, and to have been found like that by himself.
A stark reminder of danger posed by cold as temps were below zero.
Yeah, do not go out there without a jacket. For the love of God. It's dangerous. That's why they sell jackets. It wasn't just people in Texas or Michigan dying. Unfortunately, at least 10 New Yorkers died outside during this storm, according to Zoran Mamdani at a press conference yesterday.
Just a short time ago, Mayor Mamdani announced the deaths of 10 people found out in the cold.
We don't yet know whether every case will be ruled hypothermia, but we need every New Yorker to be on alert, looking out for their neighbors. We are intensifying outreach, that we are conducting round-the-clock checks, and have loosened traditional shelter intake procedures to accommodate as many New Yorkers as possible.
The mayor said groups will be sent out every few hours to canvass blocks and engage with those who need assistance. Hospitals are being asked to limit overnight discharges, and there are 10 new warming shelters, plus 10 new warming buses at key locations in the city. And our freezing temperatures are making cleanup for the storm difficult. Christina Fan has more on the city's new plan to take on the snow.
The sanitation department says it's made multiple passes down every road, but when you have this much snow, shoveling only gets you so far. The city says it's moving on to the next stage of its operation, which is melting it down.
2 days after snow pummeled the city, cars are still buried, sidewalks remain unshoveled, and these two siblings are about to enjoy a self-proclaimed snow day.
It's very, very cold. It is cold, and it's super deep.
Their father says it's simply too hard to get around.
We skipping school today. No school for us today. I can't get the car off the spot. It's hard to travel, cross the streets. It's not safe.
At Webster Car Wash in the Bronx, these attendants are pacing themselves for the long day ahead. It may be back-breaking labor now, but come tomorrow, they are expecting it to pay off, estimating more than 500 cars will cycle through to wash away the winter grime.
People need to wash the car. They do wash the car every day.
After several rounds of plowing, the Department of Sanitation is moving on to its next round of storm cleanup, bringing in equipment to break up hardened, elevated ridges and haul them away. The city has also activated snow melting operations, setting up large machines that can each melt up to 120 tons per hour. Drivers can't wait for it to be gone.
The bus slid backwards, the yellow bus. When I saw it last time, we done.
As a reminder, homeowners and car owners.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. You see the bus sliding backwards. Yeah. Maybe keep the kids at home. It feels like a sign. Alrighty then, let's go down to Philadelphia, where many streets as of yesterday were still very snowy and icy. 2 days into this winter storm.
In Paterson, New Jersey, found itself stuck in some snow. City officials saying that crews are working around the clock to clear the streets, especially with students going back to school tomorrow. Andrew Ramos spoke to the mayor about the progress being made.
2 days after Sunday's storm clobbered parts of New Jersey, cities like Paterson are still digging out. Mounds of snow overwhelmed just about every city block, where some sidewalks look like obstacle courses. In some cases, pedestrians have nowhere to go, and intersections serving up plenty of challenges. This NJ Transit bus got stuck in some serious slush at an unplowed intersection near East 27th Street. Community members even jumping into action to help.
This has been an enormous storm, not normal.
With public school students going back to class on Wednesday with a delayed opening, Paterson Mayor Andre Saya said plows are going to hit the pavement tonight and again in the morning with an emergency snow removal operation that will focus on secondary streets in hopes of clearing the hazards and easing concerns some parents may have.
But we are focused on making sure that children have safe passageways to school.
The city has already begun the process of issuing citations to anyone blocking street parking or dumping snow back into the street.
I'm asking them if they could just shovel it back onto their property, not onto the street, because when you're doing the street, you're not doing anybody a favor.
Yes. It's a struggle. It's a struggle. Where do you put the snow when there's so much snow? Right? You feel me? Where, if not the street, on top of your car. It's tough. Sorry. I meant for us to go to Philly, but I figured we'd hit New Jersey on the way there.
It is 6:05. The snow emergency for the city of Philadelphia ended just a few minutes ago, but the cleanup of all of these messy streets, that could take days. CBS News Philadelphia's Brandon Goldner has been driving through South Philly with his photojournalist Mike this morning. And we know, Brandon, South Philly streets notoriously slick and dangerous after snowstorms. How are they looking this morning?
Well, Janelle, let me show you right now. This road in particular, South 18th, where we're at right now, is they push the button right there, and you can see, look at this. This is probably the worst we've seen so far. covered in snow and ice. You see the size where cars are parked, cars having to navigate out of that little pile of snow right there. And this is going to be something that will continue to be a problem through the weekend. This is why city leaders say it's going to take a lot of time to get everything cleaned up. Mayor Cheryl Parker says people are still parking also on those critical snow emergency routes. She says since Sunday, the city's towed 350 cars, and she wants people to move their cars now so plow trucks can clear more of these roadways. City offices and courts are closed while schools are holding virtual classes today. Crews are using more than 800 pieces of equipment to clear streets, including, and this is really cool, a specialized machine that melts snow, and they've already melted 900 tons of it. They're expected to be back out here later this morning, but with these freezing temperatures, every second counts, especially these snow-covered streets, so they're going to need your help.
Despite the tireless work involved in our intergovernmental response, we are not out of the woods, Philadelphia, and we are not claiming victory at all right now.
All of those things make a difference, but time is very critical. And so we continue to throw everything we can at this storm. And as the mayor stated, we do not have a timeline, but we're going to continue working through these very challenging circumstances.
Very challenging circumstances indeed. This storm really walloped people across the nation. Big cities struggling with where to put all the snow. Just a tremendous amount of snow. I know down on the streets on Earth, by my Earth apartment, it's like walking around on the sidewalks, you're just like surrounded by piles of snow, like ever competing piles of snow that seemingly just continue to get taller as you walk. Trying to make it to the store feels like you're going through an Arctic tundra. All right, let's go all the way up. All the way up to Canada. Halifax. They got hit by the storm too, it turns out.
In Halifax, the snow has shut down schools, businesses, and government offices. Dozens of flights in and out of the city have also been canceled as the storm sweeps through. For more on this, we've reached Andy Fillmore, the mayor of Halifax, who has kindly offered to go outside for us to show us a little bit of what it is like outside right now. So, Mayor Fillmore, thank you so much for this. We do appreciate it. Tell us a little bit of what it's like outside right now.
Pleasure to be with you this morning, Hillary. Well, it's -7. The snow is gently falling. The city is beautiful in its blanket of snow, and it's also beautifully quiet. So it's actually a very, very nice way to be. However, there are a lot of people being inconvenienced. Flights in and out of Halifax International Airport have been impacted. Schools and businesses are closed, and our transit system is operating on modified rules today as well. We'll get about 40 centimeters, we think, before this is over, and we'll see if we're going to be opening it back up again tomorrow. We're in a bit of a lull right now, but it's been coming down pretty thick.
You are right, though. It is quite pretty. I guess that is one silver lining in all of this snow, that it is quite pretty to look at. As you're saying there, 40 centimeters, that is a lot of snow. What are some of your concerns at this point if all of that snow does pile up?
I love how Canadians are up here trying to find the silver lining in all this goddamn snow. You stop being so damn cheery up there, Canada. Okay? Everybody down here in America is... well, we're hating it. It's fine. You can gloat. Fine, gloat,
yeah,
Canada.
So really the transit system is my number one concern. People still need to get to... they will need to get to school and work tomorrow to their classes. I'm hoping that the city will be open again. Universities will be back on, but we do need to keep people moving. We need to keep the economy moving, and that means keeping the streets clear. It's a Herculean task, to borrow a word from the former person who's being interviewed in Toronto. We have about 4,300 kilometers of streets to clear. We have about 1,000 kilometers of sidewalk, thousands of bus stops. So I just really honor and thank the hardworking crews that are out there getting this done.
And what?
There we go. People working hard in Halifax, Nova Scotia. Trying to keep the streets cleared in the Canadian economy running. Now, unfortunately, for basically everybody who was in the path of this storm, another big storm may be coming, according to Ryan Hall, y'all.
Efforts to try to support.
Let's see what this guy's got to say. This is from Tuesday, I believe it was.
It's Monday, January 26th, and we are finally on the other side of
Monday.
this historic winter storm we've been tracking.
Honestly, I really like that about Ryan, is that, like, he tells me exactly what day. Nobody else does that. He's like one of the only people who, like, immediately help me out when they start their video. Hey, here's the day. Here's the day and time at which this is being recorded. Thank you, Ryan.
And we are finally on the other side of this historic winter storm we've been tracking. Unfortunately, as of this morning, 21 people are confirmed dead across 14 states. More than 847,000 are still without power this morning in single-digit temperatures. Nashville lost nearly half of its power grid due to 3/4 of an inch of ice. And Mississippi got hit with its worst ice storm since 1994. And some of these people won't see power for weeks. Down in Little Rock, we broke the snowfall record that had stood since 1899. Over 19,000 flights were canceled, and Sunday was one of the worst travel days since the pandemic. This thing stretched 2,300 miles wide at its peak, and more than 230 million Americans were under weather alerts at the same time, which is a record. The pattern we started tracking way back in mid-January verified almost exactly like we said it would, and unfortunately, it's time to keep looking into the future because there's more stuff coming. Let's start off by talking about these temperatures because it's going to be downright cold tomorrow morning. It was cold this morning. It'll be even colder tomorrow morning, especially in a lot of these places where we don't have power. We're expecting a low temperature tomorrow morning of 16 degrees.
Well, I'm going to skip ahead to the predictions here. Wait, too far.
Through 10 days from now. Okay, so we could be well into the beginning of February and still be talking about below average temperatures all the way down to the southern part of Florida, but especially in Alabama, the Carolinas, up into the mid-Atlantic. And we're going to continue to be warmer than average in the west. Everybody west of the Rockies is going to be having fun in the sun pretty much. And there's going to be some of that warm air that tries to make it up even into the northern plains as we get into the latter part of this outlook. All right, let's talk about what we can expect as we go into the future outside of just temperatures. It's going to be cold. We know that. But what happens with the cold? Are we going to get a storm? Are we going to get anything else happening? Well, we're definitely going to have another clipper coming through the Great Lakes here as we go into Tuesday. That's going to bring even more snow to the northeast. It's not going to be significant, but some places will pick up on a couple of inches. And it's also going to turn on the lake effect snow machines again for western Michigan, northeast Ohio, northwest Pennsylvania, a lot of upstate New York. So get ready for another thumping of snow over the next several days as the cold air just runs over the lakes. At some point, they're going to get completely frozen here, but check it out. Another big anomalously high pressure system is building up in Canada. The European model here has another huge blast of cold air that might actually rival this one, and of course it does link up with a storm in the Gulf. This one looks a little bit more dynamic than the one that we just saw in terms of its potential power. I guess you could say it's definitely smaller, but here we go. Another potential winter storm impacting parts of the South as we go into Saturday, January 31st. This actually starts, I would say, back on January 30th as some rain in Louisiana, some snow showers in the Ohio Valley. Everything links up and phases here over the Appalachian Mountains. And once again, we see potentially significant nor'easter starting to form as we go into Saturday, January 31st. Here's heavy snow.
Jesus Christ. Can we get a Just a break from this horrifying weather. Good God. That's not great. Not a fan of that prediction. Thanks, Ryan. Real cheery, pal. Could have lied to us and told us that everything was going to be fine. No, Ryan's got to continue to do the weather, I guess, as it is in reality, rather than giving us some sort of fake weather update. Honestly, at this point, though, I mean, I just want to see the sun one time down on Earth. Just one time. "16 is not enough degrees." That's true. That's true. Many people everybody is saying it. Not enough degrees. All right, second to last of the night, everybody, I'm afraid. Gonna have to end it during the weather tonight. I'm just beat. We're 9.5 hours in. Honestly, you don't even have that much to cover left. I'm just gonna hold it over for tomorrow's stream. We're gonna have a stream tomorrow, of course. Do not fret. But that's why I need my rest, because I'm done. I'm so tired today. All right, AccuWeather from yesterday. Latest on these forecasts.
We have a bomb cyclone, and we have, I think, what will be a blizzard along the Carolina coast, southeast Virginia, and perhaps New England as we head into the weekend. We're going to be looking at a powerful storm that's going to be taking shape here. I want to define those two, though. What is a bomb cyclone? It's a low-pressure system that undergoes rapid strengthening. The barometric pressure falls at least 24 millibars in 24 hours. That's what we're going to see, and this is going to be a full-fledged nor'easter. But that's a bomb cyclone. Now, this is also going to produce a blizzard in a few areas here. What's a blizzard? Well, a quarter of a mile visibility in snow or blowing snow, and you have to have 35-mile-per-hour winds, either gusts or sustains. All of these conditions must last at least 3 hours. I think blizzard criteria is going to be met as well as we go through the weekend as this storm develops. Now, I do not believe that this is a widespread snowstorm, though, for the I-95 corridor. While New York City, Philadelphia, and D.C., Baltimore, and Richmond, I think you're in a little better spot for snow than farther north. While you can get a little snow, I don't think this is a big snowstorm for you. I think everything's going to be off to the east. I'll show you why coming up. Now, why am I using the blizzard word here? Well, I'll tell you what, when you look at the ingredients, the first thing I start with, this is Saturday morning. Look at this widespread injection of cold air. I mean, your freezing line is coming way down here, all the way down to I-10. Look at this. Look at this cold air. Now, also notice you have temperatures in the 60s here. You've got a frontal boundary that's in here. Here it is. And frontal boundaries are locations where storms form, and you're going to get a storm to form right here. Now, let me show you the buckling jet stream that's going to do this. I'm going to show you a lot of the modeling. They're all coming in to line. We talked about this on the feed the other day. You've got this upper low. This is the European AI. Watch it come south. There it is. This is Saturday morning, Saturday afternoon, Saturday evening. Look at this. Now, with the upper low track like this, you take the upper low, that's where you're going to get the snow on the northern side. So that's going to include the upstate of South Carolina. I think it's going to try to snow all the way down into Myrtle Beach. And certainly in the North Carolina. Look at that upper low track. Watch it come through. There it is. Now, the
all right, there's AccuWeather and your weather car salesman here. I always forget this fucking guy's name. Anyway, I guess we will see how this all plays out. Potential bomb cyclone, according to this guy. Could mean bad things. Now, one thing I've been asking myself throughout all of this, is any of this a result of the possible collapse of the AMOC, the Atlantic Meridional Overturning Current, which dictates the movement of the waters of our oceans? This is one of the most prolonged cold periods many states have seen in a very long time. I'm not claiming that it's collapsed fully. I'm just asking myself out loud, and perhaps people in chat as well. Is this a sign? It's hard. Honestly, it feels hard to make a distinction right now in the midst of it all. But it feels strange, just how long these cold temperatures are lasting. You know, like honestly, our climate has been much more erratic than this, in my opinion, lately. Right? Like during the winters, you see, wildly swinging temperatures for such a prolonged period of cold. It is somewhat, I think, out of the expected at this time for just really consistent weather in this way. It seems odd almost. Last winter, the winter before that, one day it's freezing cold, next day it's 50 degrees. Now all of a sudden, single-digit temperatures for like 2 weeks straight.
Ocean temperatures keep setting all-time highs. But in the North Atlantic lies one very mysterious, very creepy exception. It's called the cold block, or the warming hole. And according to climate models, it shouldn't exist today, which means we're missing something. So one researcher got to wondering, did the cold blob exist the last time the planet was this warm? And if so, what happened after it appeared?
Our study is actually probably provides hints regarding our very near future.
Mohammed is talking about Earth's most important heat transfer system, the AMOC, an enormous ocean circulation that redistributes heat from the tropics and southern hemisphere into the northern latitudes. And this global heat transfer is responsible for regulating weather that we rely on to function as a society, especially temperature and rainfall patterns. And the appearance of the cold blob could mean that this vital Earth system is on the brink of collapse. But it might not be so simple. It turns out that there's a hot debate in the scientific community about the AMOC. And in this episode, we're going to get to the bottom of it. Because although there is debate, what most scientists agree on is that an AMOC collapse will change our world dramatically.
Once the climate warms enough, we could hit a tipping point where very suddenly and very catastrophically, this AMOC current could collapse.
Immediately, if not
the
sooner.
AMOC brings warm, salty water from the Gulf to the North Atlantic, where it sinks, bringing cold, deep water as far south as Antarctica. This exchange keeps temperatures warmer in Europe and milder in the tropics. But dramatic cooling in Europe probably isn't the biggest impact of an AMOC shift.
Very worried about future changes in rainfall and water availability. During times when AMOC is strong, the northern hemisphere tropics and monsoon regions are generally stronger and wetter.
This, scientists say, is because the AMOC influences the intertropical convergence zone, which is the belt where trade winds meet, forming regions of heavy seasonal rain on either side of the equator, known as monsoons. It's really hard to imagine how many people a sudden shift in monsoons would impact.
Over half the world's population are impacted by them. And so really understanding how those could potentially change is really critical.
That's because as the AMOC slows, the northern hemisphere cools. That cooling shifts the tropical rain bands south, and the monsoons effectively miss regions that count on them for up to 90% of their yearly precipitation, directly impacting food security for over 2 billion people. So with so much on the line, what does the scientific community say?
There are a number of studies that really suggest that the risk is much larger and much closer, actually, with lower levels of warming than we have previously thought.
Most models do predict an AMOC weakening before the end of the 21st century. Some by up to 46%, even in low greenhouse gas emission scenarios, and 55% for high emission scenarios. And some find a collapse by mid-century is possible or even likely. So that's just a few decades away. But there are also scientists at very reputable institutions who declined our interview requests on the subject because they don't believe there is convincing evidence that the current is weakening. So what's going on here? Well, the AMOC is hard to study. It's variable from year to year, so even though a slight slowdown has been observed in the last 2 decades when scientists began directly observing the current, there isn't enough data to determine a trend. And even this slowdown isn't particularly clear. But there is a third way to study the AMOC, and that's by looking at paleoclimate data, or the study of Earth's past climate.
Paleoclimate, in my view, is really critical to understanding the future of Earth's climate, because humans have only been recording climate with instruments and satellites for decades to maybe like a couple of centuries at most.
Using clues buried in snow, ice, marine sediment, and one very unexpected place, which we'll get to in a bit, researchers can put together an incredible history of Earth's past climate by literally measuring cores of the Earth. But getting the data for paleoclimate research is easier said than done. We visited a scientist at Oregon State University who studies ice cores found miles below the surface.
This sample came from about a mile deep in the Greenland ice sheet.
Since ice is so thick, there are thousands of samples that have to be measured, and all of them are cut by hand. Once the ice is cut, it's taken to the lab where each sample is measured.
After we cut the ice samples, we put them in a little flask. That flask is mounted to our vacuum line, and we pump out all the air, we close it off, and we melt the ice.
Christo is measuring the methane concentration in these ice samples, trying to understand past AMOC collapses. To do this, the ice sample is refrozen so that the ice is at the bottom and the air is at the top. He then measures that air.
Once we find the methane spike, we know exactly where we are in time.
By cross-referencing paleoclimate records, scientists are able to confidently reconstruct past climate events.
There's a one-to-one relationship between all these different things: greenhouse gases, temperature in Antarctica, temperature in Greenland, rainfall in the tropics. When the current is on, we know that the monsoons in India and China are very strong. This means there's going to be more wetlands in those places, and wetlands are exactly the thing that produce methane. That's the relationship.
And we have been seeing massive increases in the rainfall during monsoon seasons in exactly those places. China, India, Pakistan. Last year was the perfect example of this. It was devastating monsoon season, which went much longer than the people in those regions generally expect. Completely upending their you know, like many thousands of years of expectations. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, humans have set themselves up in certain ways, like Farmer's Almanac stuff, you know, word of mouth stuff. Like we've set up our entire society upon certain things remaining consistent with the planet as they have for many thousands of years. We've been on the planet for like 500,000 years, and, you know, in our current form, if you will, and we've been getting used to things in a particular way. They're really being thrown into whack in the modern era right now.
Methane and this AMOC current. It runs through the monsoons.
Which brings us to caves, the best way to study the Earth's past hydroclimate.
Primarily we use stalagmites in our research. They form on the cave floor as water's dripping, precipitating calcite layer by layer. So you get these really beautiful long stalagmites that are effectively a history of groundwater chemistry.
By measuring oxygen isotope ratios, which tell scientists the past temperature and rainfall conditions, Kathleen is able to see abrupt shifts in rainfall patterns. This allows her and other scientists to understand AMOC impacts and reconstruct past climate events like an AMOC slowdown or collapse. Earth has two major modes: glacial and interglacial periods. Currently, we are in an interglacial period with a warmer, more stable climate. But looking at the last ice age, which is the last glacial period, may actually foreshadow what's coming our way.
One of the reasons we're so concerned about these potential collapse of the AMOC is that we actually have examples of it. During the last ice age, we have at least 25 examples where the AMOC actually collapsed.
25 different collapses during the last ice age is an average of once every 5,000 years. So according to Earth's paleoclimate record, an AMOC collapse in the near future is plausible. And since the last collapse was almost 12,000 years ago, maybe we're due. Each on-off event is world-changing for plants and animals who live through it. When the current collapses, temperatures drop. And during some periods while the AMOC was off, ice sheets reached as far as New York City, northern Spain, and Paris. Christo's ice core study found the average temperature changed by 20 degrees Fahrenheit in the Greenland ice sheet within a few decades. When it turned back on, it raised by nearly the same amount. That type of temperature change in such a short period of time would be catastrophic for humanity and cause ripple effects all over the world.
AMOC were to collapse. During the winter, the North Atlantic would just be covered in sea ice. So within a decade or two, all of a sudden, that climate could shift from a more maritime climate that London has today to a very cold winters continental climate that Moscow has.
This is literally what it looks like on the Hudson right now. This is literally what it looks like. They shut down ferry service because it looks exactly
In
like
a decade or two, all of a sudden, that climate could shift from a more maritime climate that London has today to a very cold winters continental climate that Moscow has.
So this proves that the current is fundamentally unstable and certainly can collapse. But everything we've been talking about happened during an ice age. What about the last interglacial, when Earth was around this temperature? Well, 128,000 years ago, the Earth was 1 to 2 degrees warmer than pre-industrial times, which is a similar temperature to today, maybe slightly warmer. So it's a pretty good comparison to today's climate. Remember the cold blob that climate models say shouldn't exist? Well, it's there today because so much ice is melting in Greenland. That melted ice winds up in the North Atlantic and makes the ocean less salty. And that salt is what drives the northern leg of the AMOC. Lighter, fresher water doesn't sink. It floats, blocking the overturning current and cooling the surface temperature. So researcher Mohammed Azad decided to see if that cold blob existed during the last interglacial because he wanted to understand the consequences.
We found a warming hole during the last interglacial period. And this has very important implications for our understanding of the sensitivity of the system.
He analyzed marine sediment from the ocean floor to understand the salinity and temperature of the northern Atlantic during the last interglacial.
We found significant cooling associated with freshening and slowing down of the deep water formation in the Nordic seas. Warming climate and subsequent melting of ice could slow down the Atlantic meridional overturning circulation.
Mohammed found a slowdown or weakening of a critical part of the AMOC during the last interglacial after a blob formed. So what does that tell us? Well, during the last interglacial, the cold blob was bigger than ours today, but the planet was a bit warmer. Under our current greenhouse gas trajectory, we're likely to see temperatures close to 3 degrees above pre-industrial times by 2100. So if we warm a full degree Celsius above the last interglacial, we melt more ice and risk a slowing or even collapse of the current.
The fact that the AMOC is going to be slowing down is really what we'd expect based on simple climate physics. That's not the question here. It's really a question of how much is it going to slow down and how quickly, because that's going to determine the human impact.
The history of this current shows how likely.
Yeah, and if it completely shuts down, and does that over a short period of time, it'll be massively tumultuous to humanity's just general sort of survival. I mean, not everybody. Some people will be far enough away to not worry about it very much. But Europe, Canada, United States, parts of Asia, as well as places on the other side of the planet, you know? Like I feel this would also hit like places down in Antarctica, or on the other side. You know what I'm saying? Like it would be a similar effect to the other side of the planet as well. All very bleak. And we honestly don't know for sure whether or not the AMOC has slowed down. Scientists are supposedly, as we speak, measuring what is going on there. I mean, well, actually, I said that wrong. It has slowed down. There is a cold blob. It exists. Whether or not it's going to shut down completely is unclear at this time. But it feels like that's the direction we're headed in. And we're not doing enough to prevent it, unfortunately. All right. That's it for tonight. I'm afraid only 10 hours. Well, we got through another stream. It's quite long, also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. Till I see you next. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W., Schmegley, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanoip, Nadia, Choki, Scout, Selena, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchfork Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia, Rica, New York, Will in Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Urban Horologist, HBX, Manda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl Gaslight Tocracy, Paige Larson, Frizla, Penny Hannah, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the Six, The Reference Frame, and Glitchmaster. That's right, all of these people here helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon.